Chapter 1. Demian. I need to focus. This is a rescue mission. Our lives are literally at stake. But all I can think about is how fucking incredible she feels in my arms. Clara's scent fills my nostrils, and I'm as good as drugged. I meant to grab her so she won't alert the guards with that stupid fence, but now I'm holding her because, my God, I thought I'd never hold her again. And even though I initially meant to just keep her from screaming, now my hand is pressed over her mouth to feel the soft curves of her lips. She's here. She's right here. Something inside me buckles under the relief washing over me like a flood. I bury my face in her hair to breathe her in, to feel her soft curls against my face, to prove to me that she's real, and I'm not just dreaming all this. Clara is alive. She's here, and she's in my arms. Once she calms down and it seems like she's not about to scream her head off and draw all the attention to us, I ease my hold around her. It takes every ounce of self-control within me to not just throw her over my shoulder and carry her off to the getaway car. Clara pulls away from me a little too fast. She turns around and her eyes widen when she sees my face. At first, I think it's in disbelief, maybe even relief. But then she turns and runs like hell in the opposite direction. There's a lot to unpack there. We just don't have the time for it right now. I run after her, constantly glancing toward the house to make sure we don't alert anyone to our presence. I can face down my father, no problem, but it's Clara who won't survive if he catches us. And I don't know if I'll survive losing her again. This time when I grab her, she swings her body weight around to throw me off balance. It's only halfway successful, but it gives her enough room and leverage to claw at my face and arms. I have to back down just to block my eyes from her sharp fingernails. Clara takes that window of opportunity to dart back across the courtyard and try for the steep hill lining the side garden. Thank God it's the furthest point away from everyone else. "Get off me!" she hisses when I tackle her to the ground. Really, I do it only to keep her from running away again, and also so the bushes hide us better. But god damn, feeling her beneath me, pressed so close to my body. Focus, dumbass. I gesture for her to stay quiet. Clara glares at me and tries to shove up my chest. It's cute that she thinks I'm letting her get away again. When she starts smacking at my face, I grab her wrists with one hand and pin them down over her head. My other hand clamps back down over her mouth. My brain struggles to tell my dick to shut the fuck up so we can get out of this in one piece. "If you don't quiet the fuck down," I breathe low in her ear, "they'll find us. And they will kill us." She stills. She's still glaring at me, but at least she got the memo. "Let me go," she mutters against my hand. The sound is muffled, but I can still make out the words. "No." Clara tests my grip on her wrists and quickly slumps when she realizes I'm not letting go. She sighs and tries to look away, but my hand over her mouth won't let her turn her head. Her only option is to look at me. Well, glare at me anyway. Once I'm fairly confident she's done making serious noise, I move my hand away so she can at least silently mouth her words to me. "Why should I trust you?" is her leading question, which is, unfortunately, a good place to start. I just wish I could think of the right words to respond with. But my mind draws a blank and she takes that as confirmation that I am, in fact, a treacherous bastard. "That's what I thought. Get off." I relent only because I need her to see she can trust me, despite all the evidence to the contrary. I try to at least keep a hold of her wrist, but Clara yanks away and puts a solid 3 feet of distance between us. "I'm not going back." She glares at me, daring me to make another move against her. "You can't make me go back." At first, I think she means to Ollie's place, and I sure as hell don't blame her. But before I reassure her that I wouldn't let her go back there even if she wanted to, I realize that may not be the place she's talking about. Breathe. I'm not making you go anywhere. I hold my hands up in surrender. Where do you want to go? She studies me through narrowed eyes. Willow. I nod. Of course. She misses you. I miss you too. We all fucking miss you. Clara shifts from angry and suspicious to suddenly unsure, maybe even afraid. Is she okay? Again I nod. As okay as she can be without her mother. I offer my hand out to her. I'll take you to her. She recoils and stares at my hand in horror. And again I pretend like that doesn't just fucking stab me in the gut with regret. When her eyes scan upward to meet mine, it's as if I'm some complete stranger luring her into a white van. Why should I trust you? She asks again. You're his son. You're no better than he is. God, I want to tell her how wrong she is. But she's right that it's his blood running in my veins, that my actions brought her to his doorstep. Hell, I practically gift-wrapped her for him. But I can only erase one sin at a time. Some will have to wait. I drop my hands to my sides. You know what? You're right. I've spent my whole life hating the bastard, and here I am imitating him. I fucked up badly, and I'm going to be paying for that mistake for the rest of my life. I lower my eyes to the ground at her feet. Whether or not I get to have you in it. Clara takes one, then two very slow and very small steps toward me. What mistake? I meet her gaze. I need her to see, to know that I mean every word. Taking you to. I stop myself. No, that isn't right. The fuck-up happened days before the auction, weeks before. Ever thinking you were guilty, or lying, or just overreacting to a stupid fucking dream you had? I sigh. Look, I came here to get you out. I glance around for any signs of the guards, but it looks like we're in the clear. I've been looking for you ever since that night at the auction and... You sold me. Clara shakes her head. You sold me. We don't have time to unpack the logistics of what happened. So I go on the offensive just to move her rear into gear. We can talk about this later, but right now we need to get the hell out of here before Oleg and his men find us, or else neither of us will ever see Willow again. She bites her lip, thinks about it. I'll even sit up front with Pav if it makes you feel better, I offer. I'm going to ignore the way her face instantly brightens up at the mention of his name. We circled back and parked a few blocks away. He's waiting there to take you home. Without any further hesitation, Clara turns on her heel and starts walking toward the front of the house. Right as angry Russian shouts fill the air. Shit. This time I grab Clara and shove her forward. Damn the consequences. She lets me do it, but those fucking slippers on her feet keep tripping her up. I shove down my irritation beneath the fear and panic at hearing Oleg's men shout even louder. I'm not sticking around to find out what they're saying. We're almost over the hill when Clara trips and falls again. She tries to not cry out, but the rocky sand scrapes her knee pretty bad. To her credit, she at least tries to push herself back up, but her arms and now her legs are trembling too hard. Yet, we need to keep moving. I don't care if she tries to blind me or rip my tongue out. I'm going to get her to safety and deal with her rage later. I come up behind her and scoop her up into my arms, not breaking stride even as she shifts to get more comfortable. The fact that she immediately wraps her arms around my neck and leans in close both spurs me on and somewhat distracts me. She's here, in my arms. Focus, asshole. Get to the car. Pavel is still parked another block away, but the bottom of the hill gives us a solid running start away from Oleg's estate. We both hear engines roar to life. Clara clings to me tighter. I've got you, baby. I'm not gonna let them take you from me again. There are 1,000 things I wish I could say to her, but I know it's better to keep silent. For now, I just need to get us down and over the street, maybe cut through a few backyards, and at least make sure she's safe inside with Pavel before bullets start flying. I can run, she whispers. I shake my head and keep walking with her cradled in my arms. Blood trail, your knee will give us away. I don't tell her I'm worried she's too weak to keep running, that she looks too frail, too traumatized to move as quickly as she needs to in order to survive this escape. I can't tell her that I'm too scared to let her go, even if it would make running easier for both of us. I have to be strong. I have to be fearless. I have to keep my head on straight. Clara needs the best of me. Chapter 2. Demian. Hummers race down the street from Oleg's driveway, but I'm able to duck between two dark houses and into deep shadows before they spot us. And blessedly, Pavel had the urge to start the Razvani and roll it along the back street. By the time we emerge on the other side of the cramped houses and dark alley connected to them, he's got the doors open for us and almost perfectly aligned to conceal us from the cross street. True to my word, I set Clara in the back seat and let her manage her own seat buckle. I climb into the front passenger side and yank the door shut. Pav doesn't need a signal to know it's time to peel the fuck out of there. Especially now that one of the Hummers has picked up on our presence and is now barreling toward us. Pav, hang on. It's a two-wheel turn in that small side street, and I grab the handlebar overhead to stop myself from slamming into the door window. One glance in the rearview mirror shows me that Clara managed to buckle first and is clinging to the strap with eyes closed and lips trembling in a silent prayer. The Hummer roars up close behind us. Pavel slams his foot down on the accelerator. A small whimper escapes the back seat, but I make myself ignore it and fucking focus. Almost there. Pavel whips another turn down a different side street to throw them off, but we're met with another Hummer that nearly cuts us off. Clara claps a hand over her own mouth. She knows better than to shriek at a time like this. How long? I start rummaging through the glove compartment. 2 minutes. Where's the... Under the seat. I reach down between my legs and fumble blindly under the seat until I feel it. The gun is lightweight and meant for emergencies. Pretty sure this counts as one. I need a 5-mile mark, I tell him. Got it. Instead of taking a main road out, Pavel whips the Razvani off the road entirely and plows through the desert in the opposite direction of home. More Hummers fly after us, but the sudden change in terrain and lighting slows them down just enough to give us some more distance. That's 5, Pavel announces. Perfect. I roll down my passenger door window and pull myself out through it, gun in one hand and door frame gripped with the other. Once I'm in position, I rest on the window's edge and aim. The lead Hummer's front tire blows with the first shot. It's lucky, but hell, it's about time Lady Luck gave me a blessing or two. Still, we're losing city light fast, and the jolting of the SUV over rocky terrain makes a steady aim nearly impossible. I won't get that lucky again. The Hummer I shot pitches and rolls, crashing into the one right behind it. But instead of giving us a break in the chase, it clears a path for 3 more to pull up side by side and close in behind us. I'm leveling the gun again when something hot stings my arm. Fuck! I've been shot. Grazed, really. It's less deadly than it is just fucking annoying, and it makes holding my arm steady all that more challenging. But I grit my teeth and bear down, using the roof of the SUV to steady the hand holding the gun and take a few more shots. One hisses as it buries itself in the Nevadan sand, so does another. But the third lands home. The satisfying sound of glass breaking and panic shouts reaches my ears as the now dead driver sags in his seat and pulls the truck veering off path. A few more bullets whiz past, and I'm forced to duck inside the vehicle to regroup before my head gets lopped off by a cactus. How many are there? Pavel asks. At least 5 and twice as many men. Think we can outrun them? By fuel alone, probably, but that depends on how far you want to go. I twist around to look at Clara. She's wide-eyed and terrified, but she's not screaming her head off. She just stares back at me, clutching her seatbelt like it's a lifeline. The answer is obvious. I'll go as far as it fucking takes just to keep her safe. Do it. I'll send the coordinates. Pavel's face twists in a grim smirk. Already done. We're taking a few hits to the outer shell, but nothing pierces the windows. They're probably trying to do what I did earlier and blow out our tires, so we have no choice but to stop. Good luck with that, though. If I can't aim in the growing dark, none of those moodocs will be any better. My phone buzzes. I don't want to answer it, but I have a feeling this one is important. I glance over my shoulder to check on Clara again before I press the phone to my ear. The hell do you want? You have 5 minutes to bring her back. I scoff. Right. What makes you think I have her? Don't play your fucking games with me, boy. Oleg's voice roars over the phone. I catch Clara wincing in the corner of my eye. Bring the bitch back. I take a deep, slow breath, then click my tongue. Tiet, such language. You kiss your mother with that mouth? Tia meorvea sukinsin. You're breaking up. Try again later. I hang up and drop the phone back into the center console. Pavel steals a quick glance at me, then at the rearview mirror. Do you have to poke the bear? I'd prefer to choke him, but I do what I can with what I've got. He whips a hard left to avoid a pile of boulders. The last-second move successfully lures another Hummer into the rocks and forces the two flanking it to risk rolling with even sharper turns. More bullets pepper the backside of the Razvani. I'm ready to risk leaning back out again and shooting out the remaining Hummers when we're suddenly surrounded by a blinding flash of dozens of headlights. Other Razvanis, more Hummers, and a few Jeeps roll into view and start circling the chase to slow everyone down. By the time the full ring forms, both Pavel and our pursuers have no choice but to skid to a stop. My Bratva has arrived. I don't jump out of the vehicle just yet. I simply sit here and enjoy the sounds of my men shouting commands and aiming their weapons at what's left of Oleg's crew. Metal screeches and doors slam, and it's the sound of fists hitting flesh that cues me to go ahead and join the fray. Stay here, I tell Clara. She nods. I haven't put the gun away this whole time, and I don't plan to until we're safe back at the villa. It feels heavy in my hand as I step out and calmly saunter over to the cluster of Zakharevsky senior men who are now on their knees with hands on top of their heads, staring down dozens of barrels aimed at them. My men clear a spot for me, and I cock a brow at our new captives. Gentlemen, I survey them, their downcast heads, their sullen grimaces. I have only one question to ask you. Which of you helped Oleg hurt my woman? No one answers. Everyone just stares at the dirt. I cock my gun for good measure and casually aim it at the ground right in front of them. I won't ask again. Who here stood by and allowed that bastard to injure and scar Clara Everett? We had nothing to do with that. One man, older and probably in his 50s, spits at the dirt and snarls at me. She was branded, nothing else. Pachan refused to let us touch her. That answers a lot of questions at once. Unfortunately for these bastards, no answer would have saved them. I nod to one of my Vors, who grabs the man who spoke by the back of his shirt and yanks him up to face me. And you just stood by? I growl. Let him brand her like an animal? The man's face twists in a lewd smirk. No, I held the bitch down while he did it. Only way I figured he'd let me get a feel. Why not? That's what slaves are good for. I return a smirk. You know what you're good for? The blast of my gun is muted only by his skull and the wet splattering of blood and brains on the sand. Fertilizer. When I slowly turn, I met with a few more fearful gazes from Olyug's men who didn't count on me being so cruel. Prisoners of war to be kept safe, right? Not in this war. I give my men the signal and they get to work. When the corpses are piled up and set to burning, I take a picture to send to my father. Let him watch his soldiers crumble to ashes on the desert sand. Scorched earth has a whole new meaning now.
Chapter 3. Clara. As soon as Pavel parks this tank contraption in front of Demian's estate, I want to cry. I thought I'd never see those front doors again. I thought I'd never see home again. And the fact that this place feels so safe, so perfectly home, breaks my heart into 1,000 pieces. Because this isn't my home. This isn't safe. Nowhere is safe so long as a Zakryevsky lives there. Pavel is the one who opens my door for me and helps me out. He offers his hand for me to take, but I grip the door panels for balance instead. I don't look up at him in case he seems upset or insulted, but in the corner of my eye, I see him smile sadly and nod. He opens his mouth to say something, but thinks again and turns away. I try to ignore the sting in my heart. He's my friend. At least, I thought he was. But he let Demian take me away. He let Demian sell me. And now, he has nothing to say. Maybe he thought he'd never see me again. Maybe he's upset that I'm back, or that I made him go through so much trouble and risk his life just to get me away from Mr. Zakryevsky. No one comes around to shoo me inside, or away, or anything. Demian is off to one side, talking with his men who pulled up behind us. He doesn't glance at me, not even once. He still hates me. He cares enough to get me out of that hellhole, to bring me back to Willow, but that's where it ends between us. Oh God, Willow. I should be excited, elated, overwhelmed with relief. Instead, I'm breaking into a cold sweat and feeling my stomach turn to stone. It churns and hardens with every step I take toward the front door of the main house. My palms slip on the door handle. They're too clammy. Willow doesn't deserve this. She doesn't deserve a mother like me, someone who just up and vanishes, then comes back worse than when she left. The door opens and I slip inside. Clara? Again, my stomach turns, but not from fear or self-disgust, just... I don't know what Bambi thinks of me. She too let Demian take me to that horrible auction. She knew what would happen to me there. But here she is, rushing toward me with relief on her face and tears in her eyes. Clara, oh my God, you're here! She wraps her arms around me and hugs me tight. It hurts. Everything fucking hurts. I wrench myself away and back up into the wall. Maybe if I press myself against it hard enough, the adobe will open up and swallow me whole. Take me into the safe darkness and surround me with an impenetrable shield so no one can ever hurt me again. So the burning on my skin just from being touched will go away. Bambi looks at me, her brow furrowed with confusion, then hurt, definitely regret. Clara, I am so sorry. I want to cry. I want to scream. I want her, him, everyone to know exactly what they did to me. Because if she's not lying, if she actually does care, I don't want a fucking apology. I want her to know, to understand on a bone-deep level what her complacency caused. I force myself to lift my eyes to hers. You knew. She sucks in a soft gasp. Clara, you knew. You knew what he planned to do to me, and you didn't stop him. Tears choke my voice, but I swallow them back. You didn't even try. Bambi's tears fall. She tries to square her shoulders, but they slump almost instantly. I didn't have a choice. I don't buy that. Not from her. You always have a choice. Always. She opens her mouth to say something, but the front door opens next to us and Demian walks through. He pauses when he sees us. Uncertainty clouds his features. Is there a problem here? But Bambi quickly wipes her tears away and nods. Nope, all good. I'll go let Gloria know about... I'm just gonna... She turns on her heels and swiftly leaves through a side door. Demian shoves his hands into his pockets and looks at the empty space next to me. I'll take you to go see Willow. She's been asking for you. I hesitate. I can't believe I'm hesitating over seeing my baby girl, especially after all this time fighting to survive so I could. But I rub my arms. It doesn't do much to soothe me. He holds a hand out to me, then pulls it back. I'm not going to let that sting, at least not for long. I just follow him through the main house and out to the courtyard, where he points to show me where she is. My heart leaps into my throat. Willow's room, her real room, is back to how it used to be, with even more plants and toys overflowing it with warmth and happiness. She's sitting outside with Gloria, snuggled up in a papasan chair, reading a picture book under the soft lights of the solar lamps. Gloria glances up, then freezes. She quickly covers her mouth with a hand, then nods at something Demian signals and whispers into Willow's ear. Willow looks up at me. Her sweet little face bursts into a brilliant smile, and she leaps to her feet. Mommy! I wince. I step back. Demian notices. So does Gloria. She gently hugs Willow from behind and whispers again into her ear. My sweet baby girl's face falls, but she nods and lets her adoptive grandmother usher her into her bedroom. My chest burns. My ribs are squeezing in on each other. You okay? Demian softly asks next to me. No, I'm not fucking okay, is what I want to scream at him. But I don't have the energy. It's a miracle I can slowly shake my head. I can't. I suck in a deep, rattling breath. I just need some time. I want to be my best for her. I have to focus on what I want, for Willow as well as myself. I want to hold her close and cover her beautiful little face with kisses. I want her to know I would never and will never just up and leave her. But I don't want to taint her with my touch. I don't want the remnants of that monster still clinging to my skin to somehow infect her with nightmares. I don't want him to somehow touch her through me. Demian stares at me, like he's horrified, like I just said. Oh, shit. I just said all of that, out loud, right in front of him. I'm so far removed from my own body, my own existence, that I can't even tell the difference between a private thought and my voice. He doesn't say anything in response, just glares at me. And then he storms off. Don't take it personally. Bambi's gentle voice comes up behind me, and she moves to rest a hand on my shoulder. But then she quickly pulls it back and settles for folding her arms around her slender waist. He's facing his own dark demons. I thought she left. I was going to. Bambi sighs and delicately wipes the side of her nose. But I feel like turning away from you is the worst thing I've ever done. Shit. I'm going to be struggling with unknowingly voicing my thoughts for a while. Really, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. What is with everyone and okay? I'm not okay. I will probably never be okay. If I have to hear that word over and over again, I might as well puncture my eardrums now. Bambi sighs. You know you're safe here, right? I slowly turn my head to look at her. Am I? She frowns. Of course. We've been looking everywhere. Was that before or after you all just decided to sell me into sexual slavery? That's not fair. The laugh that suddenly bubbles from my chest has absolutely no humor or joy or anything remotely positive in it. Fair? You want to talk about fair? I fold my arms across my chest and face her head on. I think after being promised so many wonderful things, after being given a home and a job and what I thought was love. Again, my voice cracks, but damn it all, I'm going to get through at least this much. Only to have it all ripped from me for no fucking reason. No one who stood up for me. No one to stop Demian from... Shit, I'm losing it. I'm shaking, I'm crying, and I am so fucking pissed. So no, you're totally right. It's not fair. It's not fair that I'm constantly accused of lying when I'm the only one here who's ever actually told the fucking truth. I don't wait for her response. It's not worth the headache or heartache or all-over ache. I just want to be alone. I don't even care if my old room by Willow's is occupied by someone else now. I'll kick them out if I have to. When the door opens easily and I see it's back to how I used to have it, down to the placement of my collected knickknacks on the bookshelves, I burst into sobs. And then I start ripping my clothes off. Because in reality, they're not my clothes. They're Oleg's. I couldn't escape his nightmare realm without being covered in his clothes and in his scent. Even now, as buttons fly and I tear the shirt off me, every movement pushes that same horrible musk into my nostrils and makes me wish I could burn it all in a blazing inferno. Maybe I can. There's a fireplace in the study. I could totally march across the compound, completely naked, and burn every last fiber of Oleg Zakrievsky to ash. But that feels like too much effort. I'm struggling as it is to kick his stupid jeans off. When I do manage to untangle my limbs, I bunch up his clothing and throw it as far away from me as humanly possible. Which isn't far, but at least it falls behind an end table. Shower. I need a shower. If I can't burn him off me, I can fucking boil him. Stumbling into the bathroom makes me grip the sink for balance, which makes me stare at myself in the mirror for a very, very long time. I did what I had to do. I did what I needed to do in order to survive. I never gave in. I never gave up. I only did what was necessary to plan my escape. My trembling arms suddenly stop shaking, and with a shriek of unbridled rage, I rip the mirror off its hinges and throw it against the wall. But that's not enough. I can still see myself in the glass. I can still see the bruises, the circles under my eyes, the straggled hair hanging limp around my face. I can still see what he did to me. I can still see what he turned me into. So I pick the mirror back up and slam it against the wall again, and again, and again. Over and over until there's nothing left but tiny shards and fractured dust glittering on the tiled floor. I practically punch the shower handle up and crank it to the hottest setting. I don't care that the initial water is ice cold. I step inside and let the heat slowly overcome the chill. My gaze lands on a razor hanging up in a small suction cup holder on the shower wall. I could probably pop the blades out. I could use one to cut this stupid fucking brand from my thigh. No, he's taken enough from me. I won't give him the pleasure of taking a literal pound of flesh from my body, especially since that would prove he's forever damaged my mind. And then I'd have a constant scar to remind me of him still. Instead, I focus on scrubbing every last trace of him off me. I empty half the bottle of body wash into the netted sponge and lather it up, scrubbing myself head to toe with the soap that smells so much like Demian. I hate him. I have to hate him. But he's not here. He's not watching me in this shower. So for now, I allow myself to give in to my deepest, darkest pains. I sob as I scrub, and I do my damned hardest to remind myself that even in the worst of it all, a part of me kept wishing I could see Demian one last time. I remind myself that he came to rescue me, and he got me out of there. The water grows hotter. So do my tears. And so does my skin as I start scrubbing it a second, third, fourth time. But no matter how hard I scrub, I can't get rid of the stain.
Chapter 4. Demian. Walking a lap around the compound didn't do much to ease the guilt eating away at my soul. I don't want him to touch her through me. Fuck. I roar as I grab a bottle of vermouth from the bar and throw it against one of the stone columns in the secondary courtyard. The shattering glass and foaming red liquid splashing everywhere does feel a little cathartic. So I grab another bottle and throw it at the same spot. I don't know why it helps. All I know is that breaking things makes me feel some sort of relief. After the fourth or fifth bottle, I kick a bar stool over and then decide it will look better chucked into the pool. Same with another and another. I'm tempted to go in after them and just sit down there forever, or at least until Clara forgives me for what I've put her through, which, let's be honest, will probably be forever. My eyes sting, but I let them water up and blur my sight. I've been blind to everything around me up until now. What's a little more visual impairment? I ordered my men to take Oleg's troops to our next most vulnerable warehouse instead of the cells here at the compound. I wanted them far away from us. She doesn't want Oleg touching Willow through her. Well, I don't want Oleg touching Willow through me. After all, as he reminded me, it's his blood flowing through my veins. His blood. Zakharevsky blood. After all these years denying our connection, bearing away any sort of likeness to the monster of my childhood, I did more than just grow to resemble him. I became him. I grab the table and throw it into the pool, then the other chair, just so there'll be a matching set. If I ever get my hands on Oleg, I'll tie him to that fucking chair and watch him drown. And then I'll join him. In the line with me, Tolya's safer in prison anyway. Far, far away from any possibility of repeating our shit or worse. It's several more minutes of drinking and throwing shit before I feel better enough to start walking back to the main courtyard. I need to check on Clara, but I don't want to scare her any more than I already have. Clara's lights are on. The window curtains are shut, but I should still see her silhouette through the golden glow. Weirdly, I don't, so I test the doorknob, find it unlocked, and slip inside. All the lights are on. The overhead, the bedside, the end table, the little hall leading to the bathroom. The bathroom. And the shower. Come to think of it, it feels strangely damp in here. Something in my gut says I need to go check on her. The worst possible scenario flashes through my head, and I all but run to the door and yank it open. Hot steam rolls out in a thick cloud. I can't see through it for the longest moment. When I do, I'm shocked by the sight. The medicine cabinet is a disaster, its hinges twisted and torn and mangled. Mirror shards cover the floor in every direction, and sitting in the shower floor, beet red and sobbing, is Clara. Shit. I fumble for the shower lever, but it's burning hot. All the towels are soaking wet and in a pile by the toilet. I'm not thinking straight, so I do the next most logical thing and yank my shirt off so I can use it as an oven mitt against the metal. The water shuts off, but Clara doesn't seem to notice. She's curled up in one corner, knees hugged to her chest, her long, wet hair clinging to her face. "Come on," I mutter to myself more than her as I crouch down. "Let's get you dry." I start to scoop her up, but as soon as my skin touches hers, Clara suddenly shrieks and twists in my arms. She claws at my face and kicks wildly, so hard that I have to set her back down on the shower floor. "Get off! Get off!" She screams at the top of her lungs, something between words and blood-curdling shrieking. "Get off!" Another shriek, another lurch against me, and then she resigns to slapping my chest over and over until she whips back around to try and turn the shower on again. "Get off! Get him off! I need to get him off!" It doesn't take much to realize who she's talking about. My heart shatters into more pieces than the mirror on the floor as I watch her crumble in on herself. Clara Everett. My Clara. As a fiery soul tempered by a lifetime of enduring the worst mankind has to offer. To see her like this after only a few weeks with my own father, it's a punishment worse than death. I fall to my knees behind her because I don't know what else to do. I pull her into my arms and brace myself for the well-deserved onslaught, because again, I'm all out of moves here. I stretch out my legs and slide us back against the far wall. At least this way I can hold her close and gently rock her back and forth. Slowly, subtly, but I do it. She's not fighting me anymore. She's stopped screaming. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I could possibly tell her to make things right, so in the end I don't say anything at all. Slowly her sobs quiet and still, but I don't let go. I hold her closer, tighter, and let her bury her face into my neck so she can scream if she needs to. I'm glad for the shower, for the water still streaking her skin. It lets me hide my own tears. Chapter 5. Demian. Once Clara has calmed down, I make an executive decision for both our sanities and carry her over to her bed. But instead of tucking her into it, dripping wet and naked, I wrap her up in the comforter and hoist her back into my arms. I should have posted a guard inside her room or at least asked Bambi to stay with her. Clara is in no state of mind to be left all alone. Not when there's dozens of sharp glass pieces scattered around her bathroom floor. As we pass by it, a quick glance over toward the solarium confirms that Willow is still fast asleep. I hope the kid didn't hear anything that just happened. Clara doesn't make a sound the whole way to my room. She doesn't so much as whimper when I sit her down on my bed and leave her inside the bundle while I head to my bathroom for fresh, dry towels. And when I return, I can see she hasn't moved an inch. I don't know if I should be worried or relieved. The first thing I tackle is her hair. Right now it's a tangled, sopping mess hanging limply around her face and body. I grab one of my wide-toothed combs and a hand towel, then move toward the bed. I realize I'm about to soak it through with my jeans, so I kick those off and kneel behind her, making sure to keep a respectable distance between us. I squeeze her hair as dry as I can with the hand towel, then get to work combing out the tangles. Something in my chest tightens painfully. All this time with her, and all this time away from her, and at no point have I ever just taken the time to enjoy the simple things about her. Like the way her curls spring to life around my fingers, regardless of how thoroughly I've combed them, or the way she sighs and slumps as the comb massages her scalp slow and smooth. It takes a long while to work every tangle from her hair, but I'm glad for it. The silence, the focus, gives both of us time to sort through our thoughts. At least it does for me. By the time I'm done, I'm more determined than ever to work the tangles out between us, however long that may take, even if it takes forever. Clara stands and lets the now wet comforter drop to the floor. Immediately, I force myself to concentrate on drying her off with a soft bath towel, so I'm not distracted by her naked curves, or by the sight of my family's crest seared into the back of her thigh. As I work, I don't let my fingers touch her skin. I don't think she's ready for that, and I'm not sure she ever will be. I can't blame her. For right now, she just needs to know that I'm here for her. I'm here with her. And she's safe. I'm going to take care of her, starting now. She tries to pull away suddenly, but I don't let her. I wrap my arms around her, using the towel as a blanket to hold her against my chest. It's okay, I whisper into her hair. You're safe. I'm not going to hurt you. Because you already have. Well, shit. Just when I think she can't gut punch me any harder, she does. I deserve it. Because I've never regretted something so much in my life, I finally admit. And because I'm determined to never make the same mistake again. Slowly, painfully, slowly, Clara turns around. She doesn't try to pull away, just shifts inside the towel until she's gazing up at me with those beautiful eyes framed by her long, dark lashes. Why? The word catches and rasps in her throat. I know what she's asking. I've asked myself the same question every second of every minute of every day. Why? Why did I let this happen? I tuck a curl behind her ear and let my fingertips trail along the side of her soft cheek. To think I almost lost her to a sick psychopath, no less, because of my quick temper and blind sense of justice. I didn't. I stop, rethinking my approach. I should have never brought you there. I knew how dangerous it was. I should have kept you here, where you'd be safe. Her beautiful brow furrows. But you, I made a swift decision months ago that I never should have even considered in the first place. I sigh again and sit on the edge of the bed. I need you to know. On the one hand, I want to look her in the eyes when I tell her this. On the other hand, it's far easier to confess my mistakes when I don't have to see the betrayal etched all over her beautiful face. I clear my throat and tell myself that no matter what happens between us, she needs to know. I never actually sold you. At all. Clara stiffens. The second we walked into that cocktail party, I knew it was all a huge mistake. I knew there was no way I'd ever let anyone take you from me. I sigh and press my brow to her shoulder. But I couldn't get us out fast enough, not without raising suspicions with the Yakuza. She sighs. Raizo, I came back for you. I did. I can still feel the sickness just remembering that night. I came looking for you and couldn't find you. I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought, but when I still couldn't find you, I confronted Raizo. By then, you'd already been sold. I feel her body shake in my embrace. Fresh tears roll down her face. I want to kiss them away, but that might scare her. Too much, too soon. We don't have to talk about it anymore right now, I reassure her. But we do need to talk about it eventually. No more secrets, no more lies. Clara sniffles, then nods. Yeah, she agrees. Her voice sounds clearer now. Just not tonight. I smile softly. Not tonight. Finally, she leans into me. Finally, I feel what tiny amounts of trust she's willing to give, and I swear to myself I'm not going to take them for granted. I cradle her head to my chest and kiss her hair. Even if this is all I ever get with her moving forward, it will still be enough. I'm going to take care of you, I murmur. I want to take care of you. Anything you want, anything you need, just tell me. Again, Clara stills. Anything? I pretend like my stomach doesn't immediately bunch into knots at the sound of her hesitation in that one word. Anything, I reply. What do you want? She suddenly bursts into laughter. Short of a time machine? I want a lot of things, but mainly I want to not feel disgusting every time I move. Her head turns to the side so she can look at me. I need to just... She rubs her arm vigorously until her skin turns a bright pink, and I have to grab her wrist to stop her. I need to get him off me. I don't want to feel like he's still touching me. I don't want to smell him. I don't want to see those horrible marks. Before I can even blink, Clara whips around and straddles my lap. The towel immediately drops to the floor. She looks me in the eyes for only a second, and then I'm pulled into a kiss. Fuck. I've wanted this for so long. I've spent every night since she was taken aching to feel her in my arms, to taste her on my tongue, to hear her soft little sighs and moans and make her cry out my name. But this isn't right. None of this is right. She's been through so much in such little time. I'm not about to compound her trauma by just being yet another man who uses her. I make sure to kiss her back. She needs to feel that I do, in fact, want her. But then I cup her face in my hands and ease her away. Clara, I can't. Please. Tears brim her lashes. When she blinks, one rolls down her soft cheek and I swipe it away with my thumb. I want you, Demian. My brain is scolding me for even considering it. This isn't the way to do things, and she needs some time. My dick is screaming at my brain to shut the fuck up. My heart? Well, my heart is finally getting a say in things for the first time in ever. Baby, I want you to. But I want you to take some time. Figure out what it is you really want. She silences me with another kiss. God damn it, I don't have the strength to pull away or stop her. She tastes like heaven and wine and everything I thought I'd lost, and once again I have a mind to murder whoever breaks this moment. Clara, I want you. She threads her fingers through my hair and gently tugs, all while shifting her hips on my lap to straddle me even closer. Her sugary lips brush against mine, and the combination with that wiggle is not helping my mind stay clear. I need you. I sigh. I know I'm going to regret asking this. What do you need me to do? I need you inside me, around me, all over me. I swallow. Hard. Clara's lip still trembles, but she looks at me with a heady swirl of determination, desperation, and desire. It's a giant red flag made with the most exquisite fabric. Help me, Demian, she whispers against my mouth. I don't want to feel any of them anymore. I just want you. If this were any other time under any other circumstances, these words coming from her mouth would have me pile-driving into her within minutes. As much as I've insisted on being the one to own her, claim her, mark her with my teeth and my scent, it's a completely different experience knowing that she wants me to. The why is what's causing my hesitation. She's been claimed and marked and used by evil men before. What she's asking me to do right now is erase those memories by flooding her mind, body, and soul with new ones. Can I do it without causing any further damage? My hands smooth along her sides, over her back, and down to cup her ass. Fuck, I can feel her grow hot and wet for me already. I'll give you exactly what you want, I murmur low in her ear. But you have to be my good girl. You have to do as I say. The shiver that travels through her body goes straight to her hips, which roll and grind on my lap. I know she thinks I mean to do something like spank her and plow her into a screaming orgasm, which is absolutely on my to-do list, eventually. She doesn't know that I have different plans for her gorgeous body tonight. Plans and ideas that involve a lot less aggression and a shit-ton more care than she's ever received. Because damn it all, she fucking deserves it. And if I can forge an apology or the remnants of one by showing her exactly what she means to me, it's a start. I guide her lips back to mine and take the time to taste her. No rush, no pressure, simply savoring the way her tongue darts sweetly between my lips. Enjoying the way she lets out a soft moan when I suck on it, stroking with my own tongue. I nibble on her bottom lip and groan when I feel her tremble again, this time with pleasure. Her body writhes under my touch as I continue to rub and caress her silky soft skin. When I feel her ribs, how frail and underfed she is, I let out another growl. This time I'm pissed. Not at her, of course. It's just another thing I'm adding to the list of things I'm going to take out on Oleg. Let me know if anything hurts. Clara purrs and holds my head to her. Harder. Oh, I am definitely harder. I'm also going to keep testing the levels until she tells me to stop, and I hope she does actually tell me to stop. I'm more worried she won't. My arms wrap around her tighter, pulling her into me until there's no space left between us. I suck on the curve of her neck, swirl that same patch of skin with my tongue, then bite down. She doesn't tell me to stop. Instead, she cries out softly and digs her nails into my shoulder blades, grinding on my lap. I pull off with a wet smack of my lips against her skin the second I hear the slightest hint of a whimper. The mark left behind is big and red and is undoubtedly going to leave a solid hickey there for a few days. By the way she moans and kisses me again, then presses me to the other side of her neck, I'm getting the impression that's exactly what she wants. A quick turn tumbles us onto the bed, and I tuck her under me before she has a chance to wriggle away. The fact that she's here, right here, sighing my name and reaching for me to kiss me, this gift is not lost on me. I know how things could have gone. I know how lucky we both are to have this moment. My tongue glides along her collarbone, then lower, until I find the swell of her breast. But a new surge of rage rolls through me when I see the faint lash marks darting across her sensitive skin. I lightly graze the tip of her nipple with my teeth. Clara hisses, so I immediately stop and look up to ask, "Too much?" She bites her lip, blushes, and slowly shakes her head. "No, sorry. Just really sensitive there. Don't stop. Please." Not that I could, even if I wanted to. I've been starving for her, and now she's laid out before me like a feast. Clara moans and arches her body closer to me as I kiss her breasts. "Yes, please." Who knows how much time passes between savoring her plump softness and moving on, down her ribs to her stomach, where I find more bruises shaped like fingerprints. As I find each one, I suck and bite and lick her skin until my marks are the only ones either of us can see. By the time I reach the delicious curve of her hip, her waist is a tapestry of my reclaiming. I almost want Oleg to come by, just so he can see and understand without question that she is my woman. I drape her legs over my shoulders and settle between them. Kissing her mound feels like an act of worship. Maybe it is. I find myself breathing words of thanks with every press of my lips to her damp skin. She shivers, moans, and rolls her hips with such eagerness that I have to press a hand over her lower stomach to hold her in place. Please, Demian, I know what she wants, but I'm getting a better sense of what she needs as I kiss and lick around her slit without going for it right away. The finger-sized bruises on the insides of her thighs add more fuel to my rage. I count each one as I bite and suck them away. Each one is another day that Olyag will suffer before I grant him death. Harder, Dem, please. Clara tugs my hair in her fingers, urging me to go rougher. She wants to play with fire. Fine, I'll make it hot for her. I do to her thighs what I did to her neck, shoulders, and stomach, covering every bruise with love bites and hickeys until all either of us can see is the mosaic I've created. But I don't stop with just the bruises. I kiss a fiery path up to the outer edge of her slit and suck the delicate flesh between my teeth. Clara cries out, bucking against my face. The death grip she has on my hair, pulling me into her rather than pushing me away, is another good sign that I need to keep doing exactly what I'm doing. So I do. At times I let my tongue drag through her pussy and savor the way she hisses and mewls and writhes against my hold. But I wait for her to beg me. Wait for her to become a sobbing mess of need and desire before I finally plunge my tongue inside her depths. And when I do, oh my fucking God, she tastes so fucking divine. I might actually get drunk off her. Whatever plan I had in place goes flying out the window the second I swipe my tongue from slit to clit. There's no more forethought, only my starvation for her driving me to lap and suck and coax more from her. I latch onto her clit with a deep, hard tug between my lips, and Clara nearly sits up with the sudden onslaught of toe-curling pleasure. Her feet rub and kick on my back. Her fingers in my hair threaten to rip it out by the roots. Dem. That's it, baby. Forget his name. Say mine instead. Scream it so the world can hear. I work one, then two fingers inside her. Gently at first, of course, but only as long as it takes to get a good rhythm going. When I curl my fingers and find her sweet spot, all bets are off. It only takes a minute for Clara to clench, shudder, and gush. I don't give her time to recover. I don't give her time to figure out my next move. She's still trembling with her release when I slide up her body and push my cock balls deep inside her with one solid single thrust. Home. She feels like home. Home and heat and everything I've ever wanted. And per her pleading, I don't go slow or gentle. I keep her legs spread around me, my hands sliding up and down her thighs as I work us both into a hard, solid rhythm. The only thing louder than the wet slapping of my hips against her ass are her wordless sobs of deep pleasure. I hook her knees over my elbows to open her up wider so I can take her harder and deeper, all while gazing into her eyes. Look at me, baby. Clara's lost in her pleasure, lost in whatever dream she's having while she ripples around my cock. Her long lashes flutter and her plush lips pucker with every gasp. I fist a hand in the back of her hair and tug. Clara, I said, look at me. The movement, the command, makes her squeeze tighter around me. Fuck. I have to keep myself together, have to prolong this as long as possible. Her eyes flutter open. I'm instantly drowning in their dark seas and can't resist kissing her. Look at me. I press my brow to hers and quicken my pace. Her body rocks beneath me. She's clinging to me tightly and nods while obeying. Good girl. That's my good girl. That's my perfect, beautiful girl. Dem, are you gonna come for me? I push hard, deep, and grind inside her. Fuck, I'm close. Are you gonna scream my name and come on my cock? Clara nods, but her brow furrows. I can feel her writhing, working herself on me, but she's still struggling to reach that peak. I've got you. I've got you, baby. I kiss her long and deep before I pull out of her pussy without warning. She whines and hiccups a sob of frustration, which quickly turns into a yelp of surprise when I flip her over onto her stomach. One hand pins her down into the pillows by the nape of her neck. The other hand smooths down her back, cataloging every lash mark and bruise until I wrap my palm around her hip. I guide my tip to her slit and shove myself home inside her as she spasms. Yeah, baby, that's it. Just like that. Scream for me. Let it all out. My words are a panted mantra as I flatten her face down onto the bed and pump inside her like this is the last fuck I'll ever have. Like I can't bury myself deep enough inside her. Like anything less than turning her brain into pleasure-drunk mush is unacceptable. Clara cries out into the pillows, claws the sheets, and throws herself back into me to meet every single solid thrust. I wrap my arms around her and hold her like that, my chest and her back sliding against each other as I take what belongs to me, as I give her what is rightly hers. I'll fuck you just like this. I pant in her ear. Her breasts feel so fucking heavenly in my hands. I'll make him watch, make all of them watch, while I fuck you just like this. She shudders again, arches her hips even more, spreads her legs wider. Please, I know what you fucking need, baby. My whisper crackles with the possessive growl this woman constantly pulls out of me. You need me to fuck you, to claim you, to show each of them who fucking owns this pussy, who makes you scream and come every fucking night, because this is the only dick that does it for you. The only sounds now coming from her slender throat are a symphony of ahas and grunts. I don't know how much longer I can draw this out. I'm throbbing to the point of aching, and my balls are screaming for the release they've been denied for weeks. Baby. I kiss her neck, her shoulder, the side of her brow, panting just as hard as she is. Baby, I'm gonna... Where? What few functioning brain cells I have left demand to give her the dignity of choosing. Clara turns her face to mine, pushes herself up and back so I've got nowhere to go but inside her, pulses her still spasming inner walls along my shaft. I want it, she whines. I want you in me. I seal my lips to hers. Feed her my grunts, my groans, and then my muffled shouts of purest pleasure as everything falls apart, and I'm coming. So is she. I don't know if it's the flood of heat now pooling inside her womb or the fact that I'm marking her in every way possible. Maybe it's a bit of both, as it is for me. Either way, I feel her bathe my shaft with her own liquid heat, and then she sinks into the pillows and I collapse on top of her, breathless. But never in my entire life have I felt more whole. Clara doesn't say a word. I don't know if I have the ability to speak, not yet anyway. But one quick glance at her face makes me realize I've managed to fuck her until she's literally passed out. And honestly, that's probably not a bad thing. She needs a dreamless sleep more than anything else now. I'm in no rush to leave her warmth. Eventually I do. And it's such a rush of masculine pride that comes with seeing her naked body marked head to toe, inside and out, marked by me. Then I see it. The one scar I won't be able to kiss away. Growling, I force myself to my feet to go grab a damp washcloth from the bathroom. Clara is moaning softly in her sleep when I come back and press the washcloth to her thigh, but she doesn't wake up. I move slowly, wiping tenderly between her legs until there's nothing left of our passion. Well, physically, anyway. When I'm done, I throw the rag aside, sigh, and sink into the overstuffed armchair next to the bed. Towels and rags forgotten, all I can do is watch her sleep and listen to the sound of her steady breathing. The fact that she doesn't seem to be dreaming, or at least not having nightmares, provides some small relief. I don't know what to do. With her, with us, with anything. But then, once again, my heart speaks up with irritation and tells me that I know exactly what needs to be done, what I should have done ages ago. Stop fucking pretending.
Chapter 6. Clara. I wake up with the dawn. It's the first time in a long time that I've done that without being afraid of what the day will bring. My limbs stretch as I yawn, and damn, I feel better than I have in a long time. Nothing's perfect, of course. There are still plenty of creaks and aches that will take time to heal. But the pain I've been carrying has been more than physical. It's been emotional, psychological, spiritual. Now, I feel like I've been given a full body massage, inside and out. I blink. Technically, I have. I roll onto my side and almost yelp with surprise. Demian's sitting right there, in some masculine study of throne-like furniture, staring at me. Has he slept at all? I tug the sheet up over my breasts and blush. I know it's ridiculous to hide from the same man who's rocked my world repeatedly, but I don't know where we stand. And I don't know if he actually wants to see my lady bits, or if that was just a pity fuck we both needed. Good morning, I offer in greeting. Demian simply grunts. Alrighty then, that answers a few pressing questions. I pull myself upright, so I'm at least sitting against the pillows. Good thing, too, because just those few small movements make me wince. Not in pain, necessarily, just... God damn, the man knows how to fuck a woman raw. He's also done a marvelous job painting my body with his personal brand. I feel my face grow hotter as I take a subtle inventory of my chest and legs, and almost drop my jaw in horror when I see his teeth marks on my stomach. He doesn't know about the baby, right? I mean, there's no way he knows. He couldn't possibly. I clear my throat and pull my wits together. What's left of them, at least. When I remind myself to at least give him a smile, I catch him texting someone right before he gets up out of the chair. Where are you going? Ugh, I sound so pathetic. Demian's wicked mouth curves into a smirk. He tosses his phone onto the bed and starts rummaging through his dresser. Ordered us some breakfast. Now I'm getting dressed. I figured Gloria doesn't want my sausage as much as I want hers. My laugh comes out in the ugliest snort. But oh my God, when's the last time I actually laughed? He notices. He seems pleased. He doesn't exactly hand me an award for the accomplishment, but he does toss me a large t-shirt. Here's this if you want it, but don't cover up on my account. I'm enjoying the view. I bet he is. And despite being a way to lighten the tension in the room, it strikes a chord inside me that sends a wave of relief through my rattled nerves. Maybe it wasn't just a pity fuck. If he means it, if he really does like seeing me like this, in his bed, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he really does want to fix whatever this is between us. Which would also make it impossible for him to be lying about the auction. There's no way he'd bring me there to sell me and actually go through with it only to, I don't know if romance is the right word, but whatever it's called, Demian went through a lot of effort to make this happen. He came for me. He saved me. I'm so lost in my own thoughts that I completely forget to pull on the shirt before Gloria arrives with a tray laden with breakfast food, juice, and coffee. Thankfully, Demian positions himself in the doorway so she can't see past his broad shoulders. They chat for a bit in hushed tones. I'm sure at least part of it must be about me. Demian thanks her for the food and waits for her to leave, then shuts the door and brings the tray over to the nightstand. Hotcakes and bacon, fresh strawberries, and whipped butter in tiny little cups beckon me with their warm scent. Well, except the bacon, which is weird because I love bacon. Ah, shit. I bet it's the pregnancy. A similar thing happened when I was pregnant with Willow. I didn't go full vegetarian, but chicken breast was basically the only meat that didn't make me vomit for the first 6 months. I reach for the orange while Demian starts munching on the bacon. Good. Maybe he won't notice or ask questions that I'm not ready to answer. He hands me a mug of coffee. Is coffee okay this early in the first trimester? I can't remember. Maybe if I just pretend to sip on it. That shouldn't harm anything, I think. Thank you, I say with a small smile. I'll at least hold it in my hands for a while and breathe in the rich aroma. If he asks, I'll explain the delay with "it's too hot" or something like that. Demian grabs his phone off the bed and flips through it for a silent minute. Then he turns it to me. On the screen is Willow, talking Bambi's ear off while the woman braids her hair. She's doing well in school, Demian adds while I watch my baby girl get ready for the day. Her teachers absolutely adore her. There was some concern with her while you were gone. My stomach knots. Don't cry. Not right now. You're doing good. But the school counselor has been working with her, made good strides with her adjustments, and now that you're back. He drinks his coffee. I get the feeling it's more to calm his own nerves than to actually drink something. When you're ready, I mean. She'll have a lot to update you on. She's got a big painting she's working on. I know she'll love to show you. I need to pull my shit together first. I need to be the best mother possible despite all the circumstances. At least, I feel less disgusting. I can't smell that monster anywhere, and aside from the raised keloid bumps on the back of my thigh, he's all but gone from my body. I never thought I'd be grateful that scar is located where it is. It's out of sight, and that's what matters. I hand the phone back to Demian. Thank you for taking care of her. I don't have better words to describe the immense, overwhelming relief flooding my soul to see my daughter so safe, healthy, and cared for. By him. By Demian. Yeah, well. He sighs and plops into his chair, taking another sip of coffee. I owe her. I was a complete asshole to her, and she didn't deserve any of that. I'll be making up for it for a very long time. I'm sure she's already over it by now. He shrugs. Maybe not. I know I'm not, so that's the timeline we'll go by. My heart squeezes. Did I ever think I'd find a man who could love my daughter the way I love her? God, please, even if nothing happens between us, please let him be everything Willow needs in a father. Please let him be everything this new baby needs in a father. Anyways, he drums his fingers on the armrest. We should probably talk. He's right. I know he's right. I totally agree with him. It doesn't mean I want to. Okay. I sniff my coffee and take a microscopic sip. Damn it. Gloria made me my favorite brew with the exact amount of sugar I always use. Where should we start? Demian looks at me, his face full of uncertainty. It would be cute in any other situation. He opens his mouth to say something, hesitates, then goes for it. What happened, exactly, between you and my father? Sure, great. Let's just fly out of the gate swinging punches. I lower the mug to my lap and stare at the dark liquid. Well, he bought me for $50 million. Something occurs to me just now. Wait, I know you say you didn't sell me, so did Rizzo? Rizzo gave me a cut. Demian looks rather uncomfortable and shifts in his chair. I didn't want it. But you still took it. No, not. He sighs. I didn't keep it. It actually belongs to Willow. I had my accounting team diversify the assets. She'll be set for college, travel, wedding, retirement, all the bells and whistles. I don't know what to say to that, or what to think. My sale, my hellish ordeal, being auctioned off like livestock, has put my daughter in a perpetual state of financial security. And just like that, I'm no longer haunted by the auction itself. I can easily accept it as a necessary evil that at least accomplished a previously unbelievable goal. And also, just like that, Demian is looking exceedingly more attractive than before. I don't know how, but just knowing that he did all of this for my child, I could climb onto his lap for it. So he bought you. Demian steers us back on topic before I have a chance to set my mug down and start acting on my horniest impulses. Where did he take you after that? That's a surprisingly easy answer. He took me for a drive, actually. It was kind of weird. Demian lofts a curious brow, but his eyes give away the fact that he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Was he all nice and generally pleasant, up until you did something to annoy him? I frown. Yeah, he did that a lot, even after the drive. Yeah. He nods. That's all Yig for you. He loves to fuck with your mind. It makes it more fun for him. I guess Demian would know, wouldn't he? Even though he went and visited at Ol Yig's place. It was easy to see there was no love lost between the two. Was that monster just as terrible to his own children as he was to me? Thinking about Ol Yig is starting to make me feel sick. My fingers are beginning to tremble. Maybe it's too soon. So this drive. I can't. I say it so suddenly I startle myself. Coffee splashes over my fingers and onto the bedsheet, still wrapped around me. I quickly dab it up and set the mug on the nightstand, avoiding Damian's hard stare. I'm sorry, I can't talk about him. Demian rubs a hand over his mouth as he stares at me. We need to talk about it. It's important. We will, I promise. Still avoiding meeting his gaze, I at least manage a weak smile. Can the fact that the mere mention of his name makes me sick to my stomach fill in the blanks for now? Clara. I sigh. I know he's your father, I get that. But honestly, I'm trying to forget that fact even more. You want to know what he did to me? You saw the aftermath. Can't that be enough? Demian is not pleased with my answer. He rubs his teeth with his tongue, and the little muscle in his jaw ticks. But then he nods. Fine, but we are going to talk about Rizzo. My nose curls. He didn't touch me. He wanted to, but he didn't. Yeah, he made that pretty fucking clear. I steal a glance at Demian. He spoke with Rizzo? Of course he did. They're in cahoots, or allies, or whatever international criminals call each other's frenemies with benefits. So, I don't know what you want me to say. You keep saying he's bad news, or he's double-crossing me, or whatever. I need to know how you know, and why you're telling me. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. I'm immediately under the impression that no matter what I say, Demian won't believe me. Is it even worth the trouble? Maybe things have changed since the auction, I don't know, so I have to reserve judgment. Well, I begin. Let's see. Raizo Watanabe has been on my father's radar ever since he rose up the ranks in the Vegas Yakuza. Because, they have people everywhere. The corner of Demian's mouth ticks up in the tiniest amused smile. Yes, I know. I pick at my orange. Yeah, so I know what he's like. What he used to be like, anyway, before my mom died. Then he went all weird, and Dad kept griping about the growing strength of the Yakuza and how they're enemies with the Russians, so I just put 2 and 2 together. Demian holds up a hand. Hang on. You knew Raizo before he was Yakuza. How? Mom may be gone, but Dad's still around. I'm not sure that's a secret I'm ready to speak into the universe just yet. Maybe one day. I shrug again and keep picking at my orange. Hell if I know, Dem. I was just a kid. It's not entirely a lie. I don't actually know how Mom knew Raizo or why he kept coming over behind Dad's back. I really was just a kid and they both treated me like one. I only have hunches. Demian runs a hand through his hair and sighs. Okay, fine. Tell me what happened at the hotel before you were sold. I ran into Martin. Dem snorts and nods. Does that mean he already knows about that? How? And then I ran into Dad. I study Demian's face for any tells he might give. He looks somewhere between stressed, anxious, and suspicious. We had a very serious talk and... Holy shit, the confession. I sit up straight and swing my legs over the edge of the bed. Tell me you heard the voicemail. Demian frowns. The what? The voicemail, or recording, or whatever. I sent it over to Bambi once I had it. My heart is pounding so fast I can barely breathe enough to keep up. He confessed to everything. Now Demian is all but glaring at me. He confessed? Yeah! Well, he said everything he knows about how Michael Little died. It wasn't... Demian holds a hand up to stop me. Clara, there is no voicemail, no recording, no confession, nothing. If Bambi had it, she would have sent it to me by now. And now my heart sinks into my gut. Because of course I can't catch a break. I want to believe you, I really do. He taps a finger on the armrest and sets his jaw. But you're making some pretty big claims based on evidence that doesn't exist. What am I supposed to do with that? I blink at him. Is he fucking serious right now? I slide off the bed, wrapping the sheet firmly around my body. I need a shower. Claire, excuse me. I'm not in the mood to argue with him. I'm not in any mood to fight for my truth, to convince people that I'm not just some crazed liar with time to kill and nothing or no one at stake. When I reach the archway leading to his extravagant bathroom, I pause. I look over my shoulder at him. You know what I've been wondering this whole time? I've known Raizo since I was a kid. So has Dad. And from what it sounds like, Dad knew your family and so did Raizo for the same amount of time. Demian, who is now standing and tapping out something on his phone, shrugs a shoulder. So why was it so hard for you to find me? Why did it take so long for us to run into each other? He pauses. Now I'm the one who shrugs. I don't know. Maybe it was fate. Or maybe I'm telling the truth. Sure seems like a good reason to keep us apart, doesn't it? Divide and conquer, as they say. I leave him to chew on that. I need a fucking shower. Chapter 7. Clara. Part of my campaign to erase the recent past now officially involves wearing Demian's clothes until I permanently smell like him. Also, men's boxers and boxer briefs are all sorts of insanely comfortable. It should be illegal. It's definitely sexist, giving half the human species shorts made out of clouds while the other half has to wear itchy lace and walk with elastic bands digging into our skin. I'm lying on top of his bed, wearing the shirt he gave me and a pair of gray boxer briefs, when someone knocks at the door. Someone who knows I'm in here. Demian left over a couple of hours ago. "Who is it?" I call out from the bed. "It's Bambi." I frown. "Go away." The door opens anyway. Bambi walks in, shuts it behind her, and quickly throws her hands up in surrender. I know, I get it. I'm the last person you want to see right now." To her credit, she does actually seem contrite, guilty even, and filled with regret. It would be great if I could believe any of that. "I said go away!" Now that she's inside the room, I feel zero obligation to shout across it. "I'm busy." Bambi resists raising a brow at the not a damn thing I'm currently busy with, but instead of leaving, she slowly walks toward the bed. "Clara, can we talk? Please, just hear me out." I don't respond. She sits on the edge of the bed with a heavy sigh. "You were right. I had a choice, and well, I chose my own survival." I try very hard not to scoff. "What was going to happen if you actually stood up for me?" "I've been standing up for you. That's why I was so afraid of calling him out on his bullshit. I've been on his ass so much about how he treats you. When it came time, I just..." Bambi sighs. "I didn't trust him to trust me, or you, and that was my biggest mistake." I really wish I knew what she was talking about. Still, I can't ignore the sounds of genuine regret in her voice. So I scooch over and give her more room to sit next to me, which she accepts with a hopeful little smile. It fades with yet another heavy sigh. "I don't know how much Dems told you about me." "Not much." She nods. "I figured. He respects me enough to not blast my backstory all over Kingdom Come, you know." "Decent of him." I do remember some things he shared when things were good between us. I just don't want to take away from anything valuable Bambi might end up sharing. "Yeah, well, I was a hooker when he found me." I pretend like this is new information, and that Demian did not tell me any of this over drinks at his casino. "Pardon?" Bambi leans back on her arms and stares off into nothingness. "My parents were pieces of shit, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. My dad ran out on us before I was even born, and my mama thought that having broad shoulders and a big dick qualified a man as a replacement baby daddy. She was so desperate for love, for attention and acceptance, that she never saw the way her boyfriends looked at me. Or," she shudders, "she knew exactly what they wanted and actively chose to turn a blind eye." I hope she's not talking about what it sounds like she's talking about. Mom's last boyfriend, at least the last one I ever had to deal with, decided he'd supplement the family funds by pimping me out. I decided then and there that I was done. I was done with his bullshit and done with her complacency. So I took to the streets and never looked back. On instinct, I reach for her. "Bam, I'm so sorry." She waves my concern away with a casual flick of her hand. It's all in the past, where I keep it locked away until tiny slivers peek out and make me fuck up and betray my friends. She steals a peek at my face. I owe Demian my life, literally. He didn't just take me off the streets. He put me through college, helped me establish my career, and most of all, he made me face my demons until I became the scariest motherfucker in the dark. I stifle a small laugh. That does sound kind of like Demian. Now she's the one reaching across the space between us. Bambi gently pats my hand. "That's what you need to do, Clara. Face your demons. Be their worst nightmare. Don't let them have a say in how you live your life." I wish it was that easy. I really do. But just the thought of having to stand on my own against the horrors the men of my life have created, it's exhausting. I'm beyond exhausted. Tears sting my eyes. "I don't know if I can," comes out in a choked breath. Start small. Ground yourself where you're the safest. She offers a small smile. You're safe here. You can ground yourself here. I sniff and hug my knees to my chest. I don't know about that. Demian is head over heels for you, she interjects. What? She nods at my surprise. It's true. I've never seen him like this, and I've known him for freaking ever. He's had one-night stands and drunken run-ins, sure, but this? With you? This is new. This is big. I blush and hide my face behind my arms. This is just convenience. Her brow practically hits her hairline. You and I both know there's literally nothing convenient about parenthood, and yet, despite his inner protests, that little girl has him wrapped around her finger. Did he tell you about her parent-teacher conferences? No, he told me she's doing well in school. He made it sound like general reports. I figured someone like Pavel or Bambi was giving him the insights. But she shakes her head with a shit-eating grin. Demian's been personally meeting with her instructors on a weekly basis. Attended the big school conference fair just last week. In person. By himself. She shrugs and corrects herself. Well, okay, Pavel wanted to go with him for the fair. They had popcorn. Once again, I don't know what to say. Bambi notices my shock. She tilts her head to one side and gives me a considerate once-over. I don't want you to run away screaming, but I have to ask this because I've been wondering for a while now. She takes a deep breath, then lets it out in a low sigh. Do you know what a good man looks like? I blink. I'm not saying he's perfect. Shit, he's anything but. It's just... She does that peering thing again, her expression full of sympathy. When every formative experience you've ever had with the male half of humanity is worse than the last, it's fair to wonder if you'd know a good man when you meet one. Someone who cares for you and about you, who cares for everyone in his world before he looks after himself. I just sit here and soak in her words. Is that what Demian does? As I scroll through a mental list, the answer becomes an ever-resounding yes. His whole vendetta against me came from a care and concern for his older brother, from a sense of justice, misguided, for sure, but still present. But even before he figured out who I am, Demian insisted on bringing me and my daughter, without hesitation, to his home the second he knew we were escaping abuse. In fact, Demian never asked for more details when I told him. He seemed to just hear and understand that we were in danger, and his immediate response was to protect us. Just like he protected Bambi, and probably Pavel. And I'm guessing from their seemingly undying loyalty, every single one of the men of his Bratva. I blink back hot tears, then slowly shake my head. I really don't. I don't know what a good man looks like. I don't know what being protected feels like. I hide my face in my hands. Fuck! This is why I can't. It's suddenly harder to breathe. I don't realize I'm rocking back and forth until I feel Bambi's hand start to rub gently on my back. When I suck in a deep breath to force the calm, it's shuddering and raspy. I'm such a fucking mess. I'm dirty and disgusting, and Willow deserves so much better. Better than me, better than all this shit she's been through, better than... I'm gonna stop you right there. Bambi pries my hands from my face. Her brow is arched in that don't even argue with me look I've seen her give Demian plenty of times. You don't get to decide what Willow wants. Yes, you are her mother and you will always decide what's best for her. But you don't get to decide if you're worthy of her. She does. I want to argue, but it kind of makes sense, I think. She's so little. Yes, which means she doesn't know the details of what's been going on, and she probably will never find out. Not entirely. What little she does learn will happen when she's much older and able to come to her own conclusions. Like I did with my own mother. My beautiful, amazing mother who endured hell to give me as close to a slice of heaven as possible. What would she think of me now? What would she do if she were in my shoes? Bambi pulls out a folded piece of paper from her pocket and slowly opens it. She's a tough kid, smart as hell, and one of the sweetest, most compassionate children in the world. She lays the paper down on the bed next to me with a pat. She's also a little girl who misses her mommy. It's a crayon drawing. I recognize Willow's artwork immediately. A smiling sun shines above a field of grass and flowers, all scrawled around abstract etchings of her and me holding hands. My mommy loves flowers. I love my mommy. I miss her too. Demian helped with the spelling. Bambi says softly. We're working on the basics with her handwriting, but her teacher says she's excelling for her age level. My eyes flood again, but this time, these are happy tears trickling down my face. My sweet baby girl is so smart, so talented, and so perfect. I don't want to ruin her. I don't want to steal the sunshine she loves by clouding it with the darkness that seems to constantly fill my life. But I miss her. I miss her so much. You have every right to be pissed at me and Pavel. You have every fucking right to beat the ever-living shit out of Demian. Shun us, throw us out of your room, whatever you need to do to get your space while we grovel for your forgiveness. Bambi taps the drawing with a finger. But are you really going to punish your little girl? My jaw drops open. No, she didn't do anything. So why are you keeping her from seeing her mommy? I hug the picture to my chest as if it can somehow transform into Willow. Through my tears, I see Bambi slowly rise and move to the bedroom door. She turns to say something more, then decides against it and leaves. This road to recovery is going to be incredibly long, if I ever do reach that destination. I'm covered in scars, visible and invisible alike, and I'm so scared that I'm going to somehow harm my little girl. But if everything is true, I'm realizing that Willow is safe. She's safe, and she's protected by people who love her almost as much as I do. And maybe, just maybe, I'm finally safe too. Chapter 8. Clara. I take another shower. Not because I feel dirty, just because I needed to feel the warm water gently cascading down my skin. There's definitely something to be said about those rainfall shower heads. After sneaking back to my room and slipping on a clean sundress, I decided it's time to soak up the remaining summer sun before the days start melting into autumn. Not that there's much difference out here in the Mojave, but those of us who have lived here our whole lives can feel the shift in temperature. I try offering Gloria some help cleaning the kitchen. She shoos me away with a wink and a smile, and, at the last second, suggests I go relax by the pool. A few minutes later, after settling into one of the lounge chairs, one of the bartenders quietly sets a small tray next to me. Grapes, gourmet crackers with aged cheese, and a huge glass of blended sangria make up the ensemble. I pretend to take a sip of the sangria before I set it out of arm's reach. No one comes up to me to talk. No one stares at me awkwardly or whispers as they walk by to do whatever it is Demian's people do. I'm left alone to my own devices, which feels boring. It feels incredibly, insanely boring. I don't know what I was expecting after everything, not just coming back after the ordeal. There's been so much patching over, talking through, and, well, making up for lost time with Demian and Bambi. Where do I stand, or sit, as the case may be? Am I a guest? A former employee? One thing has become increasingly clear. I'm definitely not a prisoner. I'm soaking in the desert sun, listening to the trickling song of the marble fountain in the pool, lost in my thoughts that drift to daydreams of what could be. What kind of life can I have if I'm able to overcome the damage done to me in Olliegg's home? What kind of woman could I allow myself to be now that I'm safe and free to actually have a choice? Why does my heart ache when I start imagining taking Willow and leaving this place? I don't hear the doors to the main house open and close. I don't really notice the scuffling of staff around me. It's not until I feel something, someone, large and ominous, suddenly next to me that I sit up with a gasp. "Sorry," Mako says with a hand held up apologetically. "Didn't mean to startle you." "I'm fine." It's kind of a lie, but mostly the truth. "I just wanted to let you know that if anything becomes too much, just give us a signal and we'll take care of things." I furrow my brow. Okay. My heart picks up the pace, but since he seems calm, I tell myself there's no impending danger. Mako nods and moves to the main house. He seems to be silently communicating with someone through the door's window, because after a few quick nods, he turns the handle and is almost immediately flattened by the door when Willow comes barreling through. "Mommy!" Oh my God. I don't notice leaving the chair. I don't even register moving at all. I basically teleport halfway across the courtyard to sweep my little girl into my arms and cover her sweet face with kisses. And cry. I'm definitely crying. Scratch that. I'm sobbing. So is Willow, which both surprises me and makes me hug her even tighter. Her little arms are a steel band around my neck, and I don't care if I suffocate to death in her embrace. It's enough to just be here with her, holding her in my embrace. I cry because I'm so relieved to see her, to hold her, to know that she's been so well cared for. Even now, as I glance over her shoulder, I can see Mako and Bambi watching from a respectful distance. They both seem relieved and yet cautious. It was me he was talking about. I realize that now. Mako had the presence of mind to assure me that if I couldn't handle this, if such a reunion was too much too soon, he and Bambi would step in to usher Willow away and give me space. The thought of them doing that almost makes me growl ferally. I definitely cling to Willow tighter. I know it's for our best, but she's my baby girl, my baby. Bambi was right. Willow needs me, her mommy, and I need her. I also cry because I'm so fucking terrified that all of this can vanish at any moment, that I'll suddenly wake up, pinned beneath that horrible man, and I'll once again be worlds away from my precious daughter. I cry because I want this to be real. I need this to be real. And then I cry because somehow I know beyond any doubt that it is. Willow seems to know that my tears are more than just relief and happiness. She doesn't uncurl herself from around me, but she does reach one small hand up to caress the side of my face. That's when I hear it. So soft, so sweet, so perfect. The last time I sang it to her, I was trying to keep her calm while we hid from the monster who imprisoned us in his house. Now it's Willow singing softly to me, hiding me from the beast whose mere memory still makes me shiver and retch. She holds me close to her, tiny little fingers lightly stroking my cheek, and reminds me that there are good things waiting beyond the rainbow. If happy little bluebirds can fly, why can't I?
Chapter 9. Demian. I'm the world's biggest fucking asshole. Yeah, so how's that foot tastin'? Bambi sings songs from the speaker setting of my phone. I'm gonna call you back, I mutter. My eyes never leave the computer screen as I blindly fumble for the end call button to hang up before she says anything else to rub it in. Why? How? And again, why? The voicemail I was so adamant did not exist in any way, shape, or form, that Bambi definitely never sent me at any point, is staring at me on my laptop screen in the fucking spam folder. I almost don't want to click it. Clicking it will either confirm or deny that this entire time Clara's been telling the truth. It will tell me that I either heard exactly what I heard that fateful night at the Meridian between her and her father, or I, in my infinite assholery, just up and left the woman of my dreams to be swallowed whole by her nightmares. The mouse moves at a snail's pace across the screen. My fingers feel so fucking heavy descending for that click. But I do. I click it, and I brace myself. At first, static. Then, watch your tone with me, young lady. Every protective nerve in my body instantly bristles at the sound of Greg Everett talking to Clara in that threatening snarl. I don't fucking care if he's her father. He lost that privilege the first time he ever raised a hand against her. Or you'll what? Hit me? Kick me around like you used to? Good times, right? That's my girl. That's the fire in her I fell in love with, the same fire I'm determined to see stoked back to life despite and in spite of everything she's been through. Claire Bear. I don't understand why it's so hard to leave, Martin. You turned your back on Uncle Mike like it was nothing. What's so different now? What are you talking about? Fair question. I turn up the volume and lean back in my chair, pretty damn impressed by her investigative skills. I might need to take her with me to an interrogation and just let her do her thing. Someday, eventually, when I'm not so on edge that I'm ready to shoot the wind for touching her wrong. I think you know. Greg chuckles. Enjoying the free champagne a little too much, huh? Michael Little was poisoned. There's a long silence. I don't even notice I'm holding my breath until my lungs start to burn, and then, Michael Little was shot. He was, but that's not what killed him. And you know this how? I don't. You just told me. Get him, Clara. I don't try to hold back the smile that spreads on my face at the sound of her using his own words against him. Goddamn, she's amazing. I didn't. Another long, heavy silence. Then Greg lets out a heavy sigh. Shit. I didn't think it would ever get out. I freeze, and then I rewind the recording and hit the play button again. I didn't think it would ever get out. Pause, rewind, play. I didn't think it would ever get out. Yet. This is the confession she was talking about, the one I swore did not exist. I let the recording continue playing, telling myself to not be frustrated with the awkward silence and subtle rustling because obviously there's more. Obviously, Clara must have been just as floored as I am right now. I didn't poison him, I swear, Claire Bear. No, I need you to know that. I know how much he meant to you. Bull fucking shit. But you came home early that day. And then he came over for coffee. Yeah, to off me. I suck in a breath the same time I hear Clara audibly gasp. The fuck? Yep, you heard me. Mikey figured out I was on the take, which he was going to report me for anyway. But then he found out about your mother and I having some marital problems, and I guess he decided killing me was better. Marital problems? Clara snorts a laugh. Her voice drips with sarcasm and practically frames the phrase with air quotes. You mean he found out you were beating her? Clara. Call it what it was, Dad. At least give her the dignity of the truth. My shock is momentarily sidelined by the sudden bloom of pride in my chest. Clara's take-charge voice is doing all sorts of wonderful things below the belt, too. Focus. I need to focus. You're right. I fucked up. A lot. And Mikey found out, and you know how he was. You were like family to him. I thought I was too. But he turned his back on me and slipped that weird fucking poison into my coffee.
Dad, that's crazy. You're trying to tell me?
You saved my life, Claire Bear. I didn't know it, not at the time. But when that coroner's report came through, and I saw that fairy tale bullshit was what did him in, I knew. I don't realize I've thrown the coffee mug across the room until the sound of it shattering pulls me out of the sudden blinding rage clouding my awareness. I pause the recording. I take a breath. I tell myself that I need to listen to the whole thing before leaping to conclusions. I've done enough of that kind of leaping to last a lifetime. How do you know? It could have been me. I could have been the one who poisoned him. Greg laughs. He actually fucking laughs. Oh my God, Clara. You're too funny. An 8-year-old committing murder by poison. Honey, I have seen some twisted shit in my career, and yeah, I've come across some child killers who send chills through my spine. But you, honey, please.
I had the book.
My stomach twists into knots. She challenged the notion with my own words, my own conviction that she was or ever has been one way or another responsible for Michael Little's murder. To hear Greg fucking Everett laugh in her face at the very idea is to hear him laugh in mine. I fucking despise it. That damn book. It was his first, did you know that? Got it at a school book fair when we did one of those anti-drug assemblies. He'd read it while on patrol. He was always into plant shit. I used to tease him about starting his own greenhouse and making real good money, if you know what I mean. He keeps droning on and on, waltzing down memory lane and comparing Michael to Martin. I never met the former, but my gut says he was a far better man than anyone else in this fucked up pit of vipers that is LVPD. I found that wolf shit growing in his windowsill, after the autopsy, I mean. I knew you obviously didn't have anything to do with it, and your mother had been visiting her friend all day. So I had to ask myself, how did the poison get there?
He grew the poison for you.
Well, shit. My mind is so full of thoughts, dark thoughts and guilty thoughts and raging thoughts, that all make it impossible to hear whatever the fuck Greg crowed about in the aftermath of his dropped bomb. It's easier to just tune it all out, let it play as the white noise to my meditation over who I'm going to murder first. Greg? Martin? Olyang? Raizo? Greg. It has to be Greg.
What do you have against the Zakrievskys?
Clara's question yanks me back out of that mental storm. I lean forward in my chair and crank the volume up even more, as if the background static might reveal extra hints or hidden answers. It's all about control, sweetheart. You need to learn this. I've been trying to teach you your whole life. You have to keep things under control at all times. Oleg knew how to play by the rules, but Tolia, he was a wild card. He was out of control. Oh, Greg. Greg. He has no fucking idea what out of control looks like in a Zakrievsky. But I promise him one thing. He is about to find the fuck out. I jump out of my chair and pace back and forth inside my office while I listen to the rest of the recording. I listen to Clara fit the puzzle pieces together, and I listen to Greg confirm that he, in fact, was the one who kidnapped her that night. All part of some fucked-up bait-and-switch plot to kill who seems to be the one decent man in this shitty story. I listened to him explain how Tolia doing a good and honorable thing is what made him uncontrollable. I listened to Detective Greg Everett, the arresting officer, croon with pride over his brilliant scheme to weaken the Zakharevsky dynasty because there's no way a young upstart like me could ever manage the reins of such an operation. And I listened to him admit with his whole chest, with such immense satisfaction, that he loves conducting lucrative, repulsive business with Raizo Watanabe. Business like bringing down the one Bratva who stood in the Yakuza's way, like procuring broken women off the streets whom no one will miss and selling them into that sick fucking prostitution ring. When the recording finally finishes, I download it onto my phone and grab my headphones. I shoot a quick text to Pavel to make sure no one enters the gym for the next 2 hours. I'm going to be punching things, throwing things, and planning things. Chapter 10. Demian. Down in the gym, I punch bags and mannequins and walls until I can't feel my fists anymore. I bench press weights I've never dared to try, and the rage coursing through my veins makes it feel like I'm lifting feathers. I squat, sprint, crank out endless sets of pull-ups and sit-ups until I nearly puke. The soundtrack of my workout is the recording on replay. Greg's cocky voice and Clara's determined one, dancing in verbal tango around and then into the dirty details of what actually happened to Michael Little. The whisper in my mind reminding me that this has been sitting in my spam folder the entire fucking time is what eventually drives me out of the gym and all the way across the compound to my favorite little hole in the wall. Tonight feels like a bourbon sort of night. Half of me is tempted to chug straight from the bottle, let the drunken stupor hit faster. The other half is scolding me for running from my problems instead of facing them head on. That second part can shut the hell up and let me get some fucking sleep. I'll face my problems with a solid game plan in the morning. I'm halfway through my second refill when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it and go back to my drink. A moment later, it buzzes again. What? I snap when I answer. Cut the attitude. I need your help. Oleg's voice rumbles across the void. I snort. Okay, let me go ahead and wake up, because I know I didn't just hear you ask me for help. She ran away, Everett. She drugged me and slipped my guards. I need her back. Now I just flat out chuckle. I know for a fact that Clara didn't drug him. He's too proud to admit a woman clocked him in the head and left him for dead. That sounds like a you problem. Have a great night. She's your problem too. Oleg shouts into his phone. She is your fucking problem and you are going to help me find her and drag that lying whore back to my estate. No, I don't think so. Again, Eva. If you hang up on me, boy, I will blow your little compound to bits. Don't fucking test me. I sigh. Fine, I'll bite. I sigh again and roll my eyes. How is Clara Everett my problem? Aside from keeping me in a near constant state of obsessive need to touch her, smell her, taste her, and bury myself inside her. She's our goddamn bargaining chip. Did you not figure that out? Why the fuck do you think I'd bother with the little bitch otherwise? I don't fucking know, and I don't care to know who you stick your dick into or why. Oleg sighs. I can admit to enjoying the game too much sometimes. I risk missing out on the prize. He clears his throat and refocuses. Which is why I'm calling. I need you to find her, hunt her down and drag her to my private hangar. Hell, do me a favor and act as her personal guard for the flight back to Russia. I trust no one else at this point. Doratsky Okhanake. Typical of him to curse his men, instead of accepting responsibility for his own actions. But the part that has me tightening my grip on the tumbler is the back to Russia bit. Russia? I thought you just left. Alia grunts. Only temporarily. Once I get that bitch into my main operation, Everett and the LVPD won't have any way to bring her back without going through me. So, let me get this straight. Another gulp of bourbon steels me to stomach this conversation. Your plan is to kidnap Clara Everett again, then take her to Russia, sell her into some violent prostitution ring which may or may not kill her, and demand ransom from her father and the Las Vegas police. Not just any ransom. Tolia. I set the tumbler down with a slow, solid thud. Tolia. I'm going to make it very clear to Everett and his idiot colleagues that if they ever want to see Clara alive and well again, they will release Tolia and send him back to Russia. And then you'll fly her out to the States? I don't believe it for a millisecond. Oleg snorts and confirms my suspicions. Absolutely not. If she's not already dead from the very long list of clients I have lined up for her, I'll be keeping her as my personal slave. Maybe even breed the bitch like I wanted to do before she ran. He chuckles. Or who knows? You do an excellent job helping me and helping Tolia. I might loan her to you. Let you get your dick wet and work out your rage on her before I turn her over to Tolia for his fun. I laugh like I love his idea. I'm actually laughing because, oh my God, the fucking audacity. And the idiocy. He doesn't know I'm the one who took her. He doesn't know just how much she means to me. It's practically unbelievable. The thing is, I can't leave Oleg to his own devices completely unsupervised. But if I'm going to keep tabs on him, I need to under his skin. Yeah, sure. I pour myself a third glass and chug the whole thing in a single gulp. If I'm going to make a deal with the devil, I'm not going to do it sober. I'll help you. Give me the details, including her cellar. Oleg's proud beam practically echoes through the phone. That's my boy, and fuck all with the cellar. I can see why he got rid of her. Raizo, Skolski Obliudak, kept the sale anonymous. He snorts another laugh. Probably to stop me from returning her for a refund. She'd be more trouble than she's worth, if she wasn't worth my son's life. It's a Herculean effort to keep my voice level and detached. Send me a text with her details. Last seen, distinguishing marks, etc. I remember who you're talking about, but I wasn't paying much attention. Please, I saw the way you looked at her. At any rate, I'll just send one of my men over to your place and... Just swing by the casino, I interrupt. There's a much better selection of imports there anyways, and you haven't even seen my escorts yet. I figure if there's one thing that will lure the beast into my trap, it's a scantily clad woman. Twist my arm, he jokes. Fine. And Demian. Yeah? Don't fuck this up. You bear my name, but I will not hesitate to kill you if you fuck this over. The love is mutual, Ochets. I hang up before he can have the last word.
Chapter 11. Clara. Baby steps. Baby steps are still steps in the right direction. If nothing else, they're better than standing still. I keep telling myself that every time I feel the doubt creep in. Doubt that I'm doing right by Willow when I shy away from things I used to do with her. I just can't. The first morning after we reunited, I cried when she left for the school day. It wasn't the leaving. It was the way her sweet little face fell when I tried to gently explain that I couldn't take her to school on my own. What I was trying to say was, Mommy is terrified of losing you, getting kidnapped, driving over a landmine, falling into an endless, bottomless pit. But what she heard must have been something like, I can, I just don't want to. I didn't want to see you the second I came home, so why would I want to spend time with you in the car? The second morning, I'm given the biggest surprise. Roxy pouncing on me with a giant hug and excited squeal the second she comes through the door. Apparently, Demian had texted her and invited her to the compound. We hug, we cry, we pseudo-scream at each other for me giving her the biggest scare of her life. And then she doesn't ask. She just tells me, we're grabbing the kiddo and driving into the city together. I try to let her know I'm not ready, but she shoots me a look and firmly informs me that I'm getting my ass in the car even if she has to tie me up and throw me in. It's a little too soon for kidnapping jokes, but the sentiment is enough. I'm a nervous wreck the whole ride. What if we're attacked along the way? What if all Yag's men suddenly appear in their trucks and start shooting out our tires? Will I be able to throw myself over Willow and protect her from bullets? Will I be able to protect her from Master? Roxy doesn't make me leave the car when we pull in to drop Willow off, but she does take my little girl's hand and walk her around to my side of the car so I can open the door to give her a hug goodbye. Baby steps. Once Willow is safely in her classroom, we go through the drive-thru of Roxy's favorite gourmet cafe, and she forces me to order the most elaborate, creamy, sugary concoction I would never normally get for myself. You need more meat on them bones, girl, she insists. She turns to the barista and adds, let's get a box of pastries too, 2 of everything on the menu. Then, sugar fix in hand, she drives us up to a lookout spot so we can eat breakfast and gaze out over the city in peace. When she parks, she points out how still and isolated it is. If anyone tries to sneak up on us, we'll know, and she cracks her knuckles menacingly and gives me a megawatt grin. I just wish a motherfucker would. I laugh and nudge her. I missed you, Rox. Missed you too, hun. We lapse into an easy silence for a few moments, both of us chewing and sipping contentedly. So, she asks through a mouthful of sugar-dusted croissant, when's the baby due? I promptly choke on my coffee cake. Roxy glances at me and smirks. Oh, come on, like I wouldn't figure it out. She really would. I wasn't exactly planning on waving a banner over my head, but I also wasn't planning on telling her or anyone for a while. I should have known better. What gave me away? I know she has weird eagle eyes that notice tiny details about people most others would miss, but still, I needed to know if there's anything that will alert Demian to my condition. I'm just not ready. Not yet. You insisted on decaf. Roxy sips her frappe and shrugs. I know you. You're a quad-shot biatch when the opportunity arises. Last time I recommended decaf, you just about gouged my eyes out. We share a laugh, and then, in the slightly awkward silence that follows, I nod, kind of. Roxy lights up. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Does he know? No. My expression must be haunting because she immediately sobers up and rubs my arm. Hey, it's okay. You okay? She sits up straighter and frowns. Did Demian do something to you? I know you'll tell me what's been going on when you're ready, but you were gone for weeks, and It's not... No. I try to give her a reassuring smile. Demian didn't do anything. Bad, I mean. He didn't hurt me or say anything or whatever. I'm not ready. We're not exactly picking out China patterns together, you know? I don't know how he'd react to finding out I'm pregnant with his baby. Oh, so it is his baby. She nods thoughtfully. Good to know. My eyes nearly bug out of my head. Who else would it be? I'm not that kind of girl. I don't know, girl. I've been there. I've seen his collection of broody hunks walking around all hot and muscled and, well, you do have your pick. And after Martin, that's like swimming in a candy jar. I snort. I absolutely do not have my pick. And honestly, I kind of don't mind that at all. I've only slept with Demian the entire time I've been there. He's actually the only man I've slept with since leaving Martin, which is a giant relief no one will ever fully understand the true depths of. Yeah, well, you could do worse. The guy has great hair, and he's decent looking. He's built like a Greek god. Roxy cocks a brow. I thought he was Russian. I don't know any Russian gods. Except Demian, apparently. We giggle and go back to ravaging the pastry box. It's the most food I've eaten in one sitting since returning from the ordeal, and somehow, Roxy just knew it was exactly what I needed. The next morning, I'm up before Willow, and I'm the one to help her greet the dawn. The way her face lights up when she sees me at her side, it's like a soothing balm to the open psychic wounds I'm still nursing. She grins, wraps her arms around my neck, and happily lets me drag her out of bed and into a big bear hug. I don't know if any morning will ever feel normal again, but each one that arrives is a reminder that I'm here. This is real. I'm safe. Willow is safe, and we have each other. We're sitting in the dining room, working on the puzzles on the back of the cereal box together while munching on the cinnamon sugary goodness, when Demian darkens the doorway. Demi! Willow happily hops up out of her chair and runs over to him. He sweeps her up into a hug and gives her a playful growl as he nuzzles her with his scruffy chin. How's my little cub this morning? He kisses her cheek and they rub noses together. Bunny kisses. Demian Zakrievsky, big bad Bratva boss, the king of the Las Vegas underworld, is giving my 5-year-old daughter bunny kisses. And she's giving them right back. I might actually need to pinch myself. Then again, something's already pinching me, in my heart, in a way that both thrills me and terrifies me. I knew from day one that I was attracted to this man. How could I not be? He's breathtakingly handsome, devilishly charming, has a great sense of humor, and despite every logical cell in my brain screaming, "Run away!" the dangerous edge to him is something that makes me bite my bottom lip and curl my toes. But he hurt me. He betrayed my trust. He offered me the world, and then ripped it all away, and then came back, which I guess counts for something. I just can't throw myself at him like I used to, or like I used to want to. Except now, he's not just doting on my daughter. He's acting like she's his, like she's always been his. That does things to a mother's heart. Things I really don't need him to be doing, not while the wounds are still so fresh. Unless, could this mean they're healing just a little bit? I don't know. Shit, I don't know anything anymore. My God, Demian exclaims with feigned insulted shock. Are you doing our crossword puzzle without me? Willow giggles and points to her chair, so he carries her over and sets her down in it. I'm showing Mommy how far we got, right, Mommy? I don't know how it flew past my notice. The words already figured out in half of the crossword puzzle in the center of the box. There's also tic-tac-toe and a maze we were just now working our way through. But as I squint closer at the crossword puzzle, I realize that the penciled letters are definitely not Willow's beginner-level handwriting. They're Demian's. He settles into the chair next to Willow, who wiggles happily in her seat and flashes me an excited grin. All right, what do we have today? 3 down. What does it say? Oh, she can't, I start to softly say, but Demian lifts a finger where his arm is resting on the back of her chair. Willow pulls the box closer.
I sing ga.
Sing? Demian corrects. But very close, good job. Keep going.
Sing?
Willow proudly nods once and continues.
I sing to the moon, and I licky. Like your...
You got it, keep going. He gently rubs her back for a second to encourage her.
Your fur.
Demian squints dramatically at the box. That's a tough one. Need help?
Can I sound it out?
That's usually what we do, isn't it? But I'm thinking this time it might be one of those tricky bastards. Demian! I gasp, then laugh. Language! Willow smiles up at me.
It's okay, Mommy. I know I'm not allowed to say bad words. Only grown-ups can.
Oh, dear Lord, what sort of bad words has she learned not to say? I smile and rub her back just like Demian did, though I shoot him a what the heck look, to which he responds with a not-so-apologetic shrug.
Free and duh?
Demian beams proudly at her and leans back in his chair. Really, really close. Great job, Dorsimika. Willow slumps with a sigh.
I didn't get it.
Hey now. He tucks a finger under her chin and gently tilts her face up to look at him. What do we say about hits and misses? Willow sighs.
Even if it's just a graze, it's still a hit.
He arches a brow. And
even if I miss, I still get more shots.
Demian lightly ruffles her hair and grins. That's my girl. Now, do you want to know what the word is, or do you want another shot at it? I can't believe it. My baby is learning hitman phonics. I don't know how to process this. Willow crinkles her nose in thought, then gives an affirming nod.
I think I need help this time.
Good job asking for help. I'm proud of you. When he raises his hand for a high five, she smacks it hard, and they go into some sort of secret handshake I'm definitely not in the know on. The word is friend.
Friend,
she repeats. She turns back to the box and starts again.
I sing to the moon and look like your friend. 4 letters.
Demian strokes his chin in deep thought. That's a good riddle. I think I might be stumped. His gaze flicks up to mine. What do you think, Mom? I think I've entered an alternate universe, that's what I think. I gape a bit and shake my head, flabbergasted. Just not by the crossword puzzle. Shoot, I don't know, that is a good one. What sings to the moon?
A wolf!
Willow suddenly exclaims. She holds her fingers up and carefully counts the letters as best she can.
Wolf. W-O.
She looks to Demian for help, who nods his encouragement but doesn't say anything other than sounding the letters out with her.
L-F. It fits.
Demian high-fives her again and makes a little victory fist. Got the pencil? Willow snaps her fingers, another surprising development. When did she learn how to do that? And hops up to find the pencil they apparently use for the crossword. While she digs through the utensil drawer, Demian meets my stare with a slightly more heated gaze. Or maybe it's not heated. It's definitely different. Kind of. No clue how, but it is. He offers me a lopsided smile and is about to say something when Willow comes bouncing back. Immediately, the somewhat heated gaze downshifts into something else as he refocuses back on her. She hands him the pencil and watches him write each letter in the little squares. W-O-L-F, they announce together. My heart is no longer pinching, it's straight up weeping, overcome with overwhelming joy and pride and love. Love for Willow, of course, obviously, but also for... Can I dare to think it? Is it too dangerous to entertain? I didn't think it could be possible, especially not after the ordeal. Despite his explanations and apologies, it just all felt a little too little, a little too late. And yet, here we are. Here they are, sharing a bond and a rhythm I never in a million years expected Demian to not only embrace but encourage. He's teaching her how to read, how to spell, how to overcome those little insecurities that naturally eat us up inside. Above all, he so clearly, obviously loves her, just as much as she loves him, if not more. Demian glances at the watch on his wrist and sighs. Well, kiddo, it's that time. Let's get our teeth brushed and grab your backpack. Did you grab your lunchbox from Gloria? I pat the small bag on the table. We got it. He smiles, then winks at me. Did you ask Mommy if she'd like to come? Willow immediately spins around in her chair and folds her hands.
Please, Mommy?
With coffee and cream, Demian adds.
Yeah, please, Mommy, with coffee and cream.
I can't hold back the smile or the laugh that breaks free. Okay, I'll come. Want me to carry your lunchbox for you? Willow hugs me tight.
Yes, please. Just until we get to school. Then I can carry it by myself.
Again, Demian shrugs at my perplexed expression. Kid's independent and strong. They both flex their muscles for me, then laugh and hold hands as he leads her to the bathroom to go brush her teeth. As I watch them stroll along the walkway between the two buildings, I can't control the overwhelming and confusing mix of emotions that swarms my vision and stings my eyes. No, I'm not going to cry. If I keep crying at every little thing, I'm going to die of dehydration. But maybe just this little bit. I can shed a tear of happiness over my daughter finally finding a father. Chapter 12. Clara. We sit in the parking lot of Willow's school for only a second. It's all she'll allow us before she grabs her backpack and lunchbox and tries to unbuckle her booster seat with one hand. Demian hops out of the driver's side to help her. She holds still just long enough to get unbuckled. Then he pulls her out. She bounces on her feet. They clasp hands, and it's off to school they go. Except they stop on the sidewalk, then turn and wait for me. Can I do it? Can I make myself get out of the car? Demian doesn't signal for me to stay or join them, but he's also not telling Willow to just come along, let's go. He just stands there, patiently waiting, while Willow waves for me to join them. I can do this. For her, I can do this. I slowly slide out of the car. Willow celebrates with a "Yay!" and bounces up and down in her new sneakers. She holds her hand out to me, and once again becomes the middle of our little family sandwich. Oh God, I just thought of us as a family. I steal a quick, worried glance up at Demian. He just smiles at me and continues to hold her other hand as we walk to class together. He doesn't know my thoughts. I haven't violated any of our unspoken boundaries. Good.
Bye, Mommy.
Willow reaches up for me, so I crouch and give her a hug and a kiss at the classroom door.
Bye, Demi.
When she does the same for him and he crouches down to give her a hug and a kiss on her cheek, I don't know if I'm overwhelmed with love, relief, or arousal. Because let's be honest, there is something insanely attractive about a gorgeous man who's also a great father. Demian waves to the teacher in the classroom, who smiles and waves back, then looks at me with surprise and joy and waves even harder. I lift my hand, feeling a bit awkward, but then I remember what Demian had mentioned about Willow's progress in school. The staff knew about my disappearance and helped her work through the emotional trauma as much as they could. Do they? I don't know how to ask what I'm not even sure I'm asking. Word is that you were the victim of an abduction. Demian quietly confirms as we turn to walk back toward the parking lot. As if it's the most natural thing in the world, he reaches down and takes my hand in his. Obviously, they don't know the details, but we felt it was better to diffuse the gossip with a bit of truth so everyone would know to treat you with care and respect.
Because the only other possibility is that I abandoned her. It makes me sick to my stomach, but I can't blame anyone for wondering.
Don't worry. He reassures me with a gentle nudge. Between the subtle gossip campaign and Willow's not as subtle declarations about how you're the best mommy in the whole wide world, your reputation is safe.
That makes me smile. I can imagine Willow making poster signs all about it and shouting with all her little voice's might that she has the best mommy in the universe. I pray I can continue to be that for her.
Hey,
Demian says softly when we reach the car. His hand cups the side of my face.
You okay?
I think about it. Honestly, yeah, I think I am. He furrows his brow with concern.
You're sure? I know this has been a lot, and I don't want to throw you into something you're not comfortable with, but
My hand covers his, and I lean into him a bit more. Really? I'm fine. I'm playing catch-up. It's a lot to follow, but I'm doing it. And I glance around to make sure we're truly alone for the moment. I'm so fucking happy. Because I am. At least where Demian and Willow's relationship is concerned. I'm so fucking happy, and I'm so fucking relieved.
He smiles. Good, because I want to take you somewhere. Is that okay?
I nod. I'm not going to say I'm leaping at the opportunity to be out in the open where anyone can just shoot at us, but I need to keep up this practice of baby stepping. Sometimes, baby steps stumble into a run. Demian's taken me to one of my favorite spots in all of Las Vegas, the outdoor botanical garden, complete with museums and pathways winding through 8 beautiful acres of exotic plants. I'm so happy I could honestly cry. But I don't, because I'm determined to finally stop crying over every little thing. I'm a big girl, I can handle my shit. Demian doesn't take my hand this time. In fact, he seems like he's feeling a bit uncomfortable under the open collar of his Henley shirt. We walk in silence for a decent stretch of the main pathway. I want to ask him what's on his mind, but I also don't want to break this therapeutic quiet. Birds chirp in the Joshua tree overhead, where we find a bench to sit and rest on, out of the desert sun.
Okay.
Demian sighs and rubs the back of his neck as he stares out at the foliage.
So, I owe you a big fucking apology.
The snark in me wants to say, understatement of the year. But I shove that down and simply look at him. What do you mean?
I found the voicemail.
I swear even the birds go silent. My heart definitely does. Gulping, I slowly nod and lean back on the bench. So, does this mean you believe me?
Yes.
His answer comes without an ounce of hesitation. A huge weight suddenly leaves my chest. I didn't even realize I've been carrying it around until right now. Strange how absence can make us discover something we've always had. Do you trust me? At this, Demian does hesitate. I shouldn't be surprised or hurt. Maybe I stepped too far by reaching for the mile when he only gave me an inch. But then he sits up and scrunches his nose.
I'm not the best at trusting people. I never have been, not even as a kid. I figured out pretty early on that no one is as good as their word. I trust evidence, though.
He sags back against the bench and finally looks at me.
I always have. Funnily enough, I used to want to be a detective when I grew up.
That catches me completely by surprise. What? Really? Demian chuckles and nods.
Made the announcement when I was like 7, 8 maybe. I was going to be a full-blown police detective and solve murders and capture thieves.
Oh my God, I bet your parents were just... I shake my head.
Pissed as hell? You bet. Except for my mom,
who wasn't around to hear my announcement or witness the way my father literally beat the idea out of me. No one carrying the Zakrievsky name would ever go into law enforcement, not if he could do anything about it.
I try to imagine Demian with a badge. Hell, even him in a basic blue uniform as a rookie cop is almost impossible to conjure up. But then I realize something. Can you imagine being on the same squad as my father, as Martin? He makes a face and laughs bitterly.
Yeah, I'm not exactly heartbroken over missing my chance to do a ride-along with Greg Everett or abuse my power with Martin.
His smile fades into something far guiltier.
So, to answer your question, I can't promise that I'm suddenly able to trust you as much as you deserve. But I can absolutely promise, without question, that I believe you. Trust will come. I'm trying.
I shouldn't milk it. I really shouldn't. But this is one of those discussions that warrants serious clarification so no one is on the wrong page. What do you believe?
I know you didn't kill Michael Little. Not intentionally and definitely not with any knowledge of that stupid poison or the coffee or just...
He rubs a hand over his face.
And I know you didn't have a choice when you testified. It's become pretty fucking obvious that Greg beat that testimony out of you to cover his own ass.
I nod and swallow hard. I'm glad we're sitting on a bench because I'm pretty sure I'm about to drop to my knees in gratitude. Instead, I slump against the stone back with a heavy breath that feels like I'm exhaling every molecule of tension, stress, and anxiety that this whole ordeal has wrought within my body. Someone finally believes me. Demian finally believes me. I don't know how long we sit there like this. Me completely silent and breathless. Demian frowning at the desert flowers like they're judging him. When he speaks again, I'm jolted back to the here and now to find him kneeling on the sand at my feet. His hands rest on my knees as he looks up at me, eyes bright and glistening.
Clara.
I blink. Yeah.
Remember that night we met at the hotel?
Of course, I whisper. How could I forget?
I want to go back to that.
I don't want to frown at him and put him off, so I touch his hand instead. What do you mean? He sighs deeply.
Before I put two and two together, before I knew who you were, I wanted you. I wanted you, Clara, and not just in my bed.
All air disappears from my lungs. I can only swallow and blink at him, hoping he'll continue so I don't start wondering if I'm dreaming or hallucinating.
You were so beautiful, then and now. But somehow, I could tell you have this beauty on the inside, and a strength and a fire in this perfect combination that I didn't know I was looking for. I wanted you by my side, as my woman, as my lover, and I
really, really don't want to start crying, but damn it, it's not fair. It's not fair to find all this out, to hear this directly from him when it's too late, when I'm beyond redemption. Demian tucks my fingers inside his fist.
I fucked up, Clara. I fucked up so bad. I shouldn't have, but I did, and I treated you like shit. I want you. I need you like I need air, and I still treated you like shit.
Only when his voice breaks do I realize he's crying.
I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Clara. I don't deserve your forgiveness, so I can't ask for that. I just want to know if we still have a chance. Any chance at all to start over.
Start? What? What did he just say? My mouth struggles to form words. And then out of nowhere, some switch flicks in my brain and I can't shut the hell up. I don't know, Dem. I really don't know. I want to say we can. I really do. I want to tell you that it hasn't been all bad, that we actually have some pretty wonderful memories. And that I'm pregnant with your child. But that's what abuse is.
It gives you promises and takes them away. It's what Martin did all the time to me. Hell, it's what my father used to do. I draw in a deep, shaky breath and look out at the desert flowers so I can keep myself focused. I've heard such pretty lies. I've been promised so many beautiful things, perfect futures, and every single time, without fail, I've been a goddamned idiot for believing in them. Fuck, here come the tears. But sometimes you just have to let them come. They blur my vision when I look back down at Demian. My voice chokes around the growing lump in my throat. You promised me the world. You promised to keep me safe. You said I was yours and that you'd never let anyone touch me. And then you sold me. I know you didn't hold the gavel. You didn't call out the prices or even lead me to the auction block. But you organized the whole event. You hosted it, Demian. My voice wobbles when I start to remember the faces of women who will never be seen again. Because of him. What he did. What he chose. Fuck, I'm shaking. I ball my fists at my sides and try to focus on breathing. In, out, in. I'm not going to lose my shit out here in public. Out. Or take it out on him while he's apologizing. Demian looks grim, but he hasn't moved, hasn't pulled away or even looked away. He's still kneeling there, touching my legs, accepting every word that flies out of my mouth for better or for worse. I know, he finally says after what feels like the world's longest pause. I know, and I don't have the right words to tell you how deeply I will regret that for the rest of my days. He's already told me so, but it does help to hear it again, and again, and again, until I actually start believing it. Better yet, until I actually start seeing it. You want to make it up to me? His eyes spark with hope. I push myself up off the bench, effectively pushing him away as well. Start by treating me like a human being. Cut this alpha male bullshit and treat me like a fucking equal. That's what I want. That's what I need. I don't wait for a response. I don't know if I want one right now. All I want to do is stomp down the path until the urge to scream isn't as strong anymore.
Chapter 13. Demian. I've just had my ass verbally handed to me. I deserved it, there's no question about that. I'm still sitting here, still in shock over it. And then, out of fucking nowhere, a grin spreads across my face. Her fire. It's back. It's back and it's aimed squarely at me, but I don't fucking care. I'm honored even to be the one stoking her flames and drawing her back closer to her former self. She's right on all accounts, too. Especially the part she didn't say out loud, but had etched all across her face. My involvement, my complicity, cost dozens of innocent women their lives. Who knows how many children will never see their mothers again. I know I have a shit ton of work to do to make things right. The first thing on that list, make things right with Clara. And that starts with laying out all our cards on the table and breaking the web of miscommunication we're constantly tangled up in. I find Clara walking through one of those labyrinth rock gardens that people say is supposed to help you find an answer to the question you asked at the beginning of the maze. I'm not sure if she asked a question about me, like whether or not she should put my balls in a jar on the mantel, but I'm pretty damn certain I've come to a decision about her. I didn't seduce you just to punish you. I tell her without preamble once I enter the labyrinth path. Some random pair of tourists glances our way, but I couldn't care less. I mean what I said. I wanted you. Just you. Clara, not Clara Everett, key witness. And shit, I have to tell her. I have to be honest with her, and this is going to involve being honest with myself, even if it's making me feel like my chest is about to implode. I kept coming up with reasons to hate you, to not want you, because I couldn't handle the fact that I wanted you, that I actually cared about you, that I... Clara pauses mid-turn in one of the maze's branches. She doesn't look up at me, but I know what she's waiting for me to say, what I'm waiting for me to say. I had to keep telling myself all the reasons why I wasn't allowed to love you. Because, damn it, I loved you the moment you walked into that hotel room. I meant what I told her a moment ago. I do not trust people. Trust is danger. Trust is vulnerability. Trust is ripping your chest open and letting the world flay you alive from the inside out. That's what I saw my parents do to each other, and that's what I assumed came with love, a package deal. You couldn't get one without the other. But what I've decided is, I no longer fucking care. Clara Everett can rip me to pieces if that's what she chooses to do. I'll let her. I'll stand in the middle of this stupid labyrinth and surrender myself to whatever may come out of this. I love you, Clara. I'm fucked up in the head and I have no idea how to be a good man or a good partner. But I love you. And even though I'm shit at admitting or even accepting it, I know that loving you means I can't ask you for anything. I can't ask you to forgive me or even love me back. All I can do is offer. So this is that. This is me offering. Laying all of me at your feet and saying, it's yours to do with as you please. Love me back or don't. Accept me or exile me into the desert. It's your choice. Your power. Silence. A bird chirps. Rocks shift over sand. More silence. She very slowly, very quietly shuffles her feet toward me. She's hesitant and afraid, and I don't blame her. So I drop down to my knees and show her that I'm dead serious. I'm done taking from her. All I am ever going to do from now on is give to her. The silence stretches so long I'm almost certain she's done talking to me. But then she toes at a pebble and sighs. I'm so scared, Demian. No, scratch that. I'm fucking terrified. Not just of waking up to find out this has all been one long dream, and I'm actually back in that. When she starts to choke up, I bound to my feet so I can pull her into my arms. There's no fight in her body, just fear, anxiety, and need. She lays her head on my chest, then buries her face in it. I've been so scared to love you, and it seems like every time I finally feel like we're in a good place, boom, just like that, we're not. I can feel the dampness of her tears on the skin at my throat. I don't care about money or prestige or swimming pools with marble fountains. Clara sighs and pulls her face back to blink up at me. All I've ever wanted was just you and your respect. Not like bow to me or anything. Just the respect you give to an equal. It's all I've ever wanted from anyone in my life, and I thought you'd finally be the first to give it to me. So if you're going to give me anything, give me that. Just treat me like a human being, like a person with thoughts and feelings, with dreams worth pursuing, like someone who might actually be right once in a while. Her voice grows very quiet very suddenly. Like someone who loves you and only wants what's best for you. I tilt her face up to look at me. Fuck. Those long lashes sparkle with her tears, and I want to kiss each and every one of them away. I'll do you one better. I'll treat you like a queen. My queen. She blushes. She shakes her head, but oh, I definitely saw her blush. I don't want or need all that. I just want to be part of your world, your life, your team. I press my lips to her cheek and taste one of her tears as it rolls down her soft skin. I love you, Clara Everett. I press another kiss to her brow. You're not part of my world. You are my world, you and Willow both. I can't believe I was stupid enough to almost lose you. I'll never stop proving to you that I mean it. She pulls away, but only enough to study my face, to see that every last bit of this is real. And then, sweet, merciful heaven, she kisses me.
Chapter 14. Clara. My world is spinning on a broken axis. And yet, somehow, I'm still in orbit. Demian loves me. He loves me. He straight up told me in no uncertain terms that he loves me, that he's been in love with me since that very first night at the Meridian. We kissed, even though I didn't say it back. He didn't ask me to. I'm not sure I can right now, and somehow, it feels better knowing that he's actually okay with it. It's not that I don't love him. It's just, I don't know if I'm able to give him the kind of love he deserves when I'm struggling to give it to myself. The kind of love that forgives, that heals, that forgets. So what I did instead was kiss him. Kiss him and pray that somehow he could feel in that kiss that I just need some more time to work through things. I think maybe he did get a little bit of that, because when we stepped back, we still held hands and stood close together. We walked out of the labyrinth together, side by side, and further down the path. And then we kissed again, and again. We might have done a bit more if it weren't for another small group of tourists crunching down the path toward us. Demian laced his fingers with mine and led both of us out of there before anyone could stumble upon our naked, writhing limbs in the middle of makeup sex. Now we're in the car, sitting in a semi-comfortable silence, still holding hands, too, even though he's driving. It's not that there's any awkwardness between us. I think the semi part comes from the fact that we both know we have a mountain of issues to overcome if we're going to make this work. So I decide to take a big step of my own. Hey. Demian smiles and lifts the back of my hand to his lips, pressing a kiss there. Yeah. Do you maybe want to go out sometime? Just you and me? And a candlelit dinner? I'm really more of a cheeseburger and fries girl, but I'm also a let's date abusive assholes girl, and old habits need to die. Baby steps. He grins. Yeah, you sure? I'm sure. My heart squeezes at the notion that he's even asking. No, I'm not loving the idea of being in a restaurant full of complete strangers who could all be armed. But I'm also hating the idea of not being in control of my own goddamn life. Demian looks so proud of me. There's no way I'm backing out of this now. He opens his mouth to answer, but then the car's system alerts him to an incoming call from Pauville. He lets go of my hand just to tap the accept button. Everything okay, Pav? I glance at the clock. Willow's school should be letting out right about now. I'm not liking this. Pauville's voice rolls low through the car speakers. I'm here at the school, I have Willow, but... I take in a sharp breath. Demian glances at me. But what, man? I think I just saw a caravan of black SUVs pull in through the back. Pop, pop, pop. Gunshots. Screams. Oh, God. Pav! They're here. Pavel shouts into his phone. They're here and run! Willow, run! Willow screams. The line goes dead. My world is spinning on a broken axis. The only thing tethering me to it is Demian's hand squeezing mine. The sound of his voice promising me that we're going to go get Willow right fucking now. Even the sound of his voice shouting orders in Russian is better than the dead buzzing of the ended call. I do my best not to puke all over the leather seats while he pulls a U-turn so fast that it lifts us on 2 wheels before we crash back down. We peel up front and center at Willow's school, Demian ordering me to stay inside the car while he grabs a gun out of fucking nowhere and bursts into the fray. I get it. He wants me to stay where it's safe. He loves me. But this place looks like a goddamn battlefield, and my baby girl is somewhere in the middle of it. I'm not staying put. Clara! I ignore his shouts and beeline straight for Willow's classroom. There are bullet holes lodged in the adobe walls and piercing through the glass windows. Oh, God. No time to be sick. My baby is in there. I duck low and peek through one of the still intact windows. To my relief, I recognize one of Demian's hired guards standing between the door and the group of small children huddled behind their teacher. He's poised and ready to take down whoever comes through that door. This is not the time for my heart to fill near to bursting, but it still does. Demian promised he'd make sure no one would ever harm Willow in her own school, and here, in the worst possible scenario, he's held up his word. I catch the guard's attention, and he immediately recognizes me. His eyes widen with surprise, then darken with concern when I mouth the question, "Willow?" He shakes his head. "She's not in there." "Don't panic. Fuck, don't panic. She could be anywhere." I dart across the small courtyard toward the set of offices where the administration must be hiding. Demian shouts after me again, this time with good reason. A few bullets whiz past me. The bodies I try not to trip over tell me exactly what's going on. Yakuza. Raizo. Revenge. The Yakuza soldier shooting at me yelps in pain, then drops dead with a bullet between his eyes. Over my shoulder, I see Demian lowering his gun only slightly. He glances at me, his face a mask of focused rage, but he nods. He gets it. He's pissed, probably worried all to shit, but he gets it. And he's got my back. I fumble my way into the main office. The receptionist yelps in fear and is quickly hushed by her colleagues, and everyone stares at me in pure shock when I tiptoe over to them. "Willow! Have you seen Willow?" The receptionist quickly shakes her head. "Her uncle, Pavel, came and signed her out. We figured they must have gotten out before all..." Her voice catches. "All this... I nod, so she knows she doesn't need to struggle through the words. I completely understand what trauma can do in times like this. I'm shocked I'm holding myself together as much as I am right now, to be perfectly honest. Taking a side door back out makes more sense than drawing attention to the main entrance, so that's where I sneak next. I don't care if I have to tear this place apart. I will find Willow, so long as the Yakuza didn't already take her. No, don't think like that. Not yet. Demian meets me outside, gun lowered by his side. "We're in the clear. Security managed to take out the majority before we got here. The stragglers are either gone or dead now." He scans my body, clearly checking me for injuries. "Any sign of Willow?" I shake my head. I feel myself ready to burst into sobs, but he clasps my shoulder and gives me a loving little shake. "Hey, she's here. She's safe. There's no way Pavel would let anything happen to her, okay?" I nod. I take a deep breath, nod again, and we both head back to the parking lot where we think Pavel must have made the phone call. It makes sense, right? He picked her up, signed her out of school, and had to have been at least halfway to the car with her holding his hand when the attack started. Think, Clara. Ignore the surging panic and fucking think. Mommy? Willow's small voice sounds even tinier, but oh my God, is it music to my ears. Demian whips around the same time I do. She slowly climbs out from behind the HVAC system at the side of the building closest to our car, which, now that my brain is allowing me to process actual details, I can now see is only a few spaces away from another one of Demian's cars. Pavel. Mommy! Willow! I sprint to her, scooping her up into my arms. Now feels like the perfect time to let those choked-back sobs run free. My baby, oh my baby, my sweet baby. She clings to me, shaking like a leaf. I've got you. Mommy's got you. You're safe. I hug her so tight I might as well be reabsorbing her back into my body. At the moment, that feels like the best way to keep her safe from this horrible world. Demian comes up behind me and hugs both of us tightly. He presses a kiss to Willow's forehead. Thank God, he breathes. For a millisecond, his hand that cups her face actually trembles.
You okay, little cub? Are you hurt?
Willow shakes her head.
How about Pawville? Where's Uncle Pav?
At this, she hesitates. Then she points back at the HVAC system. He hit me, is all she whimpers. He did. And he did a fucking phenomenal job of not only hiding her, but truly protecting her. Both Demian and I can see the dents where bullets ricocheted off the thick metal that makes up most of the processing units when we make our way over. There's a small space in the middle of all those huge metal units that's just big enough for a small child to tuck inside. A few yards away, we find Pawville. He's been shot, and it's bad.
Pav.
Demian drops to his side and lightly smacks his too pale face a few times.
Come on, stay with me. This is not how you go out, man. Not on some preschool playground.
Kindergarten, comes the softly groaned reply. Pawville slowly blinks his eyes open as much as he can muster the strength to do.
It's fucking kindergarten. Big kids. Get it right.
Demian rolls his eyes. The majority of the blood seems to be pooling around his stomach, and that is not a good place to take a hit.
Clara,
Demian barks without looking up at me. He hands me his gun, which I take with no small amount of hesitation while still carrying Willow in my arms.
Take my car and get Willow home. I'm taking Pav to the hospital.
Sirens call out in the distance. Finally, help is arriving. But I'm going to make an educated guess that a Bratva versus Yakuza firefight at a school means a delay in getting Pawville help and a shit ton of interrogations, paperwork, and dealing with my father. Or Martin. I'm not sure which is worse. We're coming with you. I take the keys he's holding out, but I refuse to just run home and hide.
Clara!
Demian, he risked his life for her. For us. We're going to be there when he wakes up. He distracts his own frustration by hoisting Pawville into his arms. When he's about halfway up, he grunts and gives me his best warning look.
Oleg might find you.
Good thing I've got a gun. I see the corner of his mouth twitch. Then he sighs and uses the breath to lift Pawville up the rest of the way, at least enough to drag him to the other car.
I'd rather you go home where it's safe.
I'd rather not be on the open road without security, I counter. That lands how I want it to. Demian grunts another bout of frustration, but we get Pawville into the car and buckle him in, careful of his wound. Next thing I know, I'm pulled into a searing kiss that almost makes my teeth hurt. Demian breaks it off and stares me directly in the eyes, his hands in my hair to hold me in place so I don't look away.
You ride my ass all the way to the hospital. Understood? I can't lose you again. I can't.
He blinks, clears his throat, then turns to Willow and gives her another kiss to her sweet face.
You make sure Mommy does as she's told, okay? I'm counting on you.
Willow nods.
Good girl.
He looks at me again, very clearly warring between saving his friend and protecting us. But we have a plan, and we made our promise. So he ducks into the car while I get Willow buckled in, and then peels out of the parking lot with me following close behind. I try to ignore the gun lying on the passenger seat while I drive. I try to ignore the way it actually makes me feel better, safer, than I've felt in weeks. I try to ignore how much still hangs in the balance. Chapter 15. Clara. Hey, sweetie, do you want any more of your water? Willow shakes her head. I try not to sigh because I'm not frustrated with her or anything like that. I'm just... Okay, I'm worried. I'm beyond worried. Willow is my sweet little chatterbox who never hesitates to share every detail about her day with me, good or bad. Want a gold star for being helpful in class? I'll receive a play-by-play of the official ceremony during which said star was bestowed upon her good behavior chart. Kid at recess was mean to her? By the time she's done with her story, I'll not only know what they were wearing, I'll know the brand name of their shoelaces and who they had a crush on last year. She hasn't spoken a single word since we left the school. She also hasn't cried. Truth be told, Willow hasn't made a peep. It might be the hospital that's scaring her. I'm ashamed to admit that we've had our visits more than once. For me, not her, thank God. Martin never laid a hand on her, at least not until the last few days before we finally left. But when we did have to come to the hospital for anything other than her checkup and vaccinations, it was because I'd broken yet another finger or suffered yet another concussion. Of course, nurses whispered questions to me. Of course, my suspicious condition was reported. And of course, Martin would always be the responding officer. She was quiet then, just like she's quiet now and was quiet on the way here. Not humming or singing to herself or talking to the birds as they flew past her window. She just sat there, silent, numb. My baby is too young to develop numbness. She's too young to be in a shooting. They all are. Demian walks back over to us from the nurse's station, his hands in his pockets but his stride calm and unhurried. He's in surgery right now, he explains once he sits down next to me on the arm of the couch Willow and I have settled ourselves into. Not much to update, but they said that usually means things are going well. Demian looks exhausted. He's always on alert, always ready to go, whether it's a meeting or a dinner or a fight. But right now, as he sighs and stares off into space, it's like that one single breath exhales what little energy was keeping him upright. How are you? I ask him. At first, his hand feels limp when I take it. But then his fingers lace with mine and his thumb brushes over the back of my hand. Pissed. Worried. More pissed. He sighs again and covertly slides his gaze over to Willow. More worried. I can empathize. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forget the way he kicked that car door open and barreled out into the gunfight without a moment of concern for his own safety. No vest, no shield, not even a partner to check his six. He had no idea where any of the Yakuza shooters were, and yet he didn't care. All he knew was that Willow was in trouble, and that's how he responded. My heart squeezes, so my hand in his does too. Bambi bursts through the elevator doors, not a stitch out of place, but clearly breathless. Where is he? In surgery. We both reply at the same time. She blinks, a bit startled, then quickly shakes her head. Good. If he pulls through, they better keep him in there because I... Demian slides off the couch to give her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. He'll pull through, okay? He's tough. Way too tough to let anyone get the drop on him in a schoolyard. Which is so fucked up, Bambi hisses. She quickly glances around, covering her mouth. After a moment, she clears her throat and straightens. Sorry, I'm just... Who does that? Who wakes up and thinks, hey, today's a great day to mow down a preschool? Kindergarten. Demian and I say in unison. Again. I don't care if it's fucking Harvard. People are messed up in the head. She pulls out her cell phone and taps the screen a few times. So far, the reports are coming in with no casualties on the school's side. A few administrators were either grazed or hit, but nothing lethal. All children accounted for and unharmed. All of the dead belong to the Yakuza. I glance at Willow. Is this sort of talk too much for her? But she just stares at the floor, kicking her feet back and forth. What's LVPD have to say about all this? Demian asks. She snorts. Very little that doesn't have to do with covering their own asses. Parents and the general public are demanding to know why it took them so long to respond. And? Bambi shrugs and tucks her phone away. Who knows? All I know is that there's no way you should have been able to beat them to the punch, but you did. That's enough to keep their PR department busy for a few days. And clean house, I mutter. Both of them turn to me. I didn't realize I said that as loud as I apparently did, so I awkwardly shrug my shoulder. I mean, look at who we know on the force. One guy, one who's actually decent. Two who are dirty as hell, and one of those two has been on the take for literally decades without reprobation or notice. Either they're blind or they've been turning a blind eye. It doesn't surprise me that people who ignore corruption drag their feet to save the innocent. Whew, have I been bottling that up inside me all this time? Honestly, probably. That same blind eye looked right past my bruises on the witness stand, right past my mother's black and blue face day in and day out. Bambi's phone buzzes in her pocket. After a quick glance, she holds up a finger. I left a message with the school admin that I'll happily represent any disgruntled parents and teachers in a civil suit against the surviving shooters. Looks like they'll take me up on the offer. Demian frowns. A civil suit? Her face suddenly breaks into the most wickedly delighted grin I've ever seen on a human being. Oh, yeah. Want to know the best part? They used a cover to scope out the premises and get on site past the first layer of security. A shell company. Owned by Rayatan Industries. Damian's eyes widen and he takes a step back. No, you're not serious. I am. Bambi cackles. Biggest mistake that man has made in years. I am so confused. What does that mean? Demian turns to smile at me. Rayatan Industries is owned and operated by Raizo Watanabe. It's his public, completely legal front. Bambi nods, which means that while he can't be charged with anything criminal, I can bleed him dry through this little side business via negligence and liability. Know who you hire, verify background checks, all that sort of thing. Fucking brilliant. She notices Willow and walks over to her, kneeling by her side. Hey, Sugar Plum, she coos softly. I heard you had a rough day at school. Willow doesn't look at her, only nods. Want to talk about it? Willow shakes her head. I don't blame you, but... Bambi gives her a conspiratorial little smile and wink. I'm gonna need a lot of energy to help take down the bad guys. Can you help me pick out the best ice cream for that? At first, Willow doesn't respond at all, but then she slowly lifts her head, looks at Bambi, and nods. Oh, thank you. The woman sighs with dramatic relief. I know this one place that has like 48 different flavors and even more toppings, and I just get so overwhelmed. Her voice fades as the elevator doors close, Willow's hand in hers as she quietly walks beside her. I don't get a goodbye wave or a hug, just an empty stare that slowly shifts to the closing doors. And then nothing. Demian fills the empty space on the couch and rests his arm on the back behind me. It feels like he's holding me while giving me space at the same time. I appreciate it more than I know how to say. How are you holding up? He softly asks. I shrug. Good Lord, that movement alone feels heavy. Everything feels so heavy. Am I just as exhausted as he is? I should be over the moon that Willow is safe and unharmed, but now I'm wondering, is she? Or is she permanently traumatized? Tears sting my eyes. Did I still lose her? Hey now, shh. Demian pulls me close and kisses the top of my head. I take that as my cue to go ahead and let the tears fall, and he lets me. None of this is your fault, okay? None of it. If anything, it's my fault. My war with Raizo should never have reached either of you, least of all Willow. What? No, it's not your fault. I wipe my tears away with the back of my hand and look at him like he's lost his dang mind. And it's not like they're the only ones out there threatening her. Martin, even Oleg. He stiffens. What about Oleg? He asks, his voice suddenly dark. I sniff and take a deep breath. Plucking the hem of my shirt helps to calm my nerves just a little bit as I dip a toe into the part of my life I'm desperately trying to forget. He kept asking if I had kids. I tried to pretend like I didn't, to protect her, but he didn't believe me. He wanted to find her and bring her to me. I hesitate. I don't actually know how far that monster's depravity goes because I didn't stick around to find out. For himself, I think. Demian's entire demeanor darkens. And then, like a light switch just flicked on, he brightens again with determination.
You don't have to worry about that. That much I can swear to you.
I know he's your father, but
he's a fucking monstrosity. I don't care who hears me say it. I will end him before he even gets close enough to breathe anywhere near her.
I know he means it. I know that level of cold fury should send me running for the hills. Instead, it makes me caress his face and lean in to kiss his cheek. Thank you, I whisper. Demian nuzzles into my hand, closing his eyes with a sigh. Again, that awareness of how truly tired he must feel, both physically and emotionally, creeps into my mind. I don't even think about it. I just instinctively pull him into my arms and hold him. No kisses, no moves to tempt or seduce, just holding him. Sometimes, even the king of the underworld needs a place to lay his head.
He's my best friend.
I hear him quietly groan into my shoulder.
He'll pull through this. He has to.
I don't say anything in response. I simply hold him closer and lightly scratch his back the same way I do whenever Willow is upset. Dem sucks in a shivering breath, holds it, then lets it out in a heavy sigh. The way his body seems to collapse on that exhale tells me everything I need to know, and because of it, I decide not to ask any questions.
Pavel was the first to even suggest I take over, after everything with Otets and Tolia.
He lifts his head, but loops his arms around my waist so I don't pull away. Not that I was going to.
We were just kids. I thought he was insane, but he thought we could do something better, something greater with all the resources just lying around the compound.
Demian huffs a small laugh and rolls his eyes.
He's always pushed me to be a better man, put the Bratva to good use. I was ready to turn it all into my personal army of vengeance. He wanted me to be Robin Hood with a band of merry men.
Would that make him Little John? I ask. That gets a stronger laugh.
Do not let him hear that one.
We sit together in comfortable silence, just waiting for news on Pavel's surgery and praying it's the only news we'll have to deal with for the time being. I can't even believe it's all been one continuous day. It feels like I've lived eons since the sun rose. This morning, I woke up wondering if I could get through the day without disappointing my daughter yet again. By mid-morning, I'd successfully sent her off to school and agreed to a public outing with the man I have both dreams and nightmares of. By early afternoon, I'd confronted him without holding back and had my world rocked with his confessions. It's only been, 2 hours, not even 3, since our walk in the botanical garden. I get why Demian seems so exhausted. Days like this exist on repeat for him. I'm about to lean up and kiss him in an act of heartfelt appreciation when the elevator doors open and my father steps out. Chapter 16. Clara.
Clara,
Dad says, completely stunned. Demian quickly stands and steps between us.
The fuck are you doing here, Everett? I heard about the shooting. Willow wasn't there when I arrived, and then someone said they saw you.
He tries to look around Demian at me.
They saw you, and I couldn't believe it. So you just what?
Demian wraps his arm around me as I move next to him, though he keeps himself in the line of fire.
Thought you'd come pretend you care.
Dad narrows his eyes.
This is between me and my daughter. Oh, no.
Demian's chuckle is dark.
You and I both know you don't give two shits about your own family. Even if you've suddenly decided you do, it's too little, too late. I don't care who you think you are. I'm Demian Zakrievsky, corporate CEO and the primary financier of the new surgical wing we are currently standing in.
His grin doesn't meet his eyes, which stay cold and utterly venomous.
Now give me one good reason why I shouldn't call security in and throw your ass out.
Did I seriously miss that little detail? A quick glance at the gold letters above the elevators doesn't say Zakrievsky, but who knows? At this point, Demian could tell me he sponsored the sunset, and I'd believe him. Dad is doing everything he can to stop himself from blowing up and causing a scene. I know all his tells: reddening face, flaring nostrils, narrowed eyes, clenched fists down at his sides, slow, rattling breaths deep in his torso. He's being put in place. No one ever dares put Greg Everett in place. But he knows that Demian is an unstoppable force. I wish he would try, just so I could watch Dem snap him like a twig. But even my bull-headed father knows better than to throw himself headlong into an unwinnable battle. So instead of flying into a rage and throwing punches, like he used to do with Mom, he takes a deep breath and gestures to me.
Can I speak with my daughter?
Demian calmly shakes his head.
Not without me or my lawyer present and cameras recording every word.
Dad tries to bypass him again by stepping toward me.
Claire Bear, this is ridiculous. I'm not some monster.
Demian intercepts him.
I'm going to stop you right there and give you 3 seconds to back the fuck up.
Dad glares at Demian and gets in his face.
Or you'll what? Assault an officer?
Demian's face suddenly brightens into a delighted grin.
Oh, so you're on duty. That does make things simpler. Unless you're here to arrest either of us, we're going to need you to step back, detective.
He says it loud enough to catch the attention of the nurses' station, and a few turn their heads to see what's going on here. Dad's caught, and he knows it. So does Demian. If Greg is trying to flash his official badge to get his way, then Demian's lawyers, aka Bambi, will rip him an official new asshole with every last legal method in the book. And if he's admitting he's off the clock, then there's nothing in the world stopping Demian from breaking his face in.
I just want to know where you've been,
Dad concedes with a sigh. He's still trying to talk around Demian, like I'm the weak link here.
I was worried. Martin's beside himself with worry. He's been tearing apart the whole city just to find you.
My brow arches. He didn't look very hard. At first, I meant it as a reference to the fact that Alyag kept me within city limits the entire time, so any claims of tearing apart Vegas is a gross exaggeration. But now, Dad's glancing between me and Demian, and I realize he's coming to a whole different conclusion. And it's not the worst angle to take, either. So I lean into Demian and slip my arm around his waist with a contented sigh and smile. I'm fine, Dad. I just needed some time to process everything. You threw us for a loop at the cocktail party, and after Martin attacked me—
He did not attack you. Were you there?
Demian snarls.
Were you standing there, watching him, to make that determination, detective?
Dad's mouth snaps shut. He's not winning any ground, and he knows it. He knows it, and he hates it. Truth be told, I completely forgot all about my father the second Alyag bought me and spirited me away for his sick games. I've been so worried about protecting Willow from the monsters in my world that I forgot I have my own monsters to deal with. And my father is probably the biggest of them all. Except, instead of facing him head-on, bracing myself for a backhanded comment or literal backhand to the face, Demian's standing guard, shielding me from him, protecting me, just like he promised he would. I am not used to this, but I definitely like it.
You need to show me some respect, boy,
Dad snarls in Demian's face.
I don't care what you think you're doing with my daughter.
Demian only meets him nose to nose and scoffs.
What are you going to do, old man? Smack me around? I invite you to try.
He steps into Dad's space so close, so fearlessly that Dad actually takes several steps back. It won't work on me, and it won't ever work on your daughter ever again. Are we clear? Nurses are watching on full alert now, but no one has called for security since neither of the men have raised a finger against each other. Though part of me kind of wants to see Demian chuck him across the room. How does it feel, Dad? Can't take what you dish out? The rest of me, the part that's tired of all the violence, just wants some peace and quiet while we wait for Pavel's surgery to end. I rest my head on Demian's chest and smile serenely at Dad. Thanks for coming by, Dad. I'm great, really. I'm safe, I'm happy, and Willow's loving her new home. Dad glances around. Where is she, anyway? With our friend, I reply, before Demian can jump back in on the defense. It's not that I don't trust him to defend Willow with every fiber of his being. I just think things will be more effective if we approach this on a united front. Judging by the look on Dad's face, I'm right. You left Martin for him? I left Martin for all the same reasons you gave Mom to leave you. Now it's my turn to take a bite out of his ego. I just decided to do what she should have done ages ago. I'm ashamed I even let it go on for as long as I did. Now, unless you have official police business here, it's time for you to leave. Even though I'm shaking, I'm not afraid. Not with the way Demian's tucking me into his embrace. Not with the way every nurse and now a few quiet security guards are watching the exchange, waiting for some signal to jump in. Not with the way Dad, for the first time in my entire life, actually looks a little afraid. You think you know what you're doing? He sniffs and nods once. Fine, have it your way, but don't come crying to me when this all blows up in your face. Demian's brow lifts. Is that a threat, Detective Everett? But Dad only waves his hand at us in disgust and shuffles onto the elevator. The doors shut between us, and it feels like a literal severance of whatever twisted connection we used to have. You okay? Are the first words to fly out of Demian's mouth. I turn to him and offer a sheepish smile. You stood up for me, like really, truly stood up for me. No one's ever really, I sigh. Thank you. He cups my face in his hand and holds me there so I have no choice but to look him in the eyes. I told you, Clara, I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make everything right. You're safe with me, and I am never going to let him or anyone else lay a finger on you, on Willow. No one. He glances over his shoulder toward where Pavel had been wheeled away for surgery. I can't claim perfection, and I've definitely made a mess before, but... He turns back to me and rests his brow against mine. I can promise that I will fight for you. Always.
Chapter 17. Demian. I told myself I'd get some work done at the office, where it's quiet and devoid of reminders of everything going on at home. I got here about an hour ago, and since then all I've managed to do is sink 3 shots of crumpled scrap paper into the wastebasket. The rest of my attempts are scattered around on the floor, as messy as my thoughts. Pavel pulled through surgery and spent the past few days recovering in his private hospital room, the very best my money could afford. Doctors said he was lucky the bullet missed his major internal organs, but they still had to stitch some important pieces back together and make sure any and all bullet fragments were removed. Once he was awake and alert enough to tell me what happened, I wanted to hug him and kick his bed over at the same time. Was he directly shot? No, he's never that clumsy or unaware. Was it a bullet that ricocheted off the HVAC while he lowered Willow into that tiny space? It sure was. Lady Luck despises noble sacrifices, apparently. Does he feel stupid about it? More than a little bit. We still don't know exactly why Raizo's men shot up Willow's school. It's such a risky move for a traditionally cunning, careful man. Pavel is certain they were after Willow specifically, but again, it doesn't make sense for them to risk harming her by shooting so close. What does injuring or killing an innocent little girl accomplish? One thing Raizo did manage to accomplish is deeply traumatizing her. That pisses me off more than anything. She's physically unharmed, but what that asshole did to her mind is enough to make me want to burn his entire organization to ash. I've seen grown men get shell-shocked from their first violent skirmish. It takes a few days to shake it off. Bloodshed has a way of lingering in your memory. Eventually, though, most men recover and bounce back ready for the next fight. None of them are 5 years old, though. Willow and her classmates are far too young to witness such atrocities or experience such deep-seated fear. So her version of shell shock is darker, deeper. The light is gone from her eyes. She no longer wants to do our crossword puzzle at breakfast. She barely eats. She hasn't spoken a single word. I grab my phone and do a cursory search for trauma therapists in the area. While I'm at it, I should find a separate trauma therapist for Clara. She's been championing through for Willow's sake, but there's no missing the subtle cues that she's hanging on by threads. And even though I'm determined to hold her so tight it all heals itself back together, I'm very aware that I'm one of the people who tried to rip her apart. I frown at my phone. Family counseling shows up at the top of the search results. Do we need family counseling? Are we a family? Truth is, I'm fucking terrified to say yes. I'm terrified that the moment I accept it and envelop myself in the one thing I've always wanted and never believed I deserved, I'll do something to fuck it up, like Martin did, who, think of the devil, is waltzing his smug ass right through the front doors of my casino like he fucking owns the place. A text from one of the concierges drops down on my phone screen, alerting me to the asshole's presence, and, you know what? I'm good with this. I'm happy he's here. I've been needing an excuse to hurt someone. It's tempting to turn him away, but it's even more tempting to allow him into my casino and straight up to my office, which is, according to the concierge texting me, where he's demanding to go, so we can get a few things clarified. If that clarification involves me throwing him through a plate glass window onto the main floor, then arrest me for assault. I do not give a flying fuck. The few minutes it takes Martin to ride the elevator up to my floor feel like an eternity. It's plenty of time, though, for me to drum up several different ways I can eject him from my office once he starts pissing me off, which incidentally happens to be the second he bursts through the door. "Where are they?" Martin demands. He immediately begins to look around the room as if anyone could be hiding behind the couch, in a closet, in the hollow of my desk. "Where the hell are they, Zakarievsky?" "You'll have to be more specific." "My wife!" he shouts, red-faced and literally spitting mad. "My daughter, where are they?" "Congratulations are in order," I answer coolly. "I didn't know you got married." He spins on me, more spittle flying from his mouth as he does. "Don't play your fucking games with me. You know exactly what I mean." My calm is just a veneer over the rage bubbling up inside me. It's simmering, but it's about to become a roaring boil if he doesn't calm the fuck down. I'm sure I don't. Now, what is it exactly that you want? I have a lot of business to take care of, so let's wrap this up quickly. "Hand them over." Martin jabs a finger at my face. He's lucky he's several feet away and out of reach, or that finger would be snapped, severed, and set in a place of honor on my mantle. "Hand my wife and kid over before you make me do something we'll both regret." Like violate your position with the LVPD by assaulting an unarmed civilian on private property? He glares at me.
You and I both know you're not unarmed. I know who you are. I know the kind of business you deal with.
I nod, as I know yours. My gaze levels with his, and at last he shuts the fuck up. I don't have to say what we both know I'm thinking. You were at the auction, and not for police business. Please try to explain that to your boss. Martin's seething, but he takes a moment to force himself into a modicum of calm.
They're missing. I can't find them anywhere. Last I saw my wife, she was with you.
You keep talking about some wife you supposedly have. I crumple up another sheet of paper and toss it into the wastebasket, just to pretend like I don't care about his personal problems. And also I'm imagining that's his head slinging in a neat circle before plummeting into the trash.
Clara, he grinds his teeth. I'm talking about Clara and you know it.
I do, but poking at his patience is far more constructive than what I really want to do, which is punch him in the face every time he refers to Clara as his wife. Well, you should have said so. She's not married. You can see my confusion. Maybe he'll grind his teeth down to the gums before he leaves my office. He's on the right track with the way that jaw keeps working as he glares at me. I decide to help him along. When I met her, it seemed like she was running from someone rather. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that.
It's none of your fucking business.
It is if you want information from me. Martin hesitates, but he's sniffed the bait and he's going for it.
We just had a minor disagreement. She gets overly dramatic about shit.
I roll my eyes with a small chuckle. You're telling me.
Right?
The idiot leans in like we're suddenly friends sharing secrets.
It's like she's begging for it. Nothing I ever do is good enough for her. Just nag, nag, nag.
So you just pop her once to get her to shut up, right?
What can I say?
His face contorts into this creepy little smile and he shrugs his shoulder.
She loves it. Like it's this kink with her. Just push, 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 until I have to put my foot down and lay her over my knee. Then it's the hottest fucking sex I've ever had in my life. Daddy issues, am I right?
I clamp down to keep from erupting. Not yet. Wait until the moment is right. Good thing your daughter has you to keep things in line. Martin sighs.
Yeah, well, it can't all be a walk in the park. Willow's starting to get mouthy like her mother. I've been easy on her 'cause she's so little, but she's starting to get old enough for the belt.
I will not murder a cop. I will not murder a cop. I will not murder a cop. Yet. Have you talked with Greg? I'm sure he'd be happy to help you.
My father-in-law doesn't know where they are. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, would I?
Interesting. That's a turn I didn't expect. I figured the first thing Greg would have done after our little encounter at the hospital would be to contact Martin and tell him all about Clara and Willow and the shooting. Speaking of which, the shooting. Martin hasn't mentioned the school shooting. Very interesting. I'm sure you've both been busy with everything that happened this week. I muse with feigned empathy.
What are you talking about?
He frowns at me like I've suddenly sprouted a second nose. Where has he been this whole time? Did someone bury his head in the sand somewhere way out in the Mojave? The school shooting. It was all over the news.
Oh, that.
He shrugs like it wasn't a direct threat against his own child's safety.
Nothing we can't handle. Nothing that can or will distract me from finding my wife and child.
There are two options standing in front of me. Either he's a complete dumbass who is too unobservant to carry a detective's badge, or he's trying to play me for information. Either way, I'm not loving his tone or the way he refers to my family. Because fuck it, that's who they are to me now. I push my chair back abruptly and stand. Great to hear LVPD's finest care so much about the safety of our children. I rumble with sarcasm dripping off every syllable. Since you can't seem to find your own job, let alone your child, allow me to direct you to the exit.
Hold on.
Martin holds a hand up to stop me from pushing him out. He's dangerously close to me, breaking his fucking wrist like a matchstick.
I think we got off on the wrong foot here. I came to negotiate.
I arch a brow. Probably should have led with that.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I know you've got your own family problems you've been dealing with. Tolia, right?
I freeze and say nothing. He seems to take my silence as an affirmative.
I can help you get him out. Just work with me here. Give me Clara and Willow, and I'll give you your brother.
Did I just hear him right? Did he just go from not knowing about a massive school shooting in his own jurisdiction to acting like he can free a convicted murderer from prison? I'm listening. I shove my hands inside my pockets and lean against the desk. Martin glances around suspiciously. Yeah, like I'm going to keep all my recording devices in plain view, dumbass.
I know the coroner's report was doctored. I can work with that.
He pauses, so I nod for him to continue.
Say the case gets reopened. Say new evidence is discovered. Say the arrows start pointing away from Tolia and toward someone else who had a stake in the whole thing, like Raizo Watanabe or even Greg.
One big benefit of being the owner of a casino is having the best poker face in the house. That's the only way I'm able to hide my surprise, my utter fucking shock at this man's eagerness to throw his own mentor and supposed father-in-law under the bus. Something else catches my attention too. What stake did Raizo have in it?
Oh, come on, you were there. You saw the business Greg's been helping him with all these years. Michael Little was going to blow the whistle. Everyone knew it.
I'm so glad I didn't kick him out when we walked through those gilded doors. This has proven to be a very fascinating and informational barge into my peace and quiet. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you'll reopen the case and fabricate new evidence to exonerate my brother. Martin nods.
In exchange for Clara and Willow.
I pretend to think about it. I pretend like it's tempting. I don't have to think about it, though, because it's not. Unfortunately, I don't know where they are. I push myself off the desk with a casual shrug and head for the bar in the corner. Thanks for the offer, though. Martin stands there, stunned.
What? What do you mean? You don't know where they are?
Exactly that. I pour myself a shot of whiskey and let the burn slide down my throat. I don't know, and I don't think I'd tell you even if I did.
You can't do that. You can't just kidnap my wife and daughter.
I knock back another shot, set the glass down, and stalk toward him like a predator cornering the world's dumbest prey. You don't have a wife. Legally, you don't even have a daughter. I did some digging on you as well. Do you honestly think a clumsy, egotistical cop too self-important to remember to sign his own baby's birth certificate is going to tempt me with fabricated evidence and promises of freedom? His eyes widen as he quickly stumbles backward.
You don't have a choice. Everyone thinks he did it. Without me, your brother will stay in there forever.
I do have a choice. I made the choice the moment I met Clara, and that was to help her get the hell away from bastards like you. I grab Martin by his shirt collar and slam him against the door. And the second I met that sweet little girl, I made the choice to give her everything her deadbeat son of a bitch sperm donor never did, never would, and never could. So when I say I don't know where they are, what I really mean is, fuck right the hell off. It's easy to accidentally drag his face along the wall and ram it into the door as I escort him roughly out. When he stumbles to the ground, my only disappointment is that he's only falling onto the plush velvet carpet in the hall and not off the edge of a cliff. I'm going to have to figure out a plan to get rid of Martin for good. Something permanent that'll get him off of Clara and Willow's trail for the rest of eternity. I'm sick of dealing with him. I can only imagine how terrifying it must be for the girls every time he pops up like a fucking weed. This one time is the exception. Idiot that he is, he did give me some useful information, and I did, in fact, get it all on tape. I turned to walk back to the desk to grab my phone and make sure everything loads from the hidden microphones onto the cloud database so I can send a copy to Bambi. Between his offer to fabricate evidence in a major murder case and his confession of abusing Clara, plus plans to abuse Willow, replacing Tolia's spot in prison with the dumbass may actually be an option on the table. A door in the private bathroom clicks. I whirl around, and Clara's soft lips latch onto mine.
Chapter 18. Clara. Demian stood up for me. He protected me. And he gave up a chance at Tolia's freedom. For me. I don't care what might happen when he finds out I've been eavesdropping. I don't even care if Martin comes back through that door and sees I'm here. All I need is him. And when I yank open the bathroom door to fly into his arms, I make that abundantly clear. Demian's surprise lasts only for a second before he's kissing me back, his hands cupping my face and tangling in my hair. I kiss him like I need him to breathe. I taste him like he's the only thing that will sustain me in this life. And when he pulls away, just enough to rub the tip of his nose with mine, I breathe him in like he's the best scent in the world. "Why?" I blurt. "Great, very eloquent, Clara. Just lead with that, I guess." I pull away so I can blink up at him. "Why? Why did you do that?" "Do what?" Demian glances at the office door. "Throw Martin out on his ass?" "Yes!" I throw my hands in the air like it's the most obvious thing. "And lie about where Willow and I are. You had an in. Martin was going to get Tolia out of prison." Realization, then understanding, dawns on Demian's face. He smiles at me and shrugs. "I already told you. I promised you, actually. I will always protect you, especially from assholes like him." But Tolia, you could have traded me in." "Stop." Demian pulls me close again and tilts my face up to his. "Look at me. Listen very, very carefully." His eyes sparkle up close like this. "I am not trading you in. Not for anyone or anything, all right?" "But he's your family." "So are you." My mouth drops open. I don't know what to say. His thumb gently rubs my bottom lip as I stand there, gaping like a fish, clinging to his arms desperately. I'm actually kind of worried that if I let go of him, I'm gonna drop to the floor. "But, Tolia..." "Clara." Demian kisses the side of my brow. "Are you trying to trade yourself for him?" I just want to do the right thing. I want to help you get him out. I don't want to go back to Martin, but if that..." "Absolutely not." I shake my head, still fumbling for the right words. "Damn, I need to make this right, for both of you." His smile is breathtaking. His lips hover over mine, so close and yet so far away. "Then don't make me choose between you, because I won't. You're mine, Clara." The distance closes. His mouth claims mine, and it's like a physical seal to his promise that I feel all the way inside my heart. When I flick the tip of my tongue between his lips, he lets out a groan and welcomes me in. We're moving, or more like he's moving us. The backs of my thighs hit the edge of his desk, and Demian trails his kisses along my jaw to my ear. "The only decision I need to make," he growls between nibbles of my throat, "is whether to lay you across this desk or bend you over it." I decide to help him out a little. I push myself up onto his desk and spread my legs around his hips. Demian's hands instantly grab my ass and pull me to the very edge. Fuck, he's so hard. I can't hold back the low moan that bubbles up in my throat. The wicked grin that floats across his face is the only warning I have before he smooths his hands up to the small of my back, hooks his fingers into the waistband of my leggings, and drags them down in a single rip. I let him ease me onto my back. I feel more vulnerable this way, but I like it. I think I do. As exposed as I am, I've never felt safer than when he drapes my legs over his shoulders and starts kissing his way down my calf. My panties are the next to come off. Dem takes his sweet time to peel them away, and then I'm spread, wide and bare for him, exposed to his ravenous gaze. Dem, I moan. He cocks his head to one side and drags one finger, long and slow, through my slit. It makes me shiver and gasp with pleasure, and I just know I must be dripping around his fingertip. I want to do so many things with you, baby, he murmurs. I can't make up my mind where to start. I push myself up onto my elbows and give him my own slow, hungry once-over. We have time, I purr, locking my ankles over his ass. That must have been the invitation that he needed, that this is no longer a series of one time only. We're no longer playing pretend. This is real. This is us. We have plenty of time to bring to life each and every one of his delicious, depraved ideas. And a few of mine. Demian's mouth seals to mine in a searing kiss. I'm melting under his touch as his hands wander over every inch of me. I tug at his shirt because I need to feel him, warm and bare, hard and smooth everywhere, from his carved and marble jawline down to the throbbing bulge firmly pressed against my pussy. I want him. I need him. I love him. At some point amidst the kissing, my shirt and bra disappear. I should close the blinds. Demian mutters between kisses to my neck. Don't. I arch into him, blindly fumbling for the fly of his pants. I don't care who sees us. In fact, the wickedest part of me wants the whole fucking world to watch so everyone knows to never, ever touch me again. Let them see. I want them to see. Fuck, Demian groans. I am trying to be romantic. He kisses another fiery path to the valley between my breasts. And you are being very naughty. Are you gonna spank me? Demian grins. Don't tempt me. I roll my hips to tease him. Big mistake. I end up dragging my pussy along his hard, bare shaft, and it teases me far more than I intended. I let out a whimper of need. You're playing with fire, he warns. I don't care. Burn me up. His mouth latches onto my breast. That's the only warning I get. The next thing I feel is the fucking incredible, mind-blowingly delicious sensation of his cock filling me to the absolute brim. That's it, baby. He breathes after releasing my breast with a wet smack of his lips. He kisses his way over to the other. Work that sweet pussy on my dick. Show me what you need. Damn, I whine. I want to tell him all the things I want him to do to me, but I can't seem to get past those first 2 words before my brain turns to mush. I want. Lucky for me, he knows without me having to say a damn thing. He scoops me up in his arms and fucks me mid-air. My hips crash into his again and again as he impales me on his cock. His breath fans across my skin as he loses himself in me. It's almost embarrassing how fast I come. My orgasm sweeps over me without warning. I'm clutching at his shoulders, his neck, scrambling to grab something to hang on to while my body spasms and my senses burst on overload. And then the world is spinning. I'm spinning. I'm suddenly empty and rolled over, and I'm just about to whine and beg for him to let me ride the rest out. Smack! A hard spank at the perfect time to send me to the moon. I cry out, "Fuck!" I'm coming even more. I can feel my juices trickling down my thigh as Demian croons in my ear. "Spread those beautiful legs for me, baby." I don't know why or how, but all I want to do is be his good girl who does exactly what he says, because I know he's going to give me exactly what I need. He pulls out of me, sets me on my feet, spins me around, and licks me from bottom to top. His tongue plunges inside me, and all I can do is squeeze the hell out of the desk and pray I don't implode. I'm face down with my ass up and my thighs spread as wide as I can manage. Demian holds me to his face, and he licks, sucks, and nibbles every inch of my ultra-sensitive core like it's the last meal he'll ever have. Damn! When his lips wrap around my clit, I buck and scream, "Damn!" He's got me pinned in place, so I can't pull away. I can't even wriggle. I can only writhe and pant and claw at the desk, begging him wordlessly for more, for mercy, for release. Smack! Another vicious spank that intermingles with the buzzing, swirling orgasm. I feel my eyes roll back into my head as the world dissolves into beautiful pixels. Another smack, another tug of his lips on my clit. I'm seeing stars. Demian growls with deep satisfaction. I'm shuddering, quivering, gushing. And he's lapping up every single fucking drop. I barely have time to recover before he's kissing up my spine, taking his time to caress my trembling, still spasming body, caring for me while also moving me to the perfect angle. Face down, sprawled across his desk, legs hooked around his waist as he drives himself balls deep inside me. I love the way he grips my thighs to keep me up. I fucking love knowing that in the morning, I'll have reminders of our time together speckled all over my skin. I love the way he loses control with me. I know it should scare me. After everything, it really should. But somehow, in some beautifully messed up way, Demian's wildness fuels my own self-confidence. I'm the one making him this hungry, this wild, this feral. I do this to him. His chest presses to my back, and I feel him sink inside me even deeper. But instead of picking up the pace, he actually slows down into this long, solid, rhythmic massage of his thick shaft along every single inch of my quivering inner walls. And yet, as brutal as this is, Demian's still holding me, comforting me, kissing my neck and shoulders, and whispering sweet promises that we can have this anytime we want, anywhere we want, forever. "I love you," he breathes. I feel him shudder, hear his breath catch as he holds himself back from tumbling over that sweet edge without me. "I fucking love you so damn much." My vision blurs. My heart skips a beat and pounds against my ribcage in time with his slow, deep thrusts. Through the window, I can just see the tops of people's heads as they move around the main casino floor, completely oblivious to the naked couple writhing and rocking on the owner's desk. I can't believe I have the strength to push myself up on my arms, but I do. And I push myself onto him the same time he slides back into me. "Fuck," he groans, panting. The sound bolsters my confidence, and I do it again and again, soaking in every shuddering gasp and basking in every growl and groan that rumbles through his chest. "Clara, baby, I'm gonna do it," I beg. I don't even know if I've stopped coming this entire time. My body is on fire and every nerve ending exploding over and over since he drew the first one through me. "Do it, please, I love..." His arms wrap around me like bands of steel, and he holds me there, driving into me harder than ever before. He sinks his teeth into my shoulder, and then we're falling, tumbling, crying out, giving each other every drop of our love. Chapter 19. Clara. It seems the sensation of falling was a literal one, because when I'm finally able to open my eyes and steady my breath, I realize we're on the floor. More like Demian's the one on the floor, offering himself up as the sexiest cushion a woman could ask for. He's still inside me, still wrapped around me, still basking in the afterglow. His face is buried in my hair, and he just lies there, holding me, breathing me in, loving me. I wince when he slowly pulls out of me. I hate that feeling. I know it's necessary, but I still hate it. In a perfect world where I can have my way, we'd be able to stay locked together like this for as long as we want. Forever, ideally. Demian laughs as he rolls us onto our sides, still cushioning my head with his arm. I turn to face him and curl up into his warmth as much as humanly possible. I've never seen my desk from this angle. He chuckles. I giggle. We should carve our initials there. No one else will see it. And if they do, I know who to fire. I nudge him playfully, and he squeezes my ass. Then he spends the next few minutes caressing me. We just lie there, on the carpeted floor of his office, naked and glistening and covered in each other's scent, just taking the time to learn every curve, every angle, every ticklish spot on our bodies. Something catches in my throat. I need to say it. I don't know if I'm really ready to, but it feels wrong to hold it back. I love you too, you know. I breathe. I'm almost too scared to look him in the eyes, but I manage. Demian's gaze is so full of warmth and love. Clara. He sighs and tucks a wild curl behind my ear. You don't have to say it just because I did. If you're not ready, I've been loving you. I stop him before he starts spiraling down a path we both don't want to go. I was too scared of being vulnerable, of being taken advantage of. His brow furrows. What changed? You did. I think about it for a moment, then let out a soft little sigh. And I did too. Demian kisses my brow, then my eyes, then my lips. His hand glides over my waist, and I get this insane idea to just tell him. Tell him that we will always be connected no matter what happens. Tell him that a part of him is growing inside me, waiting to be just as loved and cherished as their big sister. I open my mouth to say it, but before I can, we need to go see Tolia. My train of thought screeches to a stop on the tracks. What? His face darkens. I have to tell him, we have to tell him, about the case, about what we found, the Yakuza, your father, and us. Us? Fuck. Tolia is not going to like that. I sit up faster than I intended, and it makes my head spin. Or my anxiety does. Probably both. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go. Demian sits up behind me. Clara. I mean it, he hates me. How do you think he's going to react when he finds out my father's the one who put him in there, and that you're dating his daughter? I turn my head to peer at him. Is that what this is? A laugh bursts from his lips. Well, it sure as fuck isn't casual. What else should we call it? Courting? Damn it. This is supposed to be a very serious discussion, but once again, this man has managed to fuck me into a state of liquid bliss. Even my anxiety and fear are no match for his charm, or his dick. Whatever we call it, I say when my giggle fades. You know your brother is going to hate it. Demian rests his chin on my head and thinks about it. Either he deals with it and accepts it, or he can sulk in his cell until he does. I turn all the way around to stare at him. What? I mean it, he insists. I'd rather leave him there than let him lay a finger on you. We'll go see him tomorrow and tell him everything. If he's good with it, great. If not, I'll take my sweet time until he comes around. But, Clara,
I told you. I'm not choosing between you. I love him, yes, but I love you too. I swore to never let anyone lift a finger against you, and that includes my own brother.
I tilt my head to close the distance between us, pressing my lips to his. Then, despite every whisper of fear in the back of my mind, I agree. Okay, let's go see him.
Chapter 20. Demian. Nope. Tolia immediately spins on his heels to face the guards who just brought him in. Tolia, please. I pull a chair out for Clara to sit in and gesture for him to join us. I don't know what good that will do since the man is trying to leave, but fuck it, worth a try. Just hear us out. Oh, so it's in us now. He does turn back around, but not because he's particularly happy about our little revelation. What? Is her pussy made of solid gold? I shove my hands into my pockets because they're balling into fists. This is the worst place to get into a wrestling match with my brother. I'm going to very nicely ask you to show some respect. I growl. Tolia eyes Clara. How am I supposed to feel about my little brother fucking the girl who ruined my life? He approaches the table, but instead of sitting down in one of the cheap plastic chairs, he braces his fists on the tabletop and leans in close to her face. You're the one who should be in here, not me. So unless you're here to confess, I don't have anything to say to you, and I sure as shit don't have any reason to listen to you. What does she have to confess? I ask. Tolia stares at us for a long, silent moment, then for whatever reason he decides to sit down. Okay, fine. Let's play your little game. Leaning forward, he rasps. You killed Michael Little. Ah, I lean back in the chair. The puzzle pieces are falling into place. Oleg's been here. That's a chets to you, little brother. I think I'm perfectly capable of deciding what I call the man who kidnapped my woman and tried to assault her, big brother. Tolia stills. His face betrays nothing before he looks at me warily. I'm listening. I like to think I have the patience of a saint, despite being the devil. It's the only reason I haven't throttled my stubborn-ass sibling yet. As I was saying, I explained through gritted teeth. We're here because we have updates, news. Yeah? Tolia arches a brow. So did Achets. He told me he finally caught Michael Little's murderer. He looks at Clara again. And that if the American legal system failed, he'd take her to Russia to try our luck there. Clara pales. She doesn't say anything, but she doesn't have to. The slight lean in her body tells me she's either about to throw up or pass out. I wrap an arm around her shoulder to help steady her. If that's all he told you and that's what you genuinely believe, then you're a fucking idiot. Tolia shoves the chair backwards with a screech as he stands halfway. I don't have to listen to. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Tolia turns his fury against me. Good. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm doing exactly that. As your brother and as the leader of this family, our family. So if you want to actually leave this place for good, grab your ears and firmly remove your head from your ass so you can listen better. The corner of his mouth twitches. He won't admit it, but it's as good as a laugh. I stole his old line. Of course, that's what Father told you. I continue as we both lower back into our chairs. He knows exactly what to say to get you to agree with him. He always has. Tolia subtly nods, conceding the point. I'll take it. I reach into my pocket and pull out the only device the prison guards would let me bring through. An old-school tape recorder with no internet access. The fuck is that? Tolia grumbles as he eyes the device. Just listen. I press the play button. Greg's voice comes through the speakers. Watch your tone with me, young lady. We sit there in complete silence while the tape plays the full conversation between Clara and her father the night of the auction. I study Tolia's face as he listens to his arresting officer confess to abusing his family, to being on the take, to manipulating the evidence with the full intention of framing Tolia for what ultimately was an unintentional suicide. When the recording stops, he's silent. I slide my gaze to Clara, who only stares at the table. The tension is so thick in the air, I can't blame her for ducking beneath it. Finally, Tolia sucks in a deep breath. So, what's being done about this?
I'm recanting. Clara blurts it before I have a chance to open my mouth. She meets his hard stare with her own guileless one. I'm taking back my testimony and telling the courts what really happened. That my dad beat me into a forced confession, and I gave my testimony under duress. Bambi is confident that between my recanting and this recording of his confession, we should be able to get you out. He listens, folds his arms across his chest. He's not leaping at the good news, but he's not as pissed as he was 15 minutes ago.
I have to know. He looks at her suspiciously. What's changed? You've had all this time to recant. Recording or no recording, you've known the truth this whole time.
Clara takes a deep breath. I squeeze her hand under the table to silently encourage her. You've got this, babe. My father. She lets out that breath in a heavy sigh. He's been abusing me my entire life, me and my mother. She's dead now. He basically sold me to his little protege when I was 16, and I don't know for sure, but I have a gut feeling it was so he could keep me under his thumb. Tolia frowns but says nothing. That would be my ex, Martin Patterson. He's on the force too. He basically took charge of me when I was 18 and kept it up for years. When he got me pregnant, I didn't know where to go. Where was safe to go, I mean. I tried to report him a few times and I rub her back gently. I don't want to speak for her, but she needs to know she's not alone, that I believe her. I've never had a safe place. I've never known who to trust. My father's the leading detective in the LVPD, and no one did anything about the very obvious abuse going on in his home. You saw me in court. Everyone saw me. And they chose to ignore it. They ignored me. Now I have a little girl and I had to get her out of there. Clara's voice catches. She takes another deep breath and wipes the corners of her eyes. I've wanted to recant ever since I realized what my dad did, even before I got that recording. But without the ability to prove anything, I'd be putting my daughter in danger. She quiets. It takes a moment before I realize that it's because she's trying not to burst into tears. She's already in danger. I add quietly. Tolia whips his gaze to mine, so I explain. Yakuza. They shut up her school. Pavel just got out of the hospital after taking a ricochet trying to keep her safe. He utters a curse in Russian that doesn't translate. I see the rage and distrust leave his body. How old is she? Clara musters a tiny smile. 5. More cursing. I silently agree with him. Tolia and I may not be from the world's most humanitarian family, but children are important to us. Children are top priority in our culture. To threaten one, to threaten any, is a crime far beyond anything either one of us would ever dream of committing. Not to belabor the point, I quietly slip in. But you were just about to believe an 8-year-old purposefully murdered a police detective with cultivated poison. I realize this is the pot calling the kettle black, but he doesn't know that. Tolia rubs a hand over his face, then slowly begins to laugh. Oh my fucking God. I'm an idiot. Clara's mouth twitches. I'm pretty sure the thought that just went through her head is along the lines of runs in the family. She's not wrong. Bambi is drafting up the appeal as we speak. I pull out a folded stack of papers and slide it across the table to him. She's working with the lawyers to make sure it's a sure thing this time. This time, he snorts. But before I can snap at him for being ungrateful, he holds up a placating hand. Forgive me. After a 12+ failed attempts, a man tends to lose faith in the system. He looks at Clara again, this time with an actual edge of sympathy.
I suppose you would understand that. She nods. Tolia glances between us. I don't know what my brother is thinking, and there's an ever-growing part of me that doesn't actually care unless it involves welcoming Clara into the family. I don't usually say this, so consider it a one-time deal. He steadies his gaze on her. I am sorry for everything. What your father, and I use that term very loosely, did to you is unforgivable. What my father did to you is unforgivable too. I am truly sorry for allowing my anger to cloud my judgment. He sighs and slumps in his chair. Given a chance to do it all over again, I know I still would. Dem and I grew up in this country, but that doesn't change our culture. Children are everything. You fuck with kids, you're asking for a death sentence. I should have taken that into consideration. While I was always trying to be everything our father was not, Tolia had always been the one to try and emulate the best in him in exchange for some molecule of approval from the old bastard. He embraced the language, the culture, the food, everything that reminded Oleg of home. It explains a good chunk of Oleg's favoritism for Tolia, and it definitely explains why Tolia risked his life to save Clara. Some scared little kid he didn't even know. It's what our people do. Now it's fueling his fire as he speaks to both of us. Right. So there's that, and there's another kid in trouble. You said the Yakuza are behind the shooting? We both nod. Again, I squeeze Clara's hand. I don't know how the reminder of Willow's brush with death will be received until she simply laces her fingers with mine. Tolia rubs his jaw. Any survivors? From the Yakuza, I mean. Only a couple, but they were arrested, and will undoubtedly be sent to prison. The light bulb in my head clicks on. You're thinking... Tolia's face breaks into a wide grin. They get sent here. Word spreads why they're here. A lot of fathers with young children in these cells won't take kindly to that. Clara's eyes widen. What are you going to do? Both of us cast a quick glance at the nearby guards, who are trained to pretend they're completely ignoring us. Tolia chuckles. Best leave that to the imagination. He kicks his feet up on the chair next to him and makes himself comfortable. It sounds like we've got quite a few ducks to get in line. Since I'm stuck in here with limited resources, I'll give you what I know so you can find something to do with it. I wasn't expecting this. Truth be told, I also wasn't expecting him to shift gears so quickly even after listening to the recording. Because after all, he's a Zakharevsky. Those men have a tendency to be stubborn dickheads. I would know. Oleg's got a full operation up and running here in the States. It's huge. Business is good from what he tells me, so you know what that means. I do. I'm not going to spell it out in front of the guards, but my nod suffices to convey that yes, I understand that Oleg is operating a human trafficking ring that's thriving with plenty of customers and even more victims. I wondered. He dropped $50 million in recent acquisition. Tolia's jaw drops. $50 million? Shit. That's fucking insane. I take it he's not getting a refund. More like paying reparations. He chuckles grimly. Good to know. Anyways, it's not just here in the States where he's working. I did hear he's got a whole base office back home. He nods. So he did tell you. Yeah, and it's huge. Bigger than what's going on here, and way more, how do you say, lucrative? But the key is, they're interconnected. One does not operate or exist without the other. His brows lift as if he's trying to emphasize something. You know? It takes me a hot second to catch on, but then... So, anyone involved in one office is involved with the other. Exactly. Like supplies, resourcing, kidnapping, coercion, blackmail. Everything Greg has been doing to procure slaves for Aizo. I wish I had that on recording as well. But Clara assured me that a few of his past victims were still on the streets. Pay them enough, we'll have testimonies. The pieces are starting to come together. Bingo. Talia taps his finger on the table. If you can prove a third office connecting to the one here in the States, it's a slam dunk in the courts. Translation: if we can somehow prove that Raizo is feeding slaves into Oleg's ring, that will connect Greg to the darker operations in Russia, and simultaneously threaten to bring down the entire international circuit. It won't be enough. Clara's voice is soft. She clears her throat and sits up straighter, pulling more confidence into herself. I pray every day I can keep instilling more of that into her, one way or another. I mean, definitely do all that, please. But my father, he doesn't care. That's just a job to him. He'll talk his way through any investigation and be back on the streets before the next case file hits his desk. I despise that she might have a point. But, she quickly adds, he does have a weak spot. We both look at her, remaining silent, so she'll continue. She ducks a little under the attention, but I feel her squeezing my hand back for that added boost of support. He's a hero. He wears that imaginary cape more prominently than his badge. He's the guy on the news telling people he caught the bad dude. He's the detective giving talks to kids in elementary schools. He's the man who runs into fires to save puppies, and he's literally overturned rubble with his bare hands to dig out the elderly from a collapsed building. I grimace. Such bullshit. They tell you never to meet your heroes. In this case, I'm going to do one better than simply steer clear of Greg Everett. I'm going to bury him so deep that no one ever finds him again. You want to hurt him? You want to cripple him? The tiniest of smirks dances across her face. Ruin his image. Take all of that away from him. Expose him for what he truly is, so no one will ever see him the same way again. Talia looks impressed. I can tell he's feeling a sudden growing respect for her. Damn. All right. How do you suggest we do it? She instantly deflates. I have no idea. It's okay, Kiska. I press a kiss to the side of her brow. We'll figure something out. Leaving my mouth close to her ear, I whisper, do you want to go back out to the car? I need to chat with Talia a bit more. I'll be quick. She looks up at me. I see the doubt, the uncertainty, and self-consciousness in her eyes, and I feel sick to my stomach that I'm the one who put that there. So I tug her close and remind her that I love her with an unabashed, not at all discreet kiss. Okay, she murmurs a bit more dreamily. To Talia, she blushes again and looks down. I am sorry for everything. Me too. He reaches across the table to offer his hand. To both our concealed surprise, she takes it. I'm grateful to you for taking care of my little brother. If he ever gives you trouble, just remember he wet the bed until he was 9. You fucking moodoc. Clara's giggle makes the humiliation worth it. Talia winks at her, and I'll take his teasing if it means mending bridges between them. She stands, then before she leaves, she wraps her arms around my neck and kisses my cheek. Don't worry, she whispers in my ear. I can think of a few better ways to ruin your sheets. And with that, she follows one of the guards out of the visiting room. I'm glad I decided to stay behind. I need a few minutes before I can stand up again. Chapter 21. Demian. She is not at all what I expected. Talia pauses for dramatic effect before he adds, She's way hotter. Too hot for your surly ass, that's for damn sure. I narrow my eyes at him. Watch it. Oh, I am definitely watching that sweet ass walk away. Talia grins. Please tell me you're taking every opportunity to enjoy that insane body. I'm not loving this turn of conversation. He can tell. Listen, little brother, it's been 15 years since I was thrown in here and 14 years since my last conjugal visit. Forgive a thirsty man for eyeing an ice-cold glass of water. I sigh and roll my eyes. Just try to keep your thoughts and your hands to yourself. I tilt my head to one side and smirk. So, how is Narisa doing these days? Fuck if I know, he snorts. Bitch divorced me before they even finished probing my ass for contraband. No love lost there. I'm sorry to hear it. Don't be. I'm better off without the stress of wondering how many men she risked getting STDs with. At least I'm still clean. I really was sorry to hear about Tolya's divorce in the wake of his arrest. They'd only just been married a year before, young and in love, or so I thought. Come to think of it, she did always give me weird vibes, nothing I could put my finger on, so I never said anything. I guess she was the gold-digging whore my gut whispered that she seemed to be. No. Need to work on not thinking that way about women, even if there is a fair point. Because biological or not, I'm Willow's father now. I need to set a good example of the kind of behavior that's acceptable in men so she doesn't end up with assholes like me. That starts with making things right with Clara and openly treating her like the queen she is and deserves to be. It continues with no longer objectifying the women around me. Rome was not built in a day. She's good for you. Tolya is suddenly serious, but in a way I haven't seen since we were kids, since before. I can tell you have this glow about you. Now it's my turn to snort. I'm not fucking pregnant. His brow twitches. Is she? I damn near choke on my spit. God, I hope not. I'll be over the moon the day she becomes pregnant with my baby, but that's an in-the-future thing. For when everything blows over and we're finally in our happy little slice of paradise, far, far away from all the bastards trying to tear us apart. The thought of her being pregnant with my child during the auction at her enslavement and shit, or even before, when I was a total fucking idiot shunning her in Willow. Fucking hell, that's a sobering thought. I shudder. Tolya is thoroughly entertained by the myriad of expressions I'm sure are flitting across my face. I have no idea what panic-fueled train you just boarded, but relax, man. You'll be a great father. She has a kid, right? Yeah. So hey, there you go, practice, and don't fuck it up. Might be a bit too late for that. He shrugs. Think of it this way. It's literally impossible to be worse than the asshole we spawned from. So pull yourself back together and do the best you can for that kid. What's her name? Willow. Willow. He works the name in his mouth and smiles. I like it. Spunky but elegant. She a good kid? I genuinely smile. The best. Look at you. Now look at me. He points 2 fingers at his own eyes and leans in close. I mean it, Dem. Look at me. I'm looking right at you, Moodok. Good. He leans in even closer. You fuck this up with her, with Clara and her sweet little girl. You better pray I stay here in prison, because I will kick your ass to kingdom come, brother. And I've got nothing better to do than shadow box 6 hours a day. You got that? I chuckle. Yeah, I got it. I push my chair back, as does he, and we clasp hands across the table. Thanks, bro. I don't catch what he mutters in Russian, but I know it's his way of cursing me with a blessing. The extremely rare times we ever got to meet our grandparents, our grandmother would do the same thing to us before we returned back to the States. Love you too, Tol. We left the prison 10 minutes ago. Clara hasn't said a single word. It's starting to unnerve me. You okay? I ask as gently as possible, even if just to break the silence. You're quiet. Just thinking. Is it Willow? I won't be surprised if it is Willow occupying her thoughts. Even though we were inside a prison for the better part of an hour, it was still a reprieve from the kid's melancholy and silent clinging to us and Pavel. Not that he minds her being clingy. She's still silent. She just sits there in his room coloring or flipping through her picture books. The part that bothers me, and I know bothers Clara, is that the moment she leaves Pavel's room, she's back to being listless, vacant. What little signs of life that still exist in her seem to only come out whenever she's near the man who literally saved her life. I'll be the first to admit, I'm a bit jealous. I'm eternally grateful to him, of course, but I want to bring that spark of life back into her too. Clara sighs and shakes her head. It's not Willow. More silence. Care to share with the class? It's us. I'm not. Clara sighs with frustration and thumps her head back against the seat. Are you going to pull away again? Now that we've seen your brother in prison where I accidentally put him? I deserve that. Her last visit did not conclude in a way that left a good impression on her memory. I reach over the console and take her hand in mine, then bring it to my lips to kiss. No, baby. I'm not going to pull away again. I'm done doing that shit, believe me. A quick glance at her face tells me I've said the right thing. She's smiling and it's genuine, so I take it a step further. In fact, I'm on strict orders from my big brother to never ever fuck shit up with you again, or he's going to kick my ass. Consider me on my best behavior. Clara giggles. I fucking love that sound. I'll be sure to remind you of that, just in case. If we ever reach a just-in-case situation, you have full permission to kick my ass yourself. I shoot her a mischievous little grin. If you can. Oh, I can, among other things. Her hips do a little wiggle in her seat, and fuck if I'm not hard all over again. Stop that, I warn her. Stop that shit right now. Her lips pucker in a playful little pout. Oh, did I get you all hot and bothered doing this? She does it again, grinning seductively. Fuck. I'm starting to break into a sweat, and she hasn't even touched me. Not beyond holding my hand, which she actually stops doing now that we're in full-blown conversation. You got me distracted. I'm driving. Focus is key. But yours is unbreakable, right? I mean, being a big, bad pacon and all. You'd have to be pretty good at keeping your eye on the prize, I'm sure. I glance at her. She's smirking, giggling even. Precisely. I am literally trained to not let any distractions... Blat! What are you doing? Her hand is in my lap, rubbing. Go on, Clara says without missing a beat. She bats her long lashes at me innocently. You were saying you have impeccable focus? Unbreakable. And now my button is open. That's fascinating. Tell me more. My fly is being tugged down slowly, agonizingly slowly. What were we talking about? Your professionally trained unbreakable focus. Right. I take a deep breath and fix my eyes on the road, even when her fingers push inside my jeans and rub over my dick. Mind of steel. You sound mad, but you feel very happy. She giggles again, and goddammit, my dick throbs against her hand. I'm not mad, shit. I'm white-knuckling the steering wheel because this temptress has deftly freed my cock from my boxer briefs. Tell you what, she interjects. Let's put your money where your mouth is, or really, where my... Fuck. God. Fuck. Mercy. Fuck. I'm driving, going at least 70 down the desert highway, and Clara Everett's sugary lips are wrapped around the head of my cock. Her silky curls rub my arm as she slowly works her head up and down, taking her precious time to suck inch after throbbing inch into her warm, wet mouth. I want to fist my hand in her hair, but I can't. I want to hold her head in place to control the speed of her lips, but I can't. Clara, I croak. Oh, good God. I almost burst from that sound and vibration alone. It's the sound of my woman, my beautiful woman, unable to answer me with her mouth full of my dick. This is a special kind of heavenly hell. I make sure cruise control is on before I try to slip a hand from the wheel to tangle in the roots of her hair. But before I have the chance to get a good grip, she pops off my cock to lightly scold me with, "Hands on the wheel, safe driver." And then she plunges deeper. Half of my cock sinks into her warm, wet, slurping mouth, and I can't thrust because I'm buckled in, and I can't push her head down more because if she disengages for even one fraction of a second to tell me to put my hands back on the steering wheel, I'll go apeshit. Claire, fuck, baby. I focus on breathing. I focus on the road. I focus on not nutting inside her gorgeous mouth before I'm ready. Her tongue swirls around the edge when she pulls up, traces my pulsing vein on the way down. With every dip of her head, she takes more in, more and more until I feel the breath from her nose fan around the base. I'm not proud of the strangled groan that rips through my chest, but she sure fucking is. I feel her mouth, lips stretched as they are, move around my shaft into what's definitely a smile. And then, mercifully, she pulls off with a slurping gasp. Clara Everett is a fucking vision. Curls tumbling wildly around her face and down her shoulders, lips swollen and glistening from working magic on my manhood, face flushed and chest heaving with very proud, satisfied gasps. "Sorry," she breathes. "I need a second." I'm about to ask her if something is wrong as she frowns down at her hands. But then a hair tie materializes on her wrist, and she uses it to twist her hair up into a messy, sexy-as-fuck bun. Clara grins at me. Much better. She is absolutely right, because now she's got all the freedom and air to go to fucking town on my aching, throbbing, hard-as-fucking steel cock. I try commanding myself to focus, to stay away from that tempting edge, but when she adds 2 twisting hands to the mix, I feel my resolve crumbling. It's the sounds in her throat that do the most for me. The soft glurks of her efforts that make it impossible for my brain to focus on anything other than the absolute sex goddess, sucking my soul through my penis at 75 miles per hour. I'm close. I am so fucking close to bathing her beautiful throat with my seed. So I pull us the fuck over and turn the car off. Clara slurps her mouth off my shaft once more and looks around. "You okay? What's wrong?" I don't answer her. I don't think I have words to work with right now. I just throw my seat back, grab my vixen by her waist, and yank her over the console onto my lap. She doesn't need any convincing. Her mouth instantly latches onto mine and our tongues dance in a sloppy wet tangle, while my hands yank her dress up and her panties aside. I'm so fucking grateful that she went with the dress instead of jeans, because it only takes me 5 seconds to impale her sweet pussy on my dick. When she cries out, it's fucking music to my ears. When I bottom out inside her, it's like finding home. "Demian!" That's it, baby. I growl as I feel her slide up and down, grabbing her ass to help her slam home a bit harder. Write it for me and scream my fucking name. No one is around to hear us. She can scream her pleasure to her heart's content. I want to make her fucking hoarse. The only sounds in the car are the wet smacks of her pussy meeting the base of my cock over and over again, my balls slapping her juicy ass, both of us panting, gasping, groaning, and grunting wordlessly as we make the whole fucking vehicle rock. It's still not enough. I want her to come apart at the seams. I want her to forget where she is. I want her to forget her own fucking name because she's too busy screaming mine. So I grab her by the ass and pull her down hard. I love the way her moan wheezes through her chest, which is flushed a beautiful pink and tempting me with the bouncing sway of her breasts inside that fucking dress. That goddamn curve-hugging dress that's been driving me wild since you walked out to the car this morning. I hold her there. I can feel her trying to lift back up, but I hold her there. My cock sheathed to the hilt inside her incredible pussy. Her inner walls are rippling up and down my shaft, and fuck, I'm going to need to start moving again soon, or I'm going to bust before I'm ready. Though truth be told, I'm never ready, never have been. Sure as hell looks like I never will be. My fingers fist in her hair, making her look me in the eyes. "Look at me, baby." She does. Her eyes are glistening with tears of joy, of exertion, of bliss, and her lashes keep fluttering at me as I slowly grind into her. I'm tempted to keep doing this just to watch her lose control. I've got you.
I know.
Clara moans, her lips quivering. Do you? I roll my hips for emphasis. Do you know I've got you?
Yes,
she breathes. I'm not convinced we're talking about the same thing. That's okay. I can remain focused for the both of us. You are mine. I slide out long and slow, then push back deep inside her, using my other hand to press her down on me. Anything less than balls deep is unacceptable. You are mine, and I've got you. I will always protect you. A wicked smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. Say it back. Clara whines, her hips writhe against mine with her sweet impatience. But like the good girl she is, she tries to obey.
I'm yours. I'm yours, Demian. All yours.
And I slide back out. Her lips pout and her brow knits with needy frustration.
You'll always protect me.
I push back in and savor the way her breath leaves her lungs. So does mine. Fuck yes, I will. She kisses me again. Her naughty little tongue wraps around mine and I suck on it, pulling yet another delicious moan from her. And as I let go of her hair and ass to caress her gorgeous body, I feel her take control and work herself on my cock. That's it, baby. I breathe between kisses. Give it to me. Give me that sweet fucking pussy. I'm irritated with her dress enough to yank it over her arms. The broad joins it in the back seat. Now she's naked and warm and riding me, taking me, giving me every ounce of her passion, and I do not care if we die of heat stroke out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. If this is how I die, I'll be coming in my queen while I'm going. Anyone who fucks with you fucks with me, I growl. I don't know where this is coming from. Maybe it's the way the seat's leaned all the way back. And the angle makes her look like a fucking queen riding her king on some hand-stitched leather throne. I smack her ass just for the fun of it. And anyone who fucks with me won't live to talk about it. Clara moans, her pussy quivers on my cock. You like that, baby? I grin up at her. At least I hope it's a grin. My mouth is also gasping for air since she keeps stealing it from my lungs. Fuck yes, she grunts. She reaches over my head to grip the headrest, and the new angle takes me closer yet to erupting.
Say it. Tell me, please, baby.
Fuck. I smack her ass again, then grab it, just to have something to hold on to while she takes complete control, because I am quickly discovering I fucking love it when she's like this. I'm gonna fuck you so fucking hard, baby. Right in front of them, in front of all of them. She shudders, she moans, she slams her hips down and grinds her clit against my pelvic bone, and good fucking heaven do those pussy ripples massage my dick in the best way imaginable. I'm gonna make you scream my name. You'll be sobbing how good it fucking feels while they all watch. Your father, Martin, Oleg, show them how a real man makes love to his woman. Clara is lost in her own world of pleasure. Her eyes roll back and I take the advantage to kiss the racing pulse in her throat. My hands smooth over her stomach, up to caress and squeeze and knead her fucking incredible breasts. When I lightly pinch her nipples, I feel her spasm, so I do it again. She's so fucking sensitive, I love it. I love her. I'll fuck you until you can't stand. You'll come so many times you'll forget your own name. That's okay, baby. I'll remind them. I'll remind them by shouting it out when I pump your belly full with my seed. A deep shudder of pleasure rolls through her entire body. She's close. Good, because so am I. And when you're sweaty and full and completely, utterly satisfied, I slide my hands up to her hair, pull her face to mine. I'll kill them all for you. One. Thrust. By. Grind. One. I seal her lips to mine so I can taste her scream.
I pull her head back by her hair so I can hear her sobs as she flies apart. I hold her to me, make her look at me so she can see what she does to me when I pour my own release inside her. I love her. I love her. I love this beautiful, broken, beyond my wildest dreams woman. It's a mantra on my lips as I feel myself surge and pulse inside her, as the liquid warmth spreads through her around me and reminds us both that I mean it when I say it. I love her, and I will kill anyone who tries to hurt her or take her away from me again.
Chapter 22. Clara. I wake up in Demian's bed to a text pinging on my phone. Demian. SOS. I take in a sharp breath. Is it? Demian. Willow. My heart drops into the pit of my stomach. Demian. In my office. Demian. Come now. I throw on the closest clothes that I can find, a shirt and shorts of Demian's, before I fly out the door and down the pathway to his office. Willow is supposed to be at school by now. I should have been woken up to get her ready, to see her off or even take her there. Why didn't my alarm? Demian. He let me sleep in. He probably thought everything was going to be fine and that I needed the extra few hours of sleep after last night, since we didn't do much sleeping. Focus. I give myself a little shake and pointedly ignore the delicious ache between my legs, the kind that's a result of having one's bed rocked into the wall and then some. Really, it was his bed, because that's where I apparently live now. You are a terrible mother. I shake that thought from my head too, because no, I am actually a fantastic mother who's finally found someone who is a fantastic father to our beautiful daughter, who, I discover before even opening the door to his office, is screaming her head off at the top of her lungs. Bambi meets me on her way out, flustered and doing her damned hardest not to show her frustration. I swear, Clara, everything was fine. She was fine. We ate breakfast, we got into the car, we drove into the city. Oh no. This was meant to be her first day back to school since the shooting. The shooting that happened at that exact same location. Did it start when you pulled in? I ask, already knowing the answer. Bambi nods with a heavy sigh. Yes, just screaming and clawing at the seats and window, and I couldn't even park, so I just whipped a U-turn and drove straight back here. She grabs my arm and shakes her head. I'm sorry, Clara, but even I have my limits. I'm tapping out and you're tapping in. Go help the reigning champion. I don't get a chance to ask her what she means. She's out of sight and earshot before I can say, What? My heart breaks and bursts and breaks all over again when I step into Demian's office. Everything that used to be on his desk is scattered all over the floor. Willow's project, a colorful collage of painted flowers and stick figures in the wall facing his desk, remains unfinished and forgotten ever since that horrible day. Those art supplies, too, have been thrown across the room. Willow is screaming and sobbing and trying with every ounce of her strength to wrestle free from Demian's embrace. But he's holding her in a bear hug from behind, murmuring comfort into her ear, reminding her that she's home, she's safe. Look. He turns both of them so she can see me. Mommy's here. Willow instantly goes limp. The only sound coming from her now are the shaking, rasping sobs that slowly, gradually fade into the melancholy silence she's embraced as her new normal. Demian scoops her up into his arms and cradles her to his chest. He rocks her, still whispering those promises of safety and protection, and nods for me to sit down on the love seat. Once I do, he gently lowers her into my arms and sits down next to me, wrapping me up in his. I can't cry. I won't cry. I need to be strong for her, for my baby. But I want to so badly. I want to sob into her pigtailed hair and weep for her, for every child who now has to face the waking nightmares of never being safe in their own school again. Somewhere in the distance, I hear Demian whisper, "It's okay, I've got you." So I let it all out. I don't know how long we sit there, Willow curled up and tucked into my chest. Demian holds me to his while my tears soak her hair. Well, with one arm he does. The other is wrapped around Willow, reminding her that she now has two parents who love her so very much. After both of us have somewhat drifted into quiet exhaustion, Demian kisses my head and whispers in my ear, "Go get dressed. I'll watch her." Huh? "We're going out. Family day." My heart squeezes hearing him refer to us as family, but my brain and my nerves don't care. "I wish we could, babe, but she won't handle the mall or zoo or—"
"We're not going there."
He gestures toward the door with his chin.
"Just trust me. Go get dressed and grab your swimsuits."
Again, I'm so very confused, but I trust him. That's a miracle in its own right. The whole ride to wherever the hell we're going is filled with Willow's panicked breathing. It only stops when hell freezes over, by which I mean Demian starts singing. I'm gaping at him in utter shock because not only is he singing, but he's singing well, like shockingly well. It quiets Willow, too. Or at least she stops hyperventilating in her booster seat. He glances at me, then at her through the rearview mirror, and then the most brilliant, beautiful grin spreads across his chiseled face. By the time we pull up to what appears to be a luxurious cabin on a private lake, Demian has serenaded us through 3 love ballads, one of which was in Spanish. He shuts up the moment we see the guards park behind us, and that familiar icy coolness slides back over his face. I grin. He doesn't have to worry. His secret is safe with me.
"All right, kiddo. Time for some fun."
He jumps out of his side of the car and immediately goes for her door. Like I'm not even here, ready and eager to cradle my precious baby and whisper encouragement to her as we slowly navigate through this strange new place. Willow starts to whine a little, but he bounces her in his arms and carries her toward the edge of the lake. Panic rushes through me, and I scramble out of the car to join them. "Dem?" I tell myself I'm breathless with worry, and not because that short sprint winded me. Shit, I'm well on my way through the first trimester. Gotta slow down, pace myself. When I finally catch up with them, he's murmuring in her ear,
"See, it's just us. All alone. Mako and the guys are helping keep this place secret and safe, just for us."
Secret? I glance around. We are surrounded by thick pine trees and dense forest. If I followed the drive accurately, we're up somewhere high in the Sierra Nevada. Really? Demian shrugs.
"If you doubt me, let's go check out the cabin. See if any monsters are lurking in there."
I don't miss the way Willow suddenly clings to him and whimpers. I'm about to protest when Mako appears out of nowhere and gives her a serious little salute. Then he ducks inside, signaling for 3 other guards to follow him.
"All clear!"
he shouts after a few tense moments. Well, tense for me. Demian simply glances at me and winks.
"Hear that? All clear. Probably because I own this cabin and have the world's strongest security system built in."
He rolls his eyes again and looks at Willow.
"O ye of little faith."
I blink. I know I imagined it. There's no way Willow quirked a tiny smile. Demian leads us into the cabin, and I'm suddenly struck by how utterly inaccurate that word is to describe this place. Cabin? Yeah, fucking right. It's more like a manor with vaulted ceilings and an open floor plan with a second story that wraps around like a balcony overlooking the main living area.
"Everything the light touches is ours,"
he explains as he carries Willow through the first door.
"Bathroom's right by the kitchen. Upstairs, there's one between the 2 guest rooms and another in the master suite."
Damn. I'm breathless. I don't know what to say. The fireplace has a freaking waterfall, for Pete's sake. This is your cabin? When I look up, I see his face and Willow's peek over the wood railing of the balcony.
Came with the lake.
The lake? I try to process what I think I just heard. You own the lake? He rolls his eyes yet again and scoffs.
What good is a cabin without a lake?
He lofts a dramatic brow at Willow.
Are you hearing this? Some people.
And then he shakes his head with a sigh and carries her out of sight. But not before I see her quirk that tiny little smile again. I'm left standing here in the ginormous living room, or space, or whatever insanely wealthy people who have waterfalls over fireplaces call it, completely dumbfounded, in awe. More than a little intimidated. Mako grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and gestures to me to ask if I want one.
It's sparkling mineral water,
he adds, because of course it is. So, you guys come out here often? I try to sound as casual as possible, cool and calm, not at all like I'm feeling overwhelmed or nervous as fuck about being high up in the mountains far away from civilization. Mako rolls a shoulder.
Yes and no. It's a beautiful getaway, obviously, but with everything that's been going on down in the city...
I try to ignore the pang of guilt that hits my stomach. I don't want to be the reason Demian doesn't get to enjoy this slice of paradise as often as he should.
It's not like he's dying to come up here all the time anyways. Childhood memories and all that.
Okay. Now the pieces are falling into place. It's definitely been updated, but the more I look around, I can see signs in the architecture of an older presence, like it's been here for much longer than I originally assumed. Demian comes back down the carpeted stairs, Willow now walking on her own while holding his hand. He grins at me.
What do we think?
Mako swiftly takes his leave. I try to pretend not to notice the surprised little smile that suddenly appears on his face. It's breathtaking, beautiful. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you, but I was talking about the cabin.
He winks at me, then leans in for a sweet kiss.
Really, I'm glad you like it. We'll have to come up here more often. That is, if you want.
I really need to stop crying, but I'm so fucking happy that my heart just wants to burst and flood my eyes with the love I'm feeling and seeing, and God, I'm a mess. I do, I managed to whisper. I really do.
Good.
He nuzzles me, then steps back and smiles down at Willow.
I saw a trail going through the woods when we pulled in. Should we go check it out?
Willow looks uncertain, but she's been breaking out of her shell in leaps and bounds since this morning's fiasco, and it's 100% due to Demian's positive reinforcement. So I step back and gesture gracefully to the door. Shall we? She nods. It's a response. Communication. I'll take it. Baby steps, right? Chapter 23. Clara. We crunch our way across the gravel parking area and toward the opening of the path that very much leads into the deep, dark woods. Mako and his men stroll at a reasonable distance, but they remain visible to us at all times. It doesn't really matter to Willow. She stops at the beginning of the path and stares fearfully into that lush green void. Demian holds her hand tight. I take her other hand and give it a reassuring squeeze as well. I take a step onto the path. So does he. Willow hesitates. She's shaking. I'm going to call this off. But then, she takes that first step. Demian winks at me. She's still shaking, still fearfully glancing around, but she sees Mako and the others, and she glances up at Demian and me. I smile and nod to the path to encourage her. She steps again, and again, and again until she's walking at a slow but steady pace along the pine needle path. Her eyes dart around and I'm ready to assume she's afraid, but then I realize she's looking at the birds, the squirrels, the pine cones and dancing sunbeams. It's only when the tiniest smile plays across her lips that I can finally breathe again. We walk for a while before we come to a small clearing in the woods. It's just big enough for us and the guards to sit comfortably for a break, which apparently was the plan all along, because there's an actual, literal teddy bear picnic spread out over the grass. I gasp. So does Willow. And before I can register the sound she just made, she breaks free from our grasps and beelines to the ring of plush teddy bears sitting around an elegant tea party. Without a single word, she tucks her legs under herself and immediately spreads a tiny lace-trimmed napkin on her lap, carefully grabs the teapot, and pours herself a cup of what looks like juice. I don't know what to stare at, the picnic or Demian. So I choose him, because let's face it, I will always choose him. I'm sure it's a play of light dancing on his face that makes it look like he's blushing. He shrugs and slips his arm around my waist. Who could have done something like this? He muses. Good timing, though, because I'm hungry. I don't know what else to do, so I join him. Demian lays a soft blanket on the boulder for us to sit on and flourishes a turkey and Swiss cheese sandwich wrapped in one of those beeswax cloths. I've got chips too, and water. You like blackberry, right? I nod. I don't trust myself to speak. He seems to understand, because he just smiles at me and joins me in quietly eating sandwiches while we watch over Willow. She, for her part, is quietly pouring juice for her new friends and making sure everyone at her tea party receives a cucumber sandwich and colorful macaron. You didn't have to. I shake my head at myself. Thank you. Really, this means the world to her. Demian grins. Thank Mako. He got it all on video, too. Worth every penny to see grown Bratva men delicately arrange stuffed bears and lace doilies. Willow emerges from the woods with newfound confidence, courage, and an armload of fuzzy new friends. She still hasn't spoken a word, but the fact that she's interacting with the world around her and communicating her appreciation is leaps and bounds beyond my wildest expectations. I have to help by grabbing a few of the bears off the top before she runs into the low step up to the door of the cabin. She can barely see over the tops of their fluffy heads. Demian holds the door open for her, and she proudly carries them up to what appears to be her newly designated room, which is filled with toys and games and puzzles. I may have sent an alpha team ahead of us. Demian whispers behind me. Is there anything you didn't do? He smirks and shrugs. One or two things. Like remember to schedule some time to rock your world in the master bedroom. Next time we're here, I guess. His pat on my butt is discreet, but the message is clear. There will be a next time we're here. And we'll probably be alone, out of necessity. Either that, or he's already soundproofed the master bedroom. All right, kiddo, ready for the lake? Demian asks Willow, who nods and grabs her swimsuit from the small backpack I put together for her. She shuts the door on our faces. I'd be a tad insulted if I wasn't over the moon about her progress. Demian chuckles and takes my hand, leading me into the master bedroom. Lovely preview of the years to come. Can't wait until she's a teenager. His voice is dripping with playful sarcasm, but he still manages to trip me up with his casual indications that he's been thinking about our future together. A very long future together. I watch him strip off his clothes and tug on a pair of swim trunks he apparently packed for himself. It's almost a shame we don't have a few minutes to ourselves. With the way he's being dad of the year to my child, I'm ready to ride him like a bull. Okay, maybe more than a few minutes are needed. I want to show him just how thoroughly appreciative I am, starting by tonguing every swirl of every tattoo on his incredible body. You good? He asks me when he turns around, casually tying the knot to his trunks. You haven't changed yet. I blink. Oh, sorry, yeah, just got distracted. Mind wandered. I blush and wiggle off my leggings, treating him to an eyeful of the lacy thong I decided to wear today.
Miss Clara Everett, you might be the death of me.
I bite my lip and pretend like I'm not intentionally giving him a little striptease while I change into my bikini. My back is still turned to him, but there's a lot of bending over and arching up involved with slipping on the swimsuit and tying the strings securely. "Can you get my back?" I ask sweetly, innocently. Demian lets out a low growl right into my ear when he comes up behind me to help. He smooths his hands along my sides and pretends to suddenly not know how to tie a simple knot.
You are a temptress, you know that.
His bulge, lodged firmly between my bikini-covered butt cheeks, confirms this. "I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about," I giggle.
Of course you don't. Well, thanks to you.
He grumbles playfully along my neck, while he finally does tie the knot extra securely around my ribcage.
I now have to go take a cold shower. Much appreciated.
My giggle melts into a laugh, and he tickles my sides before swatting my ass.
Put a goddamn cover-up on or something. I can't afford to fire every guard on the premises.
He calls over his shoulder before disappearing into the bathroom. I catch my reflection in the full-sized mirror by the door. The bikini does hug my curves in the best possible way, but I notice something a little different. It's subtle, but it's there. Between the newer fullness of my breasts and the ever-so-slight swell of my stomach, I'm actually kind of surprised Demian hasn't noticed anything, or said anything. I'm still too scared to tell him, but not because I don't think he wants a baby with me. I'm too scared that he does, and that finally, maybe, I'm living the life I never felt allowed to dream of. Chapter 24. Clara.
Fuck! Ow!
Pavel braces a hand to his side and wheezes through his laughter.
Damn near tore my stitches.
Bambi snickers and tucks her phone back into her bag. Worth it. Look me in the eye and tell me that wasn't worth it. I just got done showing them the video of Demian's badass men carefully arranging a tea party in the middle of the woods. It's not necessarily that they took the time and care to set it up as authentically as possible. It's more that, to our shock and delight, we have discovered a few hidden talents among Dem's otherwise silent and stoic guards, like folding napkins into origami swans, a fight between Mako and Fyodor over whether teaspoons go on the left or right has us all howling. I love Dem more and more, and with each passing day, my love for him extends to the people around him who continue to show unwavering care and affection for Willow. I know they care for me, too. It's just easier to focus on her, so I don't spiral into overthinking my own situation. Look at them! Bambi shields her eyes with one hand and holds her cocktail up with the other. I can't believe it. Seriously, I'm having a very difficult time believing what I'm seeing. Following her gaze out over the lake, I have to agree. Demian talked Willow onto a jet ski and is now zooming over the water with her. They're both wearing life jackets. Hers was obviously required, but she refused to go unless he put one on too, and keeps leaning down to tell her something. I'm guessing they're instructions because, oh my fucking lord, my baby is driving the jet ski. Breathe, Clara. Bambi laughs and gently nudges me. Remember to both inhale and exhale. You haven't done that in a while. You're seeing this, right? She's driving the jet ski. Demian must hear my shriek across the water because he grins at me, waves, and throws his hands up in the air. Though he very quickly returns them to the handles when Willow hits a wave on the rebound curve and sends them soaring into the air. I'm gonna pass out. Poor Mama Bear, you need a stiff drink. Nah, I'm good. I sit back down on the deck chair and try to sound as casual and calm as possible, and not at all like a pregnant woman avoiding alcohol. Bambi still squints at me, You sure? I nod. Need to keep my wits about me, since he's apparently lost every last one of his. Paulville stretches out on the lounger, careful to not overextend his side where the stitches are still holding him together. Ah, l'amour. It hits different when there's kids involved. Kid, singular. He winks at me. Sure. He reaches for his own drink, which Willow silently but affectionately adorned with a crazy straw on her way out to the dock with Demian. I'm telling ya, that kid's gonna have to become a nun when she grows up. Ain't no way he'll ever let any man get near her. He takes a long sip, completely unfazed by the bright purple curlicues of his straw. Bambi rolls her eyes. What if she's into women? Then he won't have to worry. Oh, he'll worry either way. It's the nunnery for eternity for that little hellion. I'm pretty sure it's called an abbey, and Demian's not that overprotective. We both look at her. She concedes with a slow nod and a sip of her cocktail. Okay, fine. You might be right. I'm just hoping we have a few years before we'll need to stage an intervention. I'm glad Bambi had a spare pair of sunglasses on hand because I'll go blind from staring at the lake otherwise. I'm so worried that something's going to happen to my baby girl or Demian, like them flipping the jet ski or slamming into a hidden sandbar or... You're doing that thing again. Exhale, come on. Breathe with me. In, out. I laugh and cringe at the same time. Shut up! I can't help it if I'm worried. Paulville snorts. That's so cute and sweet. The cop's daughter worried about her mobster boyfriend. I'm more worried about my 5-year-old out there zipping carefree across the deep water on top of that mobile death machine. I tuck my feet under my knees and try to hug them to my chest. It's becoming increasingly difficult these days to do it comfortably. But also, yes, I am worried about my mobster boyfriend. Bambi grins at me. I love it. I love seeing you guys together. I love even more knowing how much it must drive your father insane knowing you're boinking his sworn enemy and a criminal overlord. I'm so glad I'm not actually drinking anything because I'd snorted up my nose at the choice phrase, boinking. Yeah, well, go big or go home, as they say. Cheers to that. The two clink glasses around me, then hum their respective delights over the boozy concoctions I'm suddenly jealous of. Before I can get too envious, Demian and Willow pull into the dock and hop onto the platform. Mommy! Mommy! Willow runs down the dock to where we're lounging on the cabin patio. Daddy, let me drive! Did you see me? I'm stunned. Speechless. So is literally everyone else. Daddy. That's what she said. Willow is completely oblivious to the fact that my heart has officially stopped inside my chest. I blink and give myself a small shake so I can at least pretend like she hasn't just completely flipped my world upside down. Yeah, baby girl, look at you. So daring, so dangerous. It's okay. Willow proudly takes Demian's hand and swings it by his side. Daddy said he'd make sure we were safe. Didn't you, Daddy? Demian's recovery time is way better than mine. He blinks away the shock on his own face and beams down at her. That I did, little cub. Did you have fun? So much fun. Let's do it again. He chuckles and winks at me. His other hand, however, has a slight tremble. We will, but first, I think it's nap time. How about we... Okay. Willow spins around and skips off into the cabin, not even waiting for his attempt to negotiate what I usually have to wrestle her over. Demian just stands there, staring at the door. Then he slowly turns to look at me. I can't breathe or think. What alternate universe did I just fall into? Shit, I said that out loud. We, Demian corrects. We fell into. I don't fucking know. He blinks, then grins. And I don't fucking care, because wherever we are, whatever just happened, I'm daddy now. He holds up a finger before Bambi or Pavel, or even me, can say anything about it. Nope, shut up, all of you. And with that, he follows her into the cabin. I swear there's a proud little strut in his gait I've never seen before. It suits him.
Chapter 25. Demian. My original plan was to take everyone back home once the day was done. Fuck it. Makes more sense to just stay here. Let the kid get some rest, let everyone else get some too. If anything, we all need some time to recover from the absolute bombshell Willow dropped on us after I brought her back from jet skiing. One moment, she's traumatized all to shit. The next, she's claiming me as her daddy and acting like literally nothing ever happened. At the moment, I can hear Clara singing songs with Willow as they get ready for bed in the upstairs bathroom. My little cub has just gotten out of the bathtub, and the angel who turns into a demon in my bed is combing her hair into French braids to sleep in. And I'm standing here, leaning against the doorway, grinning like an absolute lunatic. There, all done, Clara announces with a quick peck on Willow's cheek. Thank you, Mommy. I step out of the way so Willow can bounce past, but she stops at the doorway and looks up at me, then wordlessly lifts her arms up to me. Some things don't need words to communicate. Up is definitely one of them. I scoop her up into my arms and give her a kiss. Ready for bed? Willow nods. Will you tell me a story? I pretend to really have to think about it, lips pursed and humming thoughtfully, until Willow bursts into a fit of giggles and I finally agree. Okay, you convinced me. We saunter into her bedroom and I plop down on the side of her bed. Turning to ease her in under the warm blankets I made sure the Alpha team brought ahead of our arrival. Truth be told, I wanted to take them both here for the weekend, so I had already sent some people ahead of time to clean the place up, add new furnishings and Willow-specific touches, the works. The fact that we needed it for today after her meltdown was just fortuitous timing. One quick call to confirm the cabin was prepared, and I bundled my new little family into the car like we were off to an early weekend getaway and not at all scrambling to figure out how to handle Willow's trauma. She curls up under the blankets as I tuck them around her and smiles up at me. Story! You promised a story, Daddy! Such a demanding little cub. I playfully grumble, much to her giggling. God, how I missed that sound. Okay. Once upon a time... Daddy, it's in a certain time, in a certain place, remember? I feigned smacking myself in the forehead. You are absolutely right. My sincerest apologies. In a certain time, in a certain place, there once lived a princess. She grins. She knows it's her. And as the story goes on and I tell her about the queen and king who keep the princess safe, and all the king's men who go to war with the Baba Yaga to save the princess, Willow's eyes droop lower and lower and lower. By the time I reach the end, she can barely keep them cracked open. And then they all lived happily ever after. The end. No response. Willow snores softly. Smiling, I extract myself from her and retreat toward the door. I'm just about to leave when I hear two words that melt my heart. Good night, Daddy. Good night, little cub. I murmur. I love you. Then I turn off the lights and step out into the hallway. Clara is out there waiting for me. Her face is unreadable, but her eyes sparkle in the soft light. And then I'm whisked away to the master bedroom by Clara's hand tugging mine. Chapter 26. Demian. It's not rocket science to figure out what Clara wants. We barely make it across the threshold before her lips are on mine, her hands cupping my face, and it's all I can do to quietly shut the door behind us before she launches herself at me and wraps her legs around my waist. I can get used to this. I grip her ass in my hands while I regain my balance. She's not heavy, but she did catch me by surprise. Once I have steadier footing, I blindly fumble our way over to the California king-sized bed in the center of the room. I have half a mind to rip off her tiny pajama shorts and slide her onto my cock just like this. But I also want to tumble my sexy, beautiful woman onto our bed and feast on her flesh first. The second option wins. Clara squeals and giggles when I toss her onto the mattress and fall with her, immediately smothering her sunburnt chest with kisses. God damn, I love this. I love her softness, her firmness, her total dichotomies that exist on her body and in her mind. I love the way she writhes beneath me. I love the sounds she makes when I press my knee between her legs and make her show me just how needy for me she really is. I love how the answer to that question is always so fucking much. Tim, she breathlessly laughs. Tim, we need to talk. Don't say that. I grumble with my mouth hovering over a delicious nipple just begging to be sucked. No one ever says that when they have good things to talk about. She giggles some more. It's all good, I promise. I bury my face in her cleavage. Fine. It's about Willow. Clara strokes my hair back and uses the motion to lift my face up to look at her. She's misty-eyed and grinning from ear to ear. How did you do that? Do what? Break her out of her shell. Get her to talk. Her voice catches. You know, help her overcome everything. I sigh and nuzzle her warm cleavage some more. I didn't do shit. Not really. And she's got a long road ahead before anyone can say she's overcome what she's been through. But, I add, peppering kisses along her collarbone, I do know a thing or two about redirecting focus. Distractions are useful. Her smile lights up the room. Is that what I am to you? She writhes under me like she's trying to get comfortable, and maybe she is. But we both know what it's doing to me. A distraction? The low growl of desire for this insanely beautiful woman rumbles in my throat as I flick my tongue up her neck to her ear. You are the distraction. The only one I want. Don't ever stop distracting me. Her hands rub along my back, pulling me closer to her. I roll us onto her side so I can tuck her in closer to me without crushing her under my bulk. At this angle, I have a much better advantage to explore her soft curves and memorize every inch of her silky skin. I won't ever say it out loud, but I'm so relieved to see her putting on weight again, finding her the way she was at my father's place. I shudder involuntarily at the sudden memory flashing through my mind. What? Clara frowns. What is it? What's wrong? I peck her lips with mine and run a hand through her curls. Nothing, just a chill. The corner of her mouth curls in a playful smirk. I can think of a few ways to warm you up. I lazily drag a finger down her arm, catching the thin strap of her camisole and pushing it down at the same time. I don't know what the point of these pajamas are. They're doing very little to actually cover up anything. Then again, I won't complain about unwrapping gifts. That nipple I wanted earlier is now bare and puckering in the sudden chill that comes from being disrobed. It's demanding my attention, and who am I to deny it? As I suckle it into my mouth, Clara gently tugs at my hair. I want to tell her to pull harder, to fight and claw. I can take it. Fuck, the sudden, unexpected image of her taking complete charge over me in bed has me throbbing along her thigh. I'm not the kind of man to surrender control to anyone. She is not the kind of woman to demand it. That's probably what makes the concept so fucking hot. Tonight, though, I want to simply enjoy her. I want to pound in the notion that this is her home as much as it is mine. I want her to sob my name into my shoulder as we both struggle to keep quiet because at the end of it all, we're good, responsible parents who don't want to wake our little one up. I smooth a hand over her stomach and tease myself once again with the thought of her carrying another little one. Even the soft swell of a recovering body right where a baby would be is enough to make me groan with a new aching desire. I want to drown myself in these daydreams until they become reality. She helps me slip her camisole off by wiggling her shoulders through. My hands get rid of her matching shorts with a quick tug of the flimsy fabric. As soon as she's free, our mouths crash together. Damn! I hear her moan in playful protest at the sound of shredding silk. I'll buy you new ones. I growl lightly as I kiss a fiery path down her body. Fuck, I'll buy you a whole new wardrobe every day of your life just so I can rip it off you. Her giggle melts into a gasping moan when I press a kiss to her mound, and then lightly bite it, sucking the soft flesh between my teeth to add another love bite where only I will ever see it. Damn, is now a plea rather than a protest. She thinks she wants me to drive into her already, to fuck her into the mattress until she forgets anything else but the blossoming heat where we melt into each other. But what she truly needs is something that can't be rushed. I take my precious time trailing warm, loving kisses over the juncture of her thighs where they meet her hips. More than a few times I can't resist flicking my tongue over her delicious skin. I'm rewarded with another sigh, another pleading moan. She needs to know that I'm going to take care of her, that I want to take care of her. And truth be told, I need that too. I need to know I'm redeemable. The look on her face is worth the time it takes to kiss a path from her hip to her knee. Clara is in a whole other world of her own, and I feel a unique swell of pride at being the one to send her there. I switch the other leg and kiss my way back to her center, never once taking my eyes off her beautiful, expressive face. It's so tempting to dip my tongue inside her. I want it, she wants it, so why not? But I'm determined to make every moment with her better than the last. And that includes all the moments in bed or in my office or bent over the hood of my car, everywhere. How does the saying go? Any flat surface will do. But I keep teasing. More kisses, more nibbles, more tiny nipped bruises, just so she can remember tomorrow how good this feels right now. Then finally I take pity on her whimpers and lap up her honey. Slow, languid, liquid. My eyes roll back in my head at the sheer pleasure of tasting her sweet juices, at smelling her incredible scent. She's everything I've ever wanted, everything I never knew I needed. I keep her firmly in my grasp, but I coax her hips into motion as I push and pulse and swirl my tongue in and out of her warm depths. Fuck my face, gorgeous. Her fingers have a death grip on my hair and I fucking love it. With one deep scoop of my tongue inside her, I drag it up until I can circle her clit, flick it once, twice, 3 times, and then latch my lips around the sweet nub. Clara's thighs snap tight around my head. I know exactly how to shove her over the edge of oblivion from here. I slip 2 fingers inside her and time each stroke to her panting breaths, and then she's flying apart. The only thing anchoring her to this realm of existence is the way I hold her to me, giving her enough space to writhe and buck and shudder through her release, but not letting her escape my mouth's reach. If she's the only wine I ever drink again, I will die a happy man. I ease off from sucking, but continue to caress her with my tongue. Long, slow, broad strokes meant to soothe and comfort while letting her know I'm nowhere near done with her. I'll never be done with her. I'm a man obsessed. There's no denying it, no getting around it. Not that I want to. I still catch myself watching her on the security cameras just to reassure myself that she is still here, that this is real, that I'm not about to wake up and find out she's still lost. No, I need to drive those dark thoughts from my mind. Fortunately, that's not difficult to do with the way she's breathing my name between satisfied purrs and shivering aftershocks. I hold her to me, kissing my way back up her body. I want to cover every inch of her body with my kisses. I want to chart a map in my memory so I can know each scar and freckle blindfolded. More than that, though, I need to be inside her. Right goddamn now. I capture her gasp in a deep kiss when I push myself inside her. She fits so perfectly around my shaft. This is by no means our first time together, and yet somehow I'm always amazed at how exactly right she feels around me. Clara's fingers dig into my shoulder blades. I welcome the pain. I want those scars, so I can saunter into a firefight with my skin covered in proof that my woman, my beautiful, loving woman, is as fierce as I am. I love you are the only words I can find enough breath to voice. They're the only words that really count, though, so I let them do all the talking. I love you. I love you. She meets each proclamation with a kiss. I meet each kiss with a deeper thrust. If I could bury myself completely inside her, I would. Since I can't, I do my damned hardest to bury every solid inch of my cock inside her quivering heat and work us both into a frenetic rhythm that is pushing me closer to my own release faster than I intended. But that's okay. I also intend on taking her a few more times before dawn. Words pour from my heart into her ear as we move together. I'm pretty sure she's making me whisper 2 different languages, and I barely speak Russian anymore. Not consciously, at least, but when I'm in here, it flows from me effortlessly. It's a fucking testament to how mind-blowing she is, how... Clara suddenly freezes. What did you say? What did I say? I slow to a stop and brush back hair from her brow while I try to remember what just flew out of my mouth. I told her I love her. I told her how beautiful she is to me. How much of that was in English? Oh, what's wrong? I try to laugh it off, pressing a kiss to her furrowed brow. What did you just say, Demian? She's trembling, but it's not from pleasure. Her eyes are filled with fear. I sit up. I called you my good girl. Umnitsa. Flat palms suddenly shove against my chest, and it's a frantic scramble to pull myself from her so she can quickly roll away, which she does, clutching a hand to her chest. Clara, baby, what's wrong? Don't. She bats away my attempt to rub her back. She just sits on the edge of the bed, breathing faster and faster. Don't say that. Say what? I am so fucking confused. Umnitsa? Instead of answering, she bolts for the bathroom. The door is slammed in my face before I can even attempt to wedge my foot in there. I have no fucking clue what just happened. No idea what to do next. All I can do is just stand here like an idiot while she starts sobbing loudly behind the locked door. The shower turns on. Fuck. I thought we'd kicked the scrubbing her skin raw habit, but my gut says she's cranking up the heat and sinking back into the darker recesses of her mind. Clara? I knock on the door hard enough for her to hear me, but not so hard it will scare her. I hope. Talk to me, please. Go away. More sobbing. I want to help you. I don't know what I did. I run a frustrated hand through my hair. Fuck, Clara. Tell me what's wrong. Please. Tell me what I did so I can make it right. I don't understand. We were in tune. We were more intimate and synchronized than ever before. What the fuck happened? Clara, please. I'm trying to ignore the way my heart fractures at the sound of her crying. I want to help her. I want to save her from whatever it is that's causing this. You? Clara's voice calls out weakly over the roar of the shower. You sound just like him. Chapter 27. Demian. I fucked up. The immediate cause was an unthinking slip of the tongue, a sin for which Clara is now scrubbing off every remnant of our lovemaking in some boiling hot shower. I knock on the bathroom door one more time. I'm stepping out. Give you some space. I need her trust and her respect, and earning both of those things requires me to step back when all I want is to step in. So in lieu of getting either of those, I go get a fucking drink. I yank on the first pair of sweatpants I can find and shuffle my way toward the kitchen. Before I go down, I check on Willow just in case she happened to hear the drama or the dramatics that preceded it. Thankfully not. She's sound asleep in her bed, one of her new teddy bears tucked under her arm and the rest of them snuggled warmly around her. A light snore hums through her nose and manages to make me smile just a tiny bit. I love this little girl. I love her mom, too. But what if my love isn't enough to overcome my failings? Love doesn't change the blood running through my veins. It doesn't erase the mistakes I've made again and again. It doesn't... I turn away and continue to the kitchen before I let any more dark thoughts compound in my mind, though I'm growing increasingly tempted to just walk into the lake and let fate decide what happens to me. I grab from the stash of liquor without bothering to see what I pick. As long as it's in a glass bottle and pretty damn big, it'll do. I dangle it from loose fingers at my side as I walk out to the patio, fully determined to overthink my life and drink all my guilt and sorrow away, or at least until I'm unconscious. What happened? Good fucking hell! I damn near dropped the bottle. Bambi is curled up in one of the overstuffed papasan chairs, cocktail in one hand and her phone in the other. She clicks her phone shut and sets it on the end table next to her, then looks up at me with a tight smile. When I continue to just stand there, she gestures to the chair next to her. I slump down and immediately pop the bottle open for a deep swig. Vodka. Yet another lovely reminder of my father. Fuck me. Bambi waits for me to get comfortable before she repeats the question. So, what happened? Nothing. Liar. I'm too drained to glare at her. How would you know? Luxurious lakeside cabin up in the mountains, where there's tons of privacy, all the amenities, and no rush to be anywhere or do anything. A soundproofed master bedroom, California king bed, and Clara inside it. She lifts her glass to me. You should not be down here, but you are, so? What happened? I sigh. It feels like my soul gives up on my body and simply exits through that breath. I fucked up. You're gonna have to be more specific. You do remember that I am your boss? I ask her with a scowl. Don't even try to pull rank with me. Bambi says it with a smile, but there's a hint of venom in her eyes and her tone. You're also the same guy who carelessly risked my entire career by putting me into a position where I had to choose between maintaining my license with the State Bar of Nevada or maintaining my professional relationship with you. Obviously, I chose you. But if anyone finds out I didn't report any of a billion things I've witnessed and overlooked in your employ, I'm done. I'm not just disbarred. I'm thrown into prison. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I prop my arms on my knees and bury my face in my hands. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, Bam. She gives me a tiny shrug. I guess I can forgive you. There might be a surcharge, though. I would expect no less, nor should you. So, she takes a long sip of her drink and studies me. Something happened. You might not want to talk about it, but you need to. I grab my own drink and slug a shot back. She's locked herself in the bathroom, crying. right in the middle of some of the best sex we've had in a while. Another deep swig. Shit, I don't fucking know what happened. Bambi nods like she does know. She was triggered. She was what? Triggered, dude. You know? Like something was said or done that immediately body-slammed her brain into a point in her life that's hella traumatizing. She hides the next sentence behind a feigned sip. Did you breathe? That'd be enough to do it. I shoot her a contemptuous glare, mostly because she's right and I deserve the reminders of how right she is. My guess is it was something your father said to her. Bam stirs her drink with the paper umbrella and gazes out over the dark lake. It was probably said a lot, too. I don't know, honestly, but I'm guessing since you were, doing the horizontal mambo, you might have said something that reminded her of... Russian, I groan. I started speaking Russian to her, terms of endearment, just simple stuff. But that's when she lost it. Umnitsa. You sound just like him. I glare at the bottle of vodka now sitting abandoned on the ground by my feet. I want to chuck it into the lake. No, I want to chuck it at Oleg's house and light a fucking match. I can't. I slump back in the chair with yet another groan. Fuck. I can't run from my own shadow. How am I supposed to make things right when I'm the literal embodiment of everything that's gone wrong? I suck at being a hero. I'm not about to slide back into being a villain, but for God's sake, I need a break. I need someone or something to just throw me a bone already, or a tip, a guidebook, anything. You start by not stopping. I squeeze my eyes closed. I'm too tired for riddles, Bam. Bambi leans in. Listen, I've got shit from my past still fucking up my brain in ways you really don't want or need the details for. But I'll tell you some right now. I can't listen to old gospel hymns, and whenever I hear one on accident, I seize up like a fucking iceberg. I don't know how to phrase it, so I just go for it. That's oddly specific. It's also what my mother listened to on full blast while her man of the day was busy babysitting me in my room. The alcohol turns into hot bile in my stomach. I'm officially done drinking for the night and also eating for the foreseeable future. Shit. Bam. I'm so sorry. She brushes it off with a shrug. I've always admired and respected her for her tenacity, but more often and more recently I'm noticing the subtle differences between her natural personality and the thick layers of armor she wears at all times. My mind does the worst thing possible and imagines Willow in a situation like that. Far away from me, from Pavel and Mako, and everyone else who protects her with their own lives. Just sequestered away in some hovel, terrified of hearing the door open because the one person she's supposed to be able to trust allows the worst monsters of this world to use her. Shit. I can't. I'm gonna throw up. If you ever need anything, a therapist or your own lawyer. Bambi smiles. It's genuine and full of gratitude. Thanks. Really, I'm good. I'm the type of person who believes that the greatest revenge is to be better than they ever could, to live the life they tried to steal from me. She polishes off her cocktail with a dramatic little slurp. Of course, if I were ever to run into the bastard who tried to pimp me out, I might need your help hiding a body. Done. Say no more. And hey, when it comes to Clara, just give her time. Things are still fresh. She's still navigating her own mind, on top of putting up a strong front for her daughter and trying to be an amazing girlfriend for you. That doesn't sit right with me. She doesn't need to do that, though. I love her just as she is. Bambi looks at me like I'm slow to catch on, and it's adorable. Maybe it is, to her. I know that, she sighs patiently. Deep down, she knows that. But she was raised to be a people pleaser. She was beaten into submission and literally trained to make everyone else happy. Do you want to help her? Of course, I say without hesitation. Then teach her to be strong. Show her she can be assertive and demanding and dominant without consequences from you. Let her draw her boundary lines, and then respect the hell out of them until she's ready to remap. In a weird sort of a way, it does make sense. It's partly what my gut's been saying to do. It's a relief to know I'm at least stumbling down the right path. Bambi yawns, stretches, and slides out of her chair. I'm gonna go make sure Pavel hasn't fallen out a window or otherwise re-hurt himself. Still can't believe it. A fucking ricochet. She snorts a laugh and shakes her head. You'll never live that down. Not at all. I won't let him. She grins, then softens and rests a hand on my shoulder. You've got this. You've got them. Don't let your father destroy everyone's lives without even being here. Just imagine the kind of man you wish he was, and then be better than even that. She pats my shoulder, then walks off to the cluster of private cabins I haven't yet shown Clara or Willow that are nestled in a stretch of woods down the side path. Far enough away to give me privacy, but close enough to attend any emergency that might come up at the main cabin. Like the love of my life hyperventilating in a boiling shower, I sigh. I should go check on that.
Chapter 28. Clara. It takes me a few minutes to find my breath again. When I do, I realize that Demian's stopped knocking on the door. I'm not even in the shower this time, which is a huge step in the right direction. I was going to get in. I was going to crank up the heat and scrub every inch of my body until I felt clean again. But I already feel clean. I actually feel loved, protected, safe. So it doesn't feel right to rid myself of Demian's trace on my skin. I love the way he touches me, the way he kisses me, the way he whispers reminders of his love in my ear as his hands work all sorts of wonderful feelings throughout my body. It was just that one moment, that one whisper, one solid, horrifying second when he wasn't Demian anymore, when it was all yet on top of me. I need to get a handle on this. I need to pull myself together. I need to take inventory of my fucked up mind and figure out a way to deal with my shit. But first, I just need to curl up in Demian and fall asleep covered in him. I peek my head out of the bathroom, spirals of steam curling out at my feet. He's not in the bedroom. I don't know why I thought he'd still be here. I probably scared him and drove him away with my crazy. Worse yet, I'm barely certain he's going to give up on me, if he hasn't already. It's not his fault that he resembles his father sometimes. I can no sooner ask him to stop being the man's son than I can ask the stars to stop showing up in the sky. But no one signed up for my brand of psycho. Demian sure as shit never volunteered for all the drama and intrigue my whole life has thrown at him. First his brother, then Raizo, and now this? I can't blame him if he decides I'm not worth it. I grab the shirt he wore earlier today and pull it on. The waft of his scent feels better to my senses than any shower or hot tub could give me right now. When I close my eyes, I can almost feel his warmth inside the fabric from where it pressed to his skin. Tears drip from my eyes. I fucked up. I fucked everything up. I'll wait until we get back to the compound before I tell Willow anything. I can pretend, I think, until then. Her little heart has been broken too many times, and after all the progress she made today, crawling into bed seems like the only thing I can do right. I don't know if Demian will come back. I don't know which room is safe for me to go into without disrupting anyone else. If he does come back and needs me to leave, I will. Until then, I hug his pillow to my chest and sob until I can't make any more tears. I don't know how long I lie there, half asleep and mostly just drained of all energy. I've cried it all away. I can't sleep either. I'm too afraid that if I let myself wander into dreams, they'll quickly become nightmares, all reminding me why I don't deserve a life with Demian. or with anyone. When the bedroom door opens, then closes, I'm almost not sure I heard anything at all. But then the bed dips under someone's weight, and I'm pulled into Demian's arms the same time he crawls into bed next to me. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't throw me out either. Instead, he kisses my hair and rubs my back, tucking me under his chin and close to his chest. I curl up into a ball and he just helps me do it, making sure I'm connected to him by as many points as possible. "I'm sorry," he quietly says after a long moment of silence. "I'm sorry, Clara. I never meant." I just bury my face in his chest, breathe him in, let time handle the rest. "I never meant to hurt you. I only ever meant to hurt myself. I know it's fucked up and it doesn't make any fucking sense, but I'm working on trying to understand why I—" He stops, then sighs. "Why I always try to destroy every good thing, every good person in my life. You and Willow are paying the price, and it's not fucking fair. It's not what I wanted at all." He rubs my back with both his hands and burrows his nose into my hair. Just like I'm comforting myself with him, he seems to be needing me to give him the same. The fact that he's not asking for it, or for anything from me, means a lot. "What do you want?" I don't know if he can hear me. My voice is muffled against his chest. He does, and without hesitating for a second, he answers, "You. I want you. You and Willow." He tightens his embrace around me. "I want us to be a family. I want all of that with you, and I'm so fucking terrified that I don't deserve any of it." I don't move from my spot, mainly because it's too comfortable, but also so he doesn't see my face just yet. "You don't want me to leave?" "What?" Demian eases me back so he can squint at me in the moonlit dark of the bedroom. "No, of course not. Never." He smooths my hair back and tips my face up to his. "Why would you ask that?" "Because—" I clear my throat. I don't have enough tears left to start crying all over again. "I'm damaged goods. I'm fucked up in the head. I'm tainted." Demian cuts off my explanation with a kiss. Nothing pushy or overly passionate, but more solidifying and permanent. "Shut the fuck up, baby. You are not tainted." I don't know how or why, but that somehow makes me laugh a little. "Right. You are beautiful, incredible, smart and strong and brave, and I'm your father's sex slave." I suck in a shuddering breath. Better lay it all out now so we don't have to drag through it later. "I did things. He did things to me. I don't know. Shit. I don't even have memories half the time of what he actually did to me. I'd just wake up and be covered in I don't know." The memories are flooding back. I'm clinging to Demian to anchor me into the here and now so I don't go catapulting back to the nightmares of the past. Hey, shh. He pulls me back into him and slowly rocks me in his arms. My stomach clenches again. He's going to be an incredible father to our baby. And still, I don't have the guts to tell him. "You did what you needed to do in order to survive. I know. Fuck, Clara, I know. A few weeks in his household is terrible enough, but I spent 16 long years under his thumb. So when I say I know, I get it. I understand. I really, truly do." He draws in a long, shuddering breath. "Oleg doesn't just want to ruin your body. He wants to control your mind. He's always been like that. It's never enough to physically break someone.
He enjoys playing all these sick mind games until you don't even know which way is up.
Demian nuzzles my hair with a sigh.
I know what it's like to hear him call you kind things, to praise you for random accomplishments and treat you like a human being. And then he yanks it all out from under you and reminds you of the demon he really is.
Only a few moments ago, I was clinging to Demian for comfort. Now I'm holding him to give him comfort, not because he's asking for it, or necessarily because he needs it, simply because my heart is breaking for the little boy who just needed his daddy to love him.
I kept telling myself, my whole life, that my mother didn't care about us.
Demian's voice cracks slightly.
I've been telling myself she was a terrible mother, gone all the time, having parties and sleeping around. But sometimes I wonder, and I don't want to know the answer, but I wonder if Olyag used her the way he uses everyone else, the way he planned on using you.
Now we're both clinging to each other. And it's okay, because I'm here. I'm here and I've got him. I will always be here for him. The whole time I was with him, I almost choke on the words. I thought you hated me, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get back to you. I fought to get back to Willow, but I prayed to get back to you. Maybe your mom did the same. I never met the woman. It's a stretch, I know. But after seeing the way Olyag is and how completely different Demian is and tries to be, I have to believe that the good in him, that glow that exists even when he's trying to be intimidating, comes from the other half of his parentage. And I want to believe that, no matter what, she'd be proud of him. We run out of words to say. It's fine by me. Sometimes our kisses, our touches, convey more than anything we could say. So that's what we do. We kiss and caress and hold each other as moonlight dances through the window, speckled by the branches of the trees. I don't realize I'm straddling him until I come up for air. Demian simply strokes my sides, feeling my hips before smoothing back up. He gazes at me with eyes full of love and promise. They quickly darken with lust when I sink myself onto him. His shirt is quickly tossed to the side. I need to feel him on my skin in the most direct way possible. I don't have to wait either, because his hands quickly envelop my breasts and massage me there while I push down more. Fuck, even now he feels so big inside me. Everything is a heady blur, like I'm drunk on his love and thirsty for more. But right now, I just need him, like this. My hands brace on his chest and I slowly lift, then push back down, again and again.
You're mine,
he breathes. His hands move from my breasts to touch my whole body, from the curves of my sides to my spread thighs wrapped around his hips.
No one else's.
My bottom lip trembles. I think I understand what he means. But Demian firmly grasps my lower back and pulls me down hard onto him. It's so sudden and I feel so fucking full that I can't help but gasp and let out a grunt of pleasure and surprise.
Mine.
I writhe, impaled on him. Is all I'm able to get out as I start to grind right there.
Say it. Say it, baby.
Yours, I gasp out. Because I am. I so fucking am, even when I don't feel like I deserve him. Demian captures my wrist and pulls my hand to his face, then kisses my palm. It's so loving, so intimate, so out of place while I'm busy rocking and grinding and fucking myself on his huge cock. His eyes never leave mine. He kisses my palm again. Then he lets me cup his face as I pick up the pace, my breath catching in my lungs when I feel him rub against the best spots inside me. I love him. I love him so much.
That's it, baby.
He breathes. He rubs my hips and strokes my thighs, but otherwise doesn't move to thrust inside me.
Give me all you want. Take what you need. I'm right here.
I need... My brow furrows. I don't know what I need. He feels so good, rubbing all the right places inside me and stretching me and filling me and holding me. Why does it feel like there could be more? I need you. Demian doesn't hesitate or ask for clarification. In one swift, smooth move, he braces his arms around my back and sits up, holding me onto him as he does. His mouth covers mine, and I feel only the slightest shift between us. But then I'm on his lap again, still grinding, still pulsing.
I'm here.
He breathes.
I'm right here, baby. I've got you.
I nod. It's harder to fully slide up and down at this angle, so I just grind and writhe, and oh my God, does it make my toes curl.
You're not his sex slave.
I freeze. But Demian holds me to him, kissing my neck and sucking on my earlobe as he continues to whisper things I need to hear right when I literally cannot run away from him.
You're not his sex slave. You're not anyone's slave. You are strong. You are beautiful. You are so fucking smart. And you are mine.
I kiss him again. I need to taste the lips that form such sweet words. When we come together, it's not intense or earth-shattering, but it might just be the best one yet. We bathe each other in the glistening aftershocks, kissing and caressing each other long after he spills the last of himself into me. Deep down, I think we both needed this, together.
I'm going to spend the rest of forever making it up to you,
he whispers after a while. I grin and kiss his bottom lip. Be careful what you wish for. Forever means you're mine for just as long. Demian returns the grin and rubs my hip.
Do you promise?
I go still. Then, a beat later, I nod. Because yeah, I do. I really do want forever with him. I am Demian's. Demian is mine. Forever.
Chapter 29. Demian. Identities confirmed? Mako's voice crackles through the walkie-talkie. Confirmed. This is the spot. I scan the abandoned factory through my binoculars and count at least 7 Yakuza guards strolling the eastern perimeter facing me. Head count? 10 on the north side, 15 between south and west. And we've got 7 here on the east. I'm guessing double the total on the inside? Roger that. Raizo, you idiot. Had he continued to attack my warehouses, I'd have been irritated but strategically patient. Had he kept attacking my men, I'd have been pissed and taken it out on his men as well. But that patience wouldn't change. But Raizo Watanabe chose to be a goddamn barbarian and attack small children, so patience can get fucked. It's time for war. It didn't really hit me in a visceral way until I tried taking Willow to the school a few days after our cabin vacation. I swore to her that the second she felt afraid, I'd scoop her up and take her where she felt safe. That seemed to work because she clung to my hand like she wanted to break my fingers, but she still managed to walk to her old classroom. The fear in her classmates' eyes is what got me. No child should look that terrified, that worn, that traumatized, and there should never, ever be taped over bullet holes in any child's classroom. So that's why I'm sitting in my Rizvani, gleefully counting the number of Yakuza assholes who are about to take their last breath. Behind me, parked in more tactical SUVs and polishing their weapons, is every man of my Bratva, plus a few allies from the local Italian families who are just as pissed about the shooting as I am. Movement on the north slope. One of Don Fontanelli's men sounds off over the radio. Looks like a group of women. Fucking hell, Mako. I called to Pavel stand-in. You getting this? I heard. Can't confirm. I see a handful of them over here too. We're not here for them. Don Lucrezio's gravelly voice interjects. I know. It takes what's left of my patience to not snap at the Italian. I didn't count on Raizo keeping his merchandise this long after his last sales push. We're still going in, but we'll need to adjust. Mako comes to the rescue. I've got a team here ready to extract. We'll grab the women while the rest of the operation continues as planned. I stamp down the sudden swell of pride I feel in my chest. This is no longer a murder spree. Well, not just a murder spree. This is also a rescue mission. Alpha team, stand by. Bravo, sweep the perimeter. Like ghosts haunting the sands, a dozen of my men, flanked by Fontanelli's and Lucrezio's contingents, silently swoop in and begin to take down the Yakuza guards who literally do not see them coming. Silencers muffle every shot, and anyone who doesn't drop dead immediately receives a snapped neck or second bullet. A dozen Yakuza lives snuffed out in moments. Good fucking riddance. Alpha team, head in. That is my own cue to step out of the Rizvani and join the other mob bosses as our best men collectively storm the old bottle factory. The sound of shattering glass adds to the music of angry, surprised shouts and unsilenced gunshots. One of Raizo's men runs out of a side entrance. I drop him before he can lift his gun. Fontanelli has my back and kills another runner, while Lucrezio shouts orders to his men to start placing the charges. I'm caught off guard by yet another runner, who flies at me and slams me into the ground. Fists fly at my face, my sides, and he pulls out a knife. Blood sprays everywhere. He drops on top of me, half his head missing. Fontanelli holds his hand out to help me up. I don't know exactly how to thank him, so I just take the offer and clap him on the shoulder. Boss, you'll want to get in here. Mako mutters through my earpiece. I'm in no hurry. This is the calmest I've felt in days, but the urgency in his voice has me picking up the pace. Soon I'm inside the factory, navigating through rusty corridors and across swinging chain-link bridges while he gives me directions. All around me, Yakuza are screaming and falling to their deaths one way or another, while the band of pissed-off fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and generally decent men angrily avenge our collective children. When I spot Mako in one of the narrow corridors, he shakes his head at me. It's fucking sick, he mutters under his breath before pushing the door open for me. Just warning you. I grit my teeth and go in. He's right. It's fucking disgusting. There's no air in here. It's stifling, which makes the smell 1,000 times worse. I don't know exactly what I'm seeing. There's a good chance my brain has activated some sort of sanity preservation mode and won't let me fully process the horrors contained in this one room. Several women of various ages, most of them in their late teens and early 20s, chained by their wrists to the walls. None of them are alive. What should we do with him? Mako quietly asks. He looks a little green around the collar. If he turns and vomits, I won't hold it against him. What I want to do is carry them out, identify them, notify their families, next of kin, whoever may be out there desperately searching for them. What I want to do is give them and their loved ones closure. What I need to do is keep things moving, so our men can get out just as quickly as they got in. Leave them. I hate the way the words taste. No one needs to see this. Mako nods and pulls the door shut. The solid thud reminds me of those heavy marble doors at a mausoleum. It might as well be. A few doors down, more of my men are quickly ushering terrified women out of another near-identical room. Several more women are chained to the walls, and it's a struggle to break them loose. But after a few carefully aimed shots at the chains and multiple reassurances that we are, surprisingly enough, the good guys, we manage to get every last one of them out. A handful are too weak to walk. My men carry them without complaint, and I count how many legs I need to break on the surviving Yakuza men we capture in order to even the ledger. Round them up, I order through my earpiece. I want as many of them alive as possible. You said we were... Legrazio jumps in again. We are, but we need to have a chat first. Mako's mouth twitches into a grim smile. He's as thirsty for their blood as I am. Once I personally confirm that all surviving slaves have been evacuated from the building, I navigate the building to where our collective teams have gathered the remaining Yakuza. The air conditioner is running in here. I take a moment to cool down before I rip into the group of men waiting, bound and gagged on their knees. They're oozing blood and fear sweat. The stench is unbearable. I lean against one of the dusty tables and casually slip my hands into my pockets. Who's in charge here? They glance at each other. One of them inclines his head, so Mako yanks his gag down. You killed him. The man spits by way of an answer. I nod and think carefully about my next question. Does Raizo come out here often? He looks away. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I nudge his chest with my foot. I don't see or hear him sending reinforcements to come rescue your sorry asses. I'm guessing you're not even that high up on the food chain. So do yourself a favor and answer the fucking question. Does he come out here often? Only to get his dick wet. The other Yakuza chuckle. One of them, who looks like he can't be much older than 18, does not join in on the laughter. He just looks away, no malice or fear on his face, like he's resigned to his fate. I make a note to circle back to him. What do you know about the school shooting? The man in front of me chooses to remain silent. My patience is running thin. Look around you. Each and every one of us volunteered to be here because your boss, your leader, decided that terrorizing and threatening the lives of innocent children was a good idea. So if someone doesn't speak the fuck up, my associates and I will assume you were all there and are all equally guilty. He's fucking crazy. The young man at the end, the one I noticed a moment ago, is wild-eyed. He lost his fucking mind. I glance at Mako, at Fontanelli, at Legrazio, and slowly walk over to the boy. Go on. He doesn't even look at his companions before spilling his guts. I'm in it for the cars, man. The cars. But Raizo has us snatching women and pushing drugs on them like it's a fucking game to him, and then he gives these orders to go shoot up some school, and I'm like, nope, I'm out, The man next to him shoves into his side hard. The boy falls over, but I catch him before his head cracks on the cement. He's the most valuable talker thus far. Once I help him back up, I backhand the asshole who shoved him. My knee connects with his face on the rebound for good measure. He doesn't move after that. You were saying? I implore the young man. He starts sniveling. By the way he glares at the others, I can tell there's no love lost here. I want it out. I swear, man. The second I heard Raizo tell us to kidnap some little girl and shoot up her school, I want it out. Did he say why? He shakes his head. Not to me, but I didn't ask either. I just wanted to make a run for it. I narrow my eyes at him. You're still here. And that's when his entire body slumps. It's like whatever fire, whatever fight was just in him evaporates immediately. Yeah, he whispers toward the floor. They caught me, and then they... I don't like where this is going. I glance at my men who all look ready to murder these motherfuckers at the slightest twitch of my hand. Soon enough, and they'll get that chance. They made me do it, I swear. I didn't want to. But they told me that if I didn't, they'd kill my mother and sister, and she just had a baby. He sniffs, his voice cracks. I'm not supposed to feel sympathy for the enemy, But I'm also not supposed to find someone this young in a place like this. What did they make you do? I ask quietly. The boy bursts into sobs. I didn't. I said I was sorry. I kept telling her I was so sorry. But if I didn't do it, they'd kill us both. So I had to. I had to do it. His head suddenly whips to the side. And they still fucking killed her. Told me I was now a man and laughed about it. The gnawing pit in my stomach is a combination of sorrow for the poor girl, whoever she was, and unbridled fury at these sick motherfuckers who are all glaring at the boy. One of them snarls something through his gag. A Fontanelli man smacks him upside the head and threatens to do worse with the butt of his gun. Taking pity on Yakuza recruits was not part of the plan. But I also don't feel right forcing him to endure the same fate as the rest of the men here. Take him, I order my men. We need him for follow-up questioning. Leave the rest here. Mako does the honors and escorts the boy, still bound and now thoroughly cowering, out of the room. Here's the thing, I say to the rest of the group. I came here pissed about the shooting. I've now seen the sick fucking shit you have all been complacent to. Not a single one of you can look me in the eye and honestly say you had no idea about what's been going on here. Which makes you guilty by association or bad judgment or just plain stupidity. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Behind me, someone brings up a large can of gasoline and begins to splash it on the group. Who, now that they can smell and feel how fucking serious their situation is, are now all too eager to tell me anything I want to hear. Too bad. They should have thought about that while they had the chance. See, I have a kid. I'm always telling her to treat others the way she wants to be treated. I pull out a lighter and flick the lid open, shut, open, shut. Really, I'm just enjoying the way their eyes widen in absolute terror with each pass of the lid. And her mother, insanely beautiful inside and out, so much so that your leader made the dumb mistake of trying to sell her into slavery and ripping my family apart. I stalk over to them, still flicking the lighter open and shut, open and shut. As you're probably imagining, I'm beyond pissed. Open. And then I saw that room of yours. That sick, disgusting room that told me everything I need to know about you and your sick fucking minds. Close. So I'm going to practice what I preach. I'm going to do to you what you did to them. Open. And make this room your grave. Light. I have no personal attachment to the lighter. I picked it up at a gas station on the way here. That's why it's so easy to toss it into the gasoline-soaked group. I won't be needing it back. Fontanelli and Lagrezio follow me out, but not before spitting and cursing at the screaming men as they burn. They signal for their own men to leave, and it only takes a minute or two for us to reach the open desert air. The screams fade behind us. The darker side of me wishes I could listen to them a bit longer. But we have shit to do. There are victims who need to be reunited with their loved ones and a Yakuza recruit who might actually be redeemable. I've got a family to hold and a woman to fuck the rest of my adrenaline into, and there are more bodies that need burning. Once all our vehicles are loaded, I wait for them to pull out. I don't leave until the last one signals that we're all good to go. I left the explosive switch with Mako. I could tell he has some buried rage that could use a little catharsis. And I must admit, when he hits the button, the giant fireball that plumes up behind us as that factory of nightmares turns to ashes is about as cathartic as it gets. Chapter 30. Demian. Son of a bitch. I got grazed, again. I've been so pumped full of adrenaline since blowing Raizo's fucked up slave factory to smoking bits, that I didn't notice the pain or the blood coming from my ribs until we parked in the garage at home. Motherfucker. I snarl as I press a palm to my torso, and it comes away smeared with crimson. Daddy! Clara and Willow peek through the garage door leading into the side room of the main house, then gasp when they see me. The door slams against the wall as my two ladies burst into the garage and rush to my side, covering me with kisses and fussing over the way I'm clutching my side. The pain is suddenly not important at all. Look at you! Clara clasps my face in her hands and turns me every which way. You're a mess. Willow pulls at my bloodied fingers, her breath catching. Daddy? Daddy? You're bleeding! You're hurt! I'm about to tell her it's nothing to worry about when she bursts into tears. Immediately I crouch down beside her, ignoring the pang of fresh pain, and pull her into a hug. I'm okay, see? It's just a graze. Papa, you're covered in blood. It's not my blood, sweetheart. See? I turn my face side to side so she can do her own inspection. Willow, just like her mother, is very thorough. Even my ears do not escape her careful scrutiny, and I'm only allowed a clean bill of health after she makes me stick out my tongue to check me for a sore throat. Where did it all come from? She asks at last. I glance up at Clara, who seems to have the exact same question on her mind. So I sigh and stroke Willow's cheek with a clean thumb. You know those bad guys who came to your school? She takes a step back, new fear filling her eyes. Uh-huh. Well, how do I translate I killed them all into kid speech? They were monsters living in a cave. Mako and I went to go find them. We did, and now there are no more monsters. Willow thinks this over. She looks at me again at the blood splattered all over my shirt and face. God, I must look terrifying in her eyes. And then just nods. Plain and simple. Good. Damn, kid. I'll make you Bratva yet. I pull her in for another hug and kiss her cheek. I love you, princess. I'm never going to let the monsters get you. They all have to come through me first, okay? She turns and kisses my cheek. Okay. I love you, Daddy. And then she's off, playing her games or coloring or doing whatever precocious little 5-year-olds do, just leaving me here to grapple with the even more precious reality that she loves me. I'm her daddy, and she loves me. Clara helps me back up, no less fussing over me than our daughter. Our daughter. As far as I'm concerned, that might as well be Zakrievsky blood running through Willow's veins. To acknowledge any other feels like an insult to her beauty and kindness. Plus, that kid showed more guts in the last 5 minutes than her sperm donor ever has. Are you hurt? Clara pats me down with her worried hands. I know you're putting on a brave front for Willow, but I'm fine, I promise. I flash her a charming smile and tip her face up for a sweet kiss. When she breaks away, she whispers, Did you really? I nod. This should cripple Raizo into doing something stupidly desperate. But this time, he's going to have to do it with half the manpower and a good chunk of his funds missing. She frowns. What do you mean? I debate whether or not to tell her, but now's as good a time to test the waters as any. We've found more slaves there. From the final head count taken at the safe house, 50 made it out alive. Clara sucks in a sharp breath. And the others? Those images will be eternally seared into memory whether I want them or not. I slowly shake my head and try to swallow back the bile that rises. We tried, but some of them had long since passed. I tried, baby, I swear. Shh. She presses a finger to my lips, then kisses me. I know, and you saved everyone else. Another kiss, another caress. You're a good man. It's one of the many reasons why I love you. My heart swells. I love you too, deeply, eternally, and plenty enough to bring down Raizo's empire just so you'll feel safe again. Her face suddenly twists into a mischievous grin. She lightly rubs her hand over my chest and bites the corner of her lip. Well, let's get you stitched up and bandaged. And then, when we're in the shower, I'll get on my knees and show you how truly grateful I am.
Fucking hell. I love my life.